these dates line up in a very coincidental way. This fisherman came forward with no real need to.
Right.
And placed her at the scene of a missile test before these. And that's how the dates were then found. So it's not like he found out about the dates and then said this. So it sounds to me very much like the police got themselves into very much an international situation. And so the Bergen police are like, listen, I'm backing out of this.
Yeah, we're out. Yeah, this is big stuff. No, we're good.
Mm-hmm. And maybe that's why, there's no family ties or whatever. But man, there's still more. There's still more. One of the crime reporters of the time, Nut Havik, believes it was someone else and said that her actions indicated, quote, what police call conspiratory behavior. Havik also theorized that the secret police gave Rott the weapon, perhaps believing the Isdal woman wasn't acting alone. So now we're building on this story. Someone named Ketil Kversoy, who used to live in Bergen, claims to have seen the Isdal woman. We have another witness now coming forward. He said he saw her climbing a mountain followed by two men, all of them wearing what he called city clothes. He then told the BBC at a later date, quote, when she looked at me, I felt that she started to say something, but she didn't. And then she looked behind her and saw these men. I'm sure she knew they were going after her, end quote.
Oh, I just gotta believe this.
It's just, it's what's difficult to me is, right, like, you're right, that these are just eyewitness accounts. You could just be saying anything. But what's really fascinating is that this fisherman came forward and said something. That was then corroborated by a lot of dates, like a heavy level of coincidence. I don't know about, Rott's son and the protect yourself business, but and all this stuff afterwards.
Right.
But if they're telling the truth and this stuff happened, two men showing up, shoving pills down, burning her up or whatever, maybe she tried to off herself and get out of town so she could pass peacefully without needing to be interrogated or whatever. I don't know.
Brutal.
But if these two men were involved and she was off in the middle of nowhere, that could be the missing end here, the loose end that kind of closes the rest of the question marks. Who started the fire? Why were the things strewn about?
Right.
How did she get where she was? How did she ultimately pass away? Was it herself? Was it someone else? Was it an accident? Was she a spy? All of that. But the last note on the spy thing, and it could kind of answer some of the, okay, they're a bad spy because of this, that, and the other. It's also theorized that the Isdal woman could have been a sex worker who often changed their look, right? And that's your makeup, your wigs, your glasses. Some even think that she could have been a honeypot, which was a type of spy that uses romantic and sexual relationships in order to gain information.
Honeypotting.
Right? I mean, it's something that's used. Yeah. We joke about it, but it could be real. She could be honeypotting. It's just, that's interesting, Yeah. It doesn't mean she's a lesser version of a spy, but it could kind of answer as to why she's moving rooms if other people are in and out. It could answer as to she put the chair out there to ID her room to someone who was trying to rendezvous with her. It could be, it could be a lot of things. But that little nugget there does attempt to combine the spy thing with the kind of loose ends that a spy might not otherwise have. But fascinating case. Man, I don't know. How are you feeling on this one? I feel very much that spy is the answer, but on that, let's do that.
Right.
Let's do that scale, 1 to 10. 10 being we got it, 1 being we don't have it. How you feeling on this story?
God, this story is just throwing me for a loop, right? Mm-hmm. Everything points to spy. I just want to be like, no, how's it going to be? No, that can't be the answer.
I want to drop a 10.
Oh, man. I'm going to drop a solid 9 on this.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to also add to the fact that either, she was a spy or believe that she was one.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Outside of the eyewitness claiming to see other people, we don't have a whole lot of people seeing others, right? It could be a situation where it's in her head, unfortunately, I don't know, man. There's a couple loose ends, and I'm really tempted to be I just feel really strongly that it's the spy stuff. We dug too deep, and we won't be able to know the rest because it's classified for many reasons.
Right.
But I'm a trusting person. I really want to drop that 10, but I'm going to have to go with a heavy 9.5.
Yeah. I was thinking 9.5, but I was I'll keep it to
Yeah. We'll drop a 10 when we really feel like we've nailed it,
Yeah, it's one of those. It's so hard to not believe that she was a spy, or at least believed that she was one. Like what? Like who else does this? Whatever, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, the
Who else deals in antiques? Okay, come on.
ain't dealing
It's
in
either you're my
antiques.
grandma
That's
from the
a lie.
90s or you're a spy.
Yeah,
Okay, come on.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, that's a solid 9 for me.
Yeah. Woo. Interesting case, man. This is one of the few, maybe the first one that we've really covered that I had up into doing the episode itself hadn't heard of. And it's just so oddly similar to the Tamam Shud case. Just kind of some very similar pieces of evidence and some very dissimilar pieces of evidence. I'm curious as to, why this one really hasn't been making the cycles, or maybe I just haven't heard of it. But maybe it's because it really feels like spy stuff happening. But man, I love a good spy story regardless.
It does. Well,
Just like-
she was a spy. It didn't seem like she was the best. Then again, oh my God. Oh, these conspiracies. Yeah, maybe she wanted to be found and was dropping hints and making herself memorable on purpose. Man.
Yeah.
I can
Oh,
go back
man.
and forth with this for days.
Yeah, we could ping pong the ideas, but whew, we'd love to know what you guys think. We have our Twitter at RedWebPod. We'll post any images that will help you understand and digest this case better. But we also have the review system, roosterteeth.com. Again, the Twitter. All of those places are fantastic ways to let us know what you think about these mysteries, to let us know what kind of mysteries you think. It's a great feedback loop, and we love hearing from you guys. So thank you all for your reviews, for reaching out to us, following us, sharing us with your friends, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Number one way to help the podcast. We appreciate you. But otherwise, with shivers down our spine, we'll see you next Monday for yet another mystery.
Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
Hey everyone, quick favor to ask before we get to the show. Could you please, if you got time, go to podcastlistener.com/LEFT and answer a few short questions. Would be super helpful to all three of us. Again, that's podcastlistener.com/LEFT. Answer a short survey if you got time. Thank you so much, everyone. Here's the show.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Let's see. So should we start the show?
Let's start the show.
All right. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kitzel. That's Marcus Parks.
Hello.
And we've got H-Bone, Henry Zabrowski in Atlanta.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes in down plains. It's not going to be as fun as the musical.
No, it definitely would
be a
not.
sad one.
No, today we're going to be talking about Oklahoma City. Of course, the bombing that occurred in 1995. Extremely heavy topic, but once again, Marcus and H-Bone, I think there's some crack research in here and a lot of information that's going to be enlightening to our audience.
So on April 19th, 1995, a conspiracy-minded Gulf War vet named Timothy McVeigh parked a 7,000-pound ammonium nitrate fuel bomb loaded on a yellow Ryder moving truck in front of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in downtown Oklahoma City. When all was said and done after the bomb was detonated, 168 people were dead and over 800 were injured.
And honestly, that's his biggest crime. His second biggest crime is owning that neon yellow Mercury.
Oh my God!
Not drove around it, which is disgusting.
It's a pastel yellow, all right.
We'll get into some of his interesting car choices, to say the least. Although I will say in this episode, no yacht, which that's kind of a big deal. And
Yeah, it's Oklahoma. It's landlocked.
okay.
Now, according to McVeigh, this act of domestic terror was done in part as retaliation for the siege at the Mount Carmel compound in Waco, Texas, the climax facts of which came 2 years to the day before the Oklahoma City bombing. For those of you who don't know, the Waco siege involved a cult named the Branch Davidians. The Davidians were stockpiling various weapons. The ATF got wind, they decided to raid the place, and fucked up the entire operation spectacular.
Now, I will say I do not support what the federal government did regarding Waco, or we'll get into Ruby Ridge, but Janet Reno was played perfectly by Will Ferrell on Saturday Night Live. And so that is a bright side. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And the Branch Davidians were not good.
No.
They did not do good things.
No.
But the ATF fucked up everything, and we're going to see that they're going to fuck up a lot more as the time goes. And I don't know why, because it seems like a very sensitive place. It seems like everyone should be really good at their jobs at the ATF. But it seems like they really mess it up. They bungle. There's a bunch of bumblebutts.
Yeah, that's true.
By the end of the 51-day Waco siege, 76 Branch Davidians, including 25 children, had died in a fire set under the direction of cult leader David Koresh as government agencies stormed the compound in a last-ditch effort to flush out the cult members. Now, there was a lot of bad shit happening in that compound, not the least of which was David Koresh's multiple child brides.
And
Which would have been totally cool if he had made Annie Hall first.
This is technically a Woody Allen joke, so we're going to let that pass.
Thank you.
But of course, this is where a lot of the conspiracy theories come in as well when it comes to the fire. There's a lot of different videos and stuff. And they're like, you can see them spraying in napalm and those sorts of things, which
is not what they did. That wasn't what it was. It was tear gas. David Koresh set the fires to kill everyone.
There was an audio recording of them saying, like, David said to pour the fuel, right? It's like, yeah, David said to pour the fuel. Man, I wish we had more hay.
Yep, I can't wait.
Yeah. And we'll also get a lot more into those videos that show the flames supposedly coming out of the tanks in Waco. That's going to play a huge part in this story. Videos and rumors like that.
These conspiracy theories have real life ramifications, and that's what we're talking about here.
They absolutely do, because that's the thing, is that the radical right didn't see it that way. They didn't see it as David Koresh had all these child brides that needed to be free. In their minds, and specifically in the mind of Timothy McVeigh, Waco was proof that all the conspiracy theories that have been swirling around gun shows and in pamphlets for years were finally coming true. Now, remember...
Honestly, if gun shows weren't so bad, it does sound like a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they were like literally like Beverly Hills Cop 3, where you just had a really quirky European dude selling you huge weapons, that's fun. And you have a crime that you have to solve and stuff. But usually it's just people who want to get an arsenal of guns to protect their families from cows.
Yeah. Now, remember, all this is pre-internet. If you wanted to get a hold of wacky shit, you had to go out of your way and look for it.
The good old days.
Yeah.
You had to really work to be a conspiracy theory
You did, man.
theorist back then.
Like, do you remember the dude that we used to go to in Union Square, the big fat guy that would wear sunglasses at night?
Oh,
and you have to go through his piles of stuff to find the really fucked up esoteric documentaries about how, like, Martin Luther King was half Jewish and he was he had cyborg legs.
Yeah, that was back in the day. It's a similar thing when weed is legalized. You no longer have to hang out with the weird guy who just wants to chill for 90 minutes, and you try to get him out of your apartment as quick as possible.
Yeah, see, conspiracies about the New World Order coming to take away your guns and subjugate the American people, that shit wasn't in your pocket.
Right.
You had to go searching on the fringes for that type of thought. And Waco wasn't even the beginning for these people as far as the far-reaching New World Order conspiracies went. Less than a year earlier, the ATF had participated in another huge fuck-up in a siege at Ruby Ridge in northern Idaho.
I would go as far to say is that Ruby Ridge was a genuinely gigantic fuck up.
Oh,
even
absolutely.
more so than Waco. Ruby Ridge was like, they performed almost on a criminal level. The fact that, like, we'll go through it right now.
We'll get into it, yeah.
See, Ruby Ridge was a standoff between the U.S. government and a white supremacist named Randy Weaver, who was holed up in the cabin with his wife, 2 kids, and a friend of theirs. Long story short, by the end of it, Randy's wife and son were dead, an ATF agent was dead, and Randy and his friend were wounded. Well, what the story was with Ruby Ridge is this guy, Randy Weaver, had pretty much been entrapped into sawing off some barrels off of shotguns, and he had a warrant
by the U.S. government.
By the U.S. government.
They set him up. And then this is very standard FBI, ATF procedure. You just get one, you tell them they're in a very difficult predicament, and you flip them to get all of the leaders. Randy Weaver was not a leader in the white supremacist movement. That's why they were using him to get to to the big fish. He refused to go along with the ATF and what the federal government wanted to do. So they just holed up in their home, and it just escalated. And every mistake that could be made was made. And then you have the situation where the death of his son, the death of his wife. The ATF, the FBI did not realize they shot his wife, and they consistently used him. They would tell him to just let your wife free, and then we can negotiate. And he thought that they were taunting him.
Yeah, he sat in that house with his dead wife for a week before they finally came out. Yeah. So McVeigh, he used these two incidents to justify his actions.
Yeah.
Here's McVeigh saying that himself.
Who started the war? And who's the aggressor? That's how I look at the Murrah bombing. To me, it wasn't the start of a war, it was a counterattack. The war had already been started. You guys think you can be ruthless? Let's see how you like it when the fight is brought to you.
And
Go fuck yourself.
Oh my God.
That's what I say. I say go fuck yourself.
That would be the appropriate response. But this really, Ruby Ridge was really amplified as well by this character, Bo Gritz, who was a big leader in the white supremacist movement, also at the time running for president. So he took this as a diplomatic opportunity to show what a great diplomatic leader he would be, and he attempted to broker the deal between the family and the FBI.
And he did, but if you watch the document, there's a documentary, a great American Experience documentary about Ruby Ridge, and they interview Bo Gritz, and man, he is so happy to have been a part of something.
I gotta say, it's an opportunity. It's just nice to be a part of it. You know, it's like when I was first. Now that I'm on the set of Crash and HBO's Crashing, it's a wonderful opportunity.
The official story is that Timothy McVeigh was a lone wolf helped by a man named Terry Nichols, who said that he went along with it only because McVeigh had threatened both Nichols' life and the life of his family. But to me, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
If you look at the history of mass murder in America, lone wolves are sick people. They're guys like Charles Whitman at UT, who had a brain tumor, or Sung Cho at Virginia Tech, who had more mental problems than we have time to go into here.
And a very strange YouTube account. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, Timothy McVeigh is not writing Richard McBeef.
He should have, though. Honestly, though, if he could have just managed to channel his anger into song, the songs would have been horrible.
Yes,
but at least they would have been songs.
Now, Timothy McVeigh was not sick. Sure, he no doubt suffered from PTSD from his time in the Gulf War, which we will get into, but McVeigh was not sick the way Sung Cho was sick. McVeigh was radicalized.
Absolutely. He was a part of a gigantic network. I think he was completely supported. I'm with you, Dog Meat, on that whole front. He was given a copy of a book called The Turner Diaries that we're going to go into more deeper detail next episode. But that book is going to be sort of like the invitation to the Aryan Nation that is going to move people. This is American ISIS. It's essentially, and like people like Louis Beam, who came out and said this idea of leaderless revolution, of little pods of people doing gigantic, horrible, violent acts that he hoped would just happen without a central network, which is terrorism. That is domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, Timothy McVeigh is he is the definition of domestic terrorism.
He's the poster child of domestic terrorism.
He is the Garth Brooks of domestic terrorism.
Don't bring Garth Brooks into this. Every time you bring up Garth Brooks, I'm forced to get defensive because the Thunder does roll, and we have to remember that the Thunder rolls. It's not just a weather report; it's also a great song.
You know who was the face of domestic terrorism before this, which is sad that he got bumped? The kid from Problem Child.
If you really take those movies like a serious crime drama, he was horrible.
Dennis the Menace.
Yep.
American terrorist.
To show just how Timothy McVeigh got to this point, how he was inspired by a white separatist quote-unquote patriot movement that still thrives and is defended to this day, and how irrational conspiracy beliefs justified McVeigh's actions to himself. We also plan to show how it is very possible, if not probable, that there were many more people involved than just McVeigh and Nichols, and how the entire thing, just like 9/11, 6 years later, could have been prevented if not for the incompetence and short-sightedness of a few law enforcement officials who weren't listening to what their people were telling them.
And they were actively fighting one another. They were in competition with one another, not fighting for the greater good of the American people, which was what they should be doing.
Yes.
I think the term short-sightedness is the most important thing. Like, yes, they did fuck some things up, but mostly it was about they just wanted to have the crime be closed. They wanted the case closed. They wanted Timothy McVeigh in jail, and that's it. Because the complicated weaving of getting into how do you shut down Elohim City? How do you shut down, like, the CSA? All these gigantic networks, these white supremacy networks that were sort of hidden. The white supremacy part of it just hid the Patriot movement. It's weird how they used all that hate rhetoric to just be like, oh, it's just a bunch of idiots in the mountains talking about how they hate other races, but actually they were preparing for a war against the U.S. government.
And again, Ruby Ridge and Waco had happened previously. The FBI was kind of licking their wounds. They didn't want another situation like that.
Or the ATF.
The ATF specifically.
Absolutely not. And the ATF not wanting another situation like that is partly what led to Oklahoma City.
But again, Janet Reno, played by Will Ferrell on Saturday Night Live, that was funny.
That was funny.
But before we get to the life and times of Timothy McVeigh and the movement that at the very least inspired him, we're going to cover the actual bombing itself. As we know, a lot of our listeners are either too young to remember or may not have even been born before April 19th, 1995.
God, it makes me so sad. we just had Joey Fatone on set for Your Pretty Faces Going to Hell. It's a bit of a spoiler alert. Calm down, ladies.
I know.
He brought it up that it's the 20th anniversary of NSYNC coming together next year. And I was like, that's horrible. That's ridiculous.
NSYNC can vote? Oh, no. And they were 1 year away from drinking.
NSYNC's been able to vote for 2 years, man.
Oh,
Where
my
you been?
God. That's crazy.
But before we get into it, we have to cite our main sources here. The first is American Terrorist by Lou Mickle and Dan Herbeck. It's the book that was essentially endorsed by McVeigh. It's where he told his life story. Although it still doesn't paint a flattering portrait of McVeigh, this guy was the only guy that McVeigh actually talked to.
It's also, there's no way it's going to be a flattering portrait unless it's a pamphlet at a gun show. There's no way you can sugarcoat the story enough to be like, you can't say all the details, but it's like, but also, he could have been an incredible dancer. He had an elegant arch to his feet.
I mean, and as far as haircuts go, he definitely had one. It was definitive.
He was very proud of his brush cut. He called it his brush cut, and that was one of the things that he hated most about being in prison was that he wasn't able to get a good brush cut anymore.
Oh, poor guy.
Sling blade looking country inbred sister fucking piece of shit.
But of course, he was on death row, so this was an opportunity for him to really share his story and get his point of view out there.
Mm-hmm. The other book that we checked out, and this one is the really interesting one, and it only came out a couple years ago after a ton of FBI files were finally released. The other book is Oklahoma City, What the Investigation Missed and Why It Still Matters by Andrew Gumbel and Roger Charles. This one refutes McVeigh's story in a number of ways and also gives a fantastic overview of everything that went wrong here.
Okay,
and the one thing I will say definitely in defense of this book, it has 80 pages of source material, of citing where it gets all of its different points. It's very, very thorough. It's a really cool breakdown. It's a little mind-numbing because it's a lot of details, but it paints a picture of why it was so difficult to investigate the incident and the evidence that points towards there was a whole network that was working with Timothy McVeigh.
And also to prove that this book is valid and reasonable, in those 80 pages of source material, not one of the sources is InfoWars. So that's that's good. That's definitive proof.
Guys, we got to give our support to our boy Alex Jones. Tonight's his big night.
I don't want to talk
his big
about
debut tonight.
We're not talking about the Alex Jones Megyn Kelly interview.
Well, Alex Jones is a big. Speaking of Alex Jones, Oklahoma City is one of Alex Jones's big inside job claims.
Right.
And he says that the entire thing was done to malign the quote-unquote Patriot movement. The Patriot movement is a white supremacist movement, and
big night for him tonight. I hope he shines. I hope he wins best cinematography. I don't know what he's going to do tonight, but whatever it is going to be fascinating. All eyes on him.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the start of Alex Jones really starting to get into like inside job bullshit. Like Oklahoma City was one of his first big conspiracy theories.
And that's what we're going to get into here. There were so many different holes in the official narrative. It was able to be filled by conspiracy theorists to then prove whatever point they want to prove, whatever narrative they wanted to create, they were able to create.
Absolutely. And the reason why those holes existed was because of incompetence,
right?
Through and through. That's how it always goes with these. Is that the holes are always caused by incompetence that the government does not want exposed. It's not that they're trying to not expose evils that they've done. Sometimes they are, but most of the time they're just trying to cover up how badly they fucked up.
That is the great
bad investigations. Leave these incidents sort of like they become like a Sasha Grey. So many holes to be filled with conspiracy theories, and I think that and it's available for it, and it's hungry for it, and it's horny for it.
Okay, well we did manage to get there.
Very good. Now let's get to the bombing itself. Now that we've got Sasha Grey out of the way,
thank God.
Thank you. It's been burning. It's been burning in my pocket for a while.
That's good. I'm happy it's been released. The genie is out of the bottle.
Now, the site of the bombing was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in downtown Oklahoma City. While there were offices for the ATF, Secret Service, and DEA in the building, it was mostly run-of-the-mill government offices. It was stuff like Social Security, Housing and Urban Development, Veterans Affairs, Army recruiting, and just like a lot of other buildings like this, there was a daycare there as well. 550 people worked at the Murrah Building, but that doesn't account for the hundreds who came in and out every day to use basic governmental services, many of whom were there on the morning of April 19th. This was 9 a.m. This place had just opened up. So McVeigh was faced with a choice. He could very well have set a bomb to explode in the middle of the night when fatalities would be kept to a minimum. But McVeigh didn't want to just destroy a building. He thought that the only way to catch the government's attention would be to rack up a high body count.
Terrorism.
And as far as the loss of innocent life went, McVeigh rationalized it by comparing the people inside to employees on the Death Star.
Woo, woo, woo. We've got a nerd alert. We've got a nerd alert. We've got a nerd alert. Woo, woo.
Another way for George Lucas to get his merchandising.
That's right.
Into American events.
So this is out of Timothy McVeigh's. This is his actual analogy. He equated them to individuals who worked on the Death Star from Star Wars.
His mouth. Directly from McVeigh's mouth. In his rationalization, while not every person on the Death Star was individually guilty of crimes against the galaxy, they were still serving on behalf of Emperor Palpatine, in this case represented by Bill Clinton.
It's not
Which
real.
I actually really resent, because Emperor Palpatine definitely could not still get an erection.
Oh, absolutely
Bill Clinton
not.
could.
He definitely could, to his own detriment.
See, McVeigh thought of himself as Luke Skywalker.
Oh my God! I can't even with this jerk off. I'm like, I am like a little Luke Skywalker if you think about it.
Well, that's just like Luke Skywalker, because Luke Skywalker also wanted to fuck his sister.
Well, this is
Inbred. Shit, fuck.
Well, Ben, me and you were kind of talking about stuff like this on the last episode of Top Hat.
Yeah.
Where a lot of these people, they want their lives to be movies.
Totally.
They want their lives to be simple movies with bad guys. They want to be the hero, and they want it to all be wrapped up in a nice little package.
And we have 168 innocent dead people because of this moron's trying to live the extension of a film that he loves.
Also, Timothy McVeigh was using set-up rhetoric. He is parroting things that he has heard. He has sat and thought about the statements he was going to make. All of this is rehearsed. I imagine that they used pop culture in a lot of their recruiting material.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that where it's just like, so it's because it makes it a very simple, attention-grabbing description of your action, and it's so easily printable in a newspaper, which is what they wanted.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Blue Apron. Springtime is a great time to hit the reset button and re-tackle personal goals like getting fit, cleaning, and cooking. Luckily, Blue Apron makes incredible home cooking easy and accessible by delivering seasonal recipes with step-by-step instructions and pre-portioned ingredients right to your door, all for less than $10 per meal. You can even customize your recipes based on your preferences and select a delivery option that's right for you. Plus, there's no weekly commitment, so you only get deliveries when you want them. Some of the meals available in June include warm smoked trout and asparagus salad with fingerling potatoes and garlic croutons, spiced zucchini enchiladas with creamy lime and tomato rice, elote-style vegetable tostadas with summer squash, poblano peppers, and cilantro rice, and peach honey glazed chicken with mashed sweet potatoes, collard greens, and Thai basil. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/LEFT. You'll love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/LEFT. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Stamps.com. Avoid the hassle of the post office and mail everything from postcards to envelopes to packages, domestic or international, with Stamps.com. Stamps.com lets you buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, any class of mail using your own computer and printer. Simply click, print, mail, and you're done. And unlike the post office, Stamps.com never closes. Print postage for letters or packages at your convenience 24/7. Plus, they'll even send you a digital scale that automatically calculates exact postage and helps you decide the best class of mail based on your needs. Stamps.com brings all the services of the U.S. Postal Service right to your fingertips. We here at Last Podcast on the Left, we're a DIY operation. We're a small business. We've used Stamps.com and absolutely love it. And right now, you too can enjoy the Stamps.com service with a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale without long-term commitments. Just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage and type in LEFT. That's Stamps.com. Enter LEFT. Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again. Now, by blowing up the Death Star, in this case, represented by the Mura building.
Yeah, can you imagine the daycare of the Death Star?
Yeah. McVeigh would be sitting back against an evil empire.
It goes back to John Wilkes Booth. You know, he thought the same thing. They all think they're going to be heroes. It never happens that way.
It never
You're
works.
never
They
the
all
hero.
die in fire. They all get murdered. You're a fucking moron.
Yeah.
It never works different.
In reality, 80% of the people who died in the blast had no connection whatsoever to law enforcement. They were just regular people going to work in a government job to make ends meet.
Yeah, just trying to get to the weekend so they can go fishing and like try to forget that they work at the Murrow building.
Yeah.
The exact number is 138 out of 168. Had nothing to do with any one of those apartments. And it's not even just, you're just talking about the ATF too. This is 9 a.m. This is before the big guys even get in.
Yeah.
You're literally looking at low-level ATF employees. It's fucked up.
So just a little before 9 a.m., Timothy McVeigh, according to him, pulled the yellow Ryder truck on the side of the road and lit the first fuse. Soon after, he lit the second while waiting at a stoplight. He then pulled the Ryder truck into a drop-off point cut into the sidewalk on the north side of the Mura building, got out, put in a pair of earplugs, and walked towards his getaway car.
Now, apparently, one thing that may have happened is that was his second plan. That was his backup plan. The first plan is that he was supposed to go into the underground garage underneath the building. But the fucking idiot didn't realize how big the Ryder truck was and spent 15 minutes backing in and out of the front of the fucking parking structure.
God.
And they said, because there was eyewitnesses that say that you see him around driving the Ryder truck because basically he's scrambling to come up with the next plan, which is like, you figure that'd be the first thing. You've been casing a building for months.
Right.
And you didn't fucking think about the stupid truck.
Right. And so now he lit the wick. And I mean, this does take a lot of patience and a lot of calm. I mean, obviously he was calm to be able to drive around with a loaded bomb that was lit.
He was he was extremely calm the entire time.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's why you were saying earlier, that's why he's not nuts. He's very focused.
Oh,
not nuts.
He is extremely focused. Yeah, he's not unstable in any way whatsoever. This man knew exactly what he was doing at every turn and felt good about what he was doing at every turn. And McVeigh's getaway car was a pastel 1977 Mercury Marquis that McVeigh had parked just a few blocks away with a note on the window that read, "Not abandoned. Please do not tow. Will move by April 23rd. Needs battery and cables."
And that just shows the confidence of white people that you could just put a note in there. You're like, oh, they'll understand. It's like, everybody understands notes. That's as good as honor. That's an honor code.
Yeah, that is the definition of a dumpy car, though. Whenever you leave, you're gonna be like, "Not abandoned, by the way. I'm just going to shop at Costco. I will be back in 20 minutes. This car is a functioning car."
I am just a dirtbag.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he spent $300 on that Mercury Marquis.
Wow.
Pastel yellow, had a big rust spot on it.
What, he is just the kind of special douchebag that car dealer needed to see that day. He's like, oh, my wife is going to leave me if I don't sell one car, and all I got is this pastel piece of crap. Oh, hello,
man,
Timothy.
Look at this guy's haircut. I'm moving this car tonight.
But before McVeigh could even get to his car, the bomb detonated at 9:02 a.m. with the power of 2.5 tons of TNT. This is a recording of the blast as captured by an audio recording of a routine local government meeting being held in another building.
With regard to this proceeding, basically there are 4 elements that I have to receive information regarding.
Everybody, let's get out of here. Now, watch the electricity line.
What's so interesting, that is such a great audio description of it was just a mundane day.
Yeah.
That seemed like a very boring meeting that was going on.
It was a water board meeting.
Oh, well, that's kind of exciting. But, I mean, just this 4/19/1995 was just a day.
Yeah.
And for this to happen, I mean, that is, again, as we were talking about, this is the definition of terrorism.
And that blast, I mean, it blew out. The blast was loud enough to blow out the recording on this video. That was loud enough. It was heard over 50 miles away.
Wow.
It's a huge bomb. It's a 20-foot long bomb.
Oh, my God.
Filled with, it's how many tons was that? 5,000 tons?
It was 3.5 tons.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Yeah. So the explosion was powerful enough so as to cause tiles to fall from ceilings and buildings as far as 3 miles away.
Oh, my God.
The concussive blast shattered windows and buildings all over downtown Oklahoma City, which shredded people on the street. The majority of people who were injured in this were injured by falling glass because all of these windows just went.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Virtually every building in downtown Oklahoma City, over 300 of them, were damaged in some way by the blast, some bad enough where they had to be demolished completely.
Wow.
And when the truck exploded, the force of the blast blew the 250-pound rear axle 2 blocks away, where it hit a car and almost killed the family inside, who coincidentally shared the last name Nichols with McVeigh's known co-conspirator.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Also, the family, the guy that was an eyewitness testimony said it was like an action movie. Heard the blast. He's like with his family. He doesn't go. He looks up and he said he saw this axle just going, making that noise like in a movie, and it just crashed in his car, and he did the good down to his family, was just awesome. He moved very fast.
Yeah. What a crazy situation.
Yeah. When the smoke cleared, a third of the 9-story Mura building was rubble, as the concussive effects of the bomb had weakened the concrete columns enough to cause the building to partly collapse.
Which is really interesting that I learned about bombs reading Oklahoma City that I never knew, was that it's not so much the initial blast makes a bunch of damage, but then it creates a vacuum, this like negative pressure effect where it sucks back in. All the air comes in to fill the space that the concussive energy like pushed out, and that's what bring all the and that's what they're saying, that's where Timothy McVeigh was accidentally a genius, because he obviously did not understand the physics of what he was doing, and that he somehow tricked his way into making it ended up being extra powerful, because it's like 2 blasts in one, which is also why the conspiracy theories are going to say that there were 2 bombs.
All right.
When there absolutely was not. Now, the heat from the blast set cars in the parking lot across the street on fire, and the ground was littered with bodies and body parts. But the worst part was the children. Just above the Ryder truck on the 2nd floor of the building was the America's Kids Daycare Center. The kids inside were infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. 21 kids were in the daycare that day. Only 6 survived, and 19 kids throughout the building would die in the blast. McVeigh would later say that he regretted the children, but never expressed any remorse whatsoever. In his words, the children, as well as the non-governmental workers, 69 people who were just there to get their Social Security check or some other bullshit that day, were nothing more than collateral damage.
He is ridiculous.
That's the words that he used.
Well, he learned a lot of that from his time in the Gulf War, and he had this kind of whole concept of like that was the part of it that was going to incite the race war. That was what was going to finally do it. That's what he wanted. He wanted that. So he never even even saying the terms that he regretted it. He didn't give a shit.
I don't know. It's a little controversial, but we talked about this on Top Hat as well with regarding Dylan Roof. We got to ban people with bad haircuts. I really believe we need cameras in every barber, and every time someone comes in who's like, what does he call his haircut?
The brush.
The brush. Put them on a list. Now you're on a list.
Down problem. Cut the head off the snake. That's what I say.
Cut the hair off.
Cut off the snake.
That's it.
Rescuers were on the scene immediately and headed straight into the wreckage. They said both the ceilings and the floors were marked by large circles of coagulated blood.
Oh.
Each circle marking a human being that had been crushed by the falling concrete slabs.
No one deserves to die that way. That's for sure.
One woman who fell 5 stories survived but was trapped and kept her composure by squeezing the severed hands of one of the other victims, saying it made her feel oddly comforted while waiting to be set free.
Oh, my
It was
God.
the only thing she had.
Interesting, yeah.
If she was the last podcast in the left fan, she would have called it an Ed Gein stress ball. But that's
true.
inappropriate.
I mean, it's a bit of dark humor, but that is, I mean, how interesting! What a strange situation for someone.
It is a bit of dark humor.
It is a bit of dark humor.
It's a bit of midnight chuckle, as they call it.
Yeah, a little midnight chuckle. But what a strange situation to have to be in, and for her to have to experience that is really,
And she said she knew that she had reached out. She was trapped under rubble, and she reached out and found someone else's hand and started started squeezing it and looked over that and saw that the hand was attached to nothing else. And she said that she didn't particularly care at the time. She said she needed something to hold on to, because that was another thing that some of the survivors inside said. They said while they were waiting to be rescued, they said it wasn't like an action movie where you've got like hissing pipes and rubble falling and people screaming. They said it was deathly silent in there.
Yeah. Interesting.
Now, one of the most tragic stories was that of Dana Bradley. She, accompanied by 3 members of her family, was at the Social Security office to get her son a Social Security card that day, her brand new baby boy. And when the truck bomb exploded, Dana's mother, daughter, and son were all dead, and her sister was badly burned. Dana herself was trapped under the rubble and had to have her leg amputated at the knee with a pocket knife.
Oh my goodness.
It was so fucked up because they literally had to go to the triage center and they grabbed the ER doctor that was the head of the department that was there at 9 o'clock in the morning. And they grabbed him and they have to do this. And he was a very fat man. And they said that he had to struggle his way through. They could barely get through the rubble to get to her in the position. So he was like, he had to do it with his left hand, which was not his strong hand. And all of his scalpels kept breaking because he couldn't use anesthesia on her because her blood pressure was too low. He was afraid that the anesthesia would kill her. So he used a tranquilizer, just being like, you're just going to have to deal with this. And we're just going to but I have to keep you still for me to do this. And so it was just him. She was completely motionless, screaming. And he used his scalpel. Each one kept breaking until finally he got someone's pocket knife and managed to finally get the last tendon because he had to cut through the worst part of her knee, like the most complicated part. And that's fucking horrible.
Not a good day for anyone. I mean, this was an act of war, and that reminds me of a scene out of a hospital from the Civil War.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just, oh my goodness, limbs everywhere.
Yeah, Dana, along with most of the other trapped survivors, were down in the basement, which rescuers dubbed the pit, because burst pipes were slowly filling it with freezing cold water, which made the rescue process all the more urgent.
It's never good when where you are has been dubbed the pit. Very rarely is that like that. Oh, that means we're having a better time than other people?
Unless you're at the People's Improv Theater on 29th Street in New York, where you could get cheap improv classes and even cheaper comedy shows.
That's right.
And it was incredibly dangerous to be in there as well.
Well, one thing also interesting in the first wave of looking for survivors is that there was all this money everywhere because the ATF offices, like their evidence room blew up. So money and guns are everywhere, and these confused officers are running around like trying to save people, but also just picking up just handfuls of cash. And eventually, like the commanders had to say, leave the fucking money. We're getting these people. It was very complicated.
Yeah, just a surreal scene.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, after the 2-week rescue attempt was over, only a handful of people had been saved from the rubble. And predictably, just like with the construction of the World Trade Center, most of these deaths could have been prevented for just a few dollars more.
All right.
The columns of the Alfred P. Murrah building were reinforced with rebar. Had the building used hoop steel instead, a change that would have accounted for 1/8 of 1% of the construction budget, the building would not have collapsed, which is how the majority of the lives were lost. Had the government spent just $18,000 more on this contract, no more than 20 people would have died, as opposed to 168.
The government, they probably did this under the guise of cutting the budget, but then
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Because the whole point is the reason why they wanted to use hoop steel, because that was earthquake proofing the buildings. And they were like, oh, there's hardly any earthquakes here. And also they didn't want to make it some big oppressive government building because you had HUD there and you had the Social Security office. So they wanted it to be this kind of friendly place. And the reason why now all buildings, like if you try to go into the new World Trade Center, if you try to go in there, you are frisked, treated like a criminal as you go in there, because this is why now, because now every government building has to be completely made to this specific code. And also the idea that you could even get a van that close to the building is really insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane that he was allowed to park right up in front of it. Not just right up in front of it, but right below the daycare center. Because the daycare center was directly above where Timothy McVeigh parked the Ryder truck. And in fact, when he got out of the truck, he would have been able to look up and see kids' drawings in the window of that.
So you think
building.
that he knew it was a daycare center?
Yeah, absolutely. He knew.
He absolutely. He cased the building before.
Yeah.
They said that he came in weeks before. We'll go into the next episode, but he came in asking about the back entrances to the daycare and was very interested in how many people were there. And also, there was a controversial change of management of the daycare that caused a lot of people to not bring in their kids that day, which is very interesting too. Is that a lot more kids could have died, but the woman that everybody loved had just left, and they had a new boss there, like a new runner of the daycare, and they didn't trust that person, so a lot of people didn't bring their kids.
Yeah, it was just a stroke of luck that worked out that way. Furthermore, the Murrah building only had one guard on duty at any one time, and the building was actually left totally unguarded for 5 hours a day. Now, while there was no possibility that McVeigh knew of the structural weaknesses, he sure as hell knew about the holes in security and chose Oklahoma City over buildings in Omaha and Dallas, partly because of that. Because the people in Omaha and Dallas, you weren't able to drive a truck right up to the front entrance of it.
I gotta say, the only way that it would be acceptable for the Murrah building to have one security guard is if that security guard was the dad from Family Matters, because he would have done a great job protecting that building.
Too old for this shit. I mean, just taking a shit.
And while most people around the world were flabbergasted that this happened in Oklahoma City, of all places, local law enforcement officials knew that something like this could happen, and to their credit, tried to prevent it. The local head of the Federal Protective Services, whose whole job is to protect places like the Murrah building, put together a detailed report outlining each and every one of the Murrah building's vulnerabilities. But his bosses wanted to keep the building as, quote, a place where people wanted to do business.
Right.
They said that terrorism was something that just didn't happen in America and ordered the agent to change his report.
Well, apparently he also did not build up goodwill amongst his bosses, because he'd been harping on this for a long time, and they all just thought he was really fucking annoying. And he didn't, so then at some point they finally just wrote him off.
But I do understand if you are, a person in a pre-Oklahoma City bombing world or a pre-9/11 world, you do want people to feel comfortable. And it's what happened after Columbine when it came to sort of hardening high schools, making them hard targets for people to attack. I understand the perspective of the people who are running this building to make it a family-friendly environment that wasn't militant.
Absolutely.
Well,
they didn't know.
There's a middle ground, though.
Yeah,
there's absolutely a middle ground between like frisking people as they go inside to get a driver's license and leaving an entire front entrance completely open for somebody.
Yeah.
And the security cameras were fake; they weren't connected to anything, so there was no footage of the actual bombing. I will say, at least one Dwight Schrute a year saves 50 people.
If Dwight was in that office building,
He complains about how the line of the Chipotle is too long.
That's it.
But he will maybe save you.
Yeah, it reminds me of Wayne's World, where he's at the video shoot. He's like, there is no film in this camera, but then of course there is. But again, that also plays into the conspiracy theories. The conspiracy theorists were just allowed to fill so many pockets of information that weren't filled by reports and cameras.
Yeah.
So
Stop saying holes.
holes.
And this is another thing that played into the conspiracy theorists' ideas that, you know, something was being covered up here, because this agent who put out this report that the Mira building was vulnerable to an attack, he did change his report, his official report. He changed it, and when the bombing happened, his bosses made damn sure he wasn't anywhere near Oklahoma City, because shit, he might have talked to the press. He might have said something like, yeah, I told him that this was unsafe. I told him that something like this could happen. But they ended up shifting him from building to, or from agency to agency to agency. And they did that with a lot of people around Oklahoma City. People were being shifted all around to cover up incompetence.
Well, that's the interesting thing, and I know we'll get into this a little bit more in the future. When it comes to, in the future episodes, when it comes to conspiracy theories, oftentimes they think the government has, like, you know, total competence enough to actually perpetrate an act like this. In reality, like you just said, it's the incompetence of the government that allows these things to happen.
I could work at the ATF. You know what I mean?
You have the body for it. You have
I
the
could
ATF
go and
agent's
apply
body.
for a job at the government. There are men like me out there that are working for the government that don't know what they're doing.
Which is not shocking to anybody.
Yeah.
They should be actors. They should be performers. They shouldn't be at a cubicle.
Well, that's the thing about the United States government, is that it is full of absolutely competent and not just competent, heroes, people who deserve to be in those positions of power, that are there to help people. They're there because they don't want people to die.
Right.
But government is also, it's a human institution, so it's going to be filled with a lot of people who are neglectful fuck-ups that don't necessarily give a fuck about anybody else besides their own ass.
So let's get
back. There were people in this. There were people in this story that did really good jobs. They just kind of got silenced after the fact, because there were people like deep within we're going to get into the white supremacist movement, like the people that knew that this shit was coming and were saying, like, hey, they are preparing for something. There was a lot of buzz. It was the same thing before 9/11. It's like there's a lot of reports coming out saying, like, there's a lot of bustling happening. I don't know what's going on, and it's just what information they choose to act on.
Right. All right. So Timothy McVeigh, where are we at now?
Right now.
He's in his pastel car.
Yeah, absolutely. So when the hunt for suspects began, America looked first to the Middle East, which was actually pretty logical at the time, because Ramzi Youssef, the mastermind of the first World Trade Center bombing that had just happened a year before Oklahoma City, he'd just been apprehended, and the jihadist groups, of course, had promised swift retaliation.
Right.
And really, it was the only explanation that we had that made any sense to us, because shit like this didn't happen in America. And if it did, it was always someone from somewhere else who was the perpetrator. I remember when this happened, because I grew up pretty close to Oklahoma City, and I remember, you know, coming in and, you know, to my parents' work, and they were like watching it on the TV that day, and were absolutely shocked that anything like this could happen.
Yeah.
And I remember when when Timothy McVeigh was captured, it was a look of like pain on their face. Like, like,
he looked like somebody. Everyone had someone who looked like Timothy McVeigh in their hometown.
Yeah.
You know?
You look like a dipshit.
Yeah, that's basically it. The kind of guy that you talk bad about behind his back, but in front of his face, you're visibly terrified.
Damn.
Well, go into the same thing about Patriot movement.
Tim, no, we're not having a barbecue this Sunday. So, what? Oh, you heard about it.
You don't want to hear about the coming revolution? Also, I'll bring coleslaw. But the Patriot movement, it's like the multiplicity clone of the Nazi movement. Literally, it's a bunch of idiots that Goebbels would have spit on if he had met.
But during the investigation, it wasn't long before someone remembered the date. April 19th, 2 years to the day after the siege at Waco had come to a deadly and fiery end.
But that was Bob Ricks, the head of the FBI in Oklahoma, who technically should have been in charge of the investigation. But we're going to find out there was a lot of corruption with who was being put in charge. But he understood. As soon as he saw it popped, he was like, they were sitting in the office, and he was like, this is the 2nd-year anniversary of Waco. And they're all like, oh, shit. Like, because he knew that this was coming. And then we're going to talk about they knew that there were a bunch of people pissed off about Ruby Ridge. And then Waco got so much attention, being like, of course, it's what 420 is now. It's what we talked about with Columbine. And we did that whole episode.
Yes. Not the weed holiday. Yes, not the weed holiday.
Legalize it. Legalize weed.
Yes.
Man, if you guys just had fucking weed, man.
I don't think Timothy McVeigh would have done good with weed. He would have been bad on weed.
He actually tried weed and meth for a brief period. It wasn't for him.
He did a lot of meth. Apparently, that was one of the things. The fuel up to the building of the bomb is at him, and he was McVeigh was trying to get Nichols into meth. McVeigh had been up for days leading up to here, which probably is why he fucked up with the license plate, which we'll get into.
We'll get into it.
So the FBI, they drew up a little profile. The behavioral sciences unit drew something up. They said the perpetrator would be a white male with military experience who was angry about Ruby Ridge and Waco, described him perfectly. And from then on, the attack was what the FBI referred to as a, quote, Bubba job.
Interesting.
Which used to be the term for when you blow yourself with a dead fish on a boat with your buddy watching. He's like, you come yet?
That's a Bubba job, huh? Well, isn't that wild?
So moments after the bomb went off, McVeigh hopped into his Mercury Marquis, but he couldn't get the car to start because he bought a $300 car.
Right.
He tried again and again to get the engine to turn over until finally it started and he sped away.
Right.
But McVeigh had either forgotten or had purposely left something important off his car. McVeigh, who had just murdered 168 people, was driving down the road without his car.
It is ridiculous. It reminds me of that Ted Bundy quote where it's like
we talk about it all the time.
Yeah, after the 20th kill, you forget where you put your wrench or something like that. But it's just so strange to me that he would make this mistake on accident. It seems like this was a purposeful decision to get caught because he wanted to be a martyr, right?
It's possible. Today's last sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is the Ring Floodlight Cam. Ring's mission is to make your neighborhood safer. Today, over 1 million people use the amazing Ring video doorbell to help protect their homes. Ring knows home security begins at the front door, but it doesn't end there. So now they're extending that same level of security to the rest of your home with the Ring Floodlight Cam. Just like Ring's amazing doorbell, Floodlight Cam is a motion-activated camera and floodlight that connects right to your phone with HD video and two-way audio that lets you know the moment anyone steps on your property. See and speak to visitors, even set off an alarm right from your phone. With Ring's Floodlight Cam, when things go bump in the night, you'll immediately know what it is. Whether you're home or away, the Ring Floodlight Cam lets you keep an eye on your home from anywhere. Ring Floodlight offers the ultimate in-home security with high visibility floodlights and a powerful HD camera that puts security in your hands. With Ring, you're always home. Save up to $150 off a Ring of Security kit when you go to ring.com/LEFT. Ring.com/LEFT. That's ring.com/LEFT. So a state trooper named Charles Hanger noticed this about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City and pulled McVeigh over. And when McVeigh got out of the car, the officer noticed a bulge in McVeigh's jacket. When the officer reached inside, he found a handgun, and Timothy McVeigh was arrested for the first time in his life for the unlawful carrying of a firearm. But the funny thing was, Hanger had no idea who he had handcuffed in the back of his cop car. But there was a clue. When McVeigh was arrested, he was wearing his favorite T-shirt that he wore special for that day. On the front was a picture of Abraham Lincoln with the words, "Sic semper tyrannis, thus ever to tyrants," printed underneath. These were the words that John Wilkes Booth had screamed after shooting Lincoln in the head.
Sic semper tyrannis? It also sounds like...
But I will say Sic semper tyrannis was also made famous by the Sondheim musical Assassins that John Wilkes Booth has a wonderful solo in, and I love it. I sing it alone all the time.
My brother was in the play Assassins in college. Really? I got to see it. Yes, he was a very tall person in the play.
And on the back of the shirt was a picture of a tree featuring a quote from Thomas Jefferson that said,
"The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. But not mine. Certainly not mine.
Yeah.
I own my girlfriend. Did you know?"
Just the world's like, worst farmer. Be like, "What are you putting on the crops there?" "Human blood."
The blood of patriots and tyrants.
She was killing all the trees. Maybe I got this wrong.
Now, I checked online, and you can still get your very own Sic Semper Tyrannis shirt, but now, instead of just a boring old tree, you can get one with a sexy lady on it instead.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, just go to Gadsden and Culpepper's American Heritage Shop, the official Don't Tread on Me outfitter.
A sexy lady just like Abraham Lincoln loved. He loved sexy ladies.
I'm going to go home and have sex with the first lady.
I can't wait to go shopping there because the sound hood I'm wearing currently is very warm.
Yes.
And I think that they probably have a whole collection of very breezy hoods for me to wear with face holes cut out perfectly for hiding sound.
You could also buy a deck of cards with girls in swimsuits holding guns. You know what it's called?
What?
Guns and Buns.
Guns and buns. That's
Wow.
'cause every time I play poker, I also want to be reminded that I'm lonely.
Yeah.
I only like hot babes on my playing cards.
Yeah, I love being vaguely hard while I'm playing cards.
Me and my buddies, sometimes my father is there.
Oh,
I love this.
Yeah, the sexual fetish of guns is so weird to me, but that's a whole other
Well,
thing.
of course it is. They're penises with bullets in it.
I
Think
guess.
about how if you could make your semen hard, that would be so much fun. Go bing da ding dong, bing da ding dong, like off like different surfaces in your house, like little BB gun.
I think it's best that doesn't happen.
So it wouldn't take authorities long to catch up to Timothy McVeigh. The first break came when the rear axle of the Ryder truck was found 2 blocks away, the same one that almost took the heads off the family huddled in their car for safety. The axle had a VIN number stamped on it, which was traced to a place called Elliott's Body Shop in Junction City, Kansas. When they checked the paperwork, they found that the truck had been rented to a man named Robert Kling, one of McVeigh's aliases.
Okay.
But when the body shop employees were interviewed, they found that McVeigh may not have been alone when he rented it. This claim has become one of the most contentious points in the whole Oklahoma City saga. Sketches were done of both men, with the first one undoubtedly being of McVeigh's square-headed possum sourpuss.
Yeah.
He really is such a sourpuss.
Yeah, he is.
He's got he does not smile.
No.
He's a tight-faced little fucking prick.
But you know for a fact he would be just like that couple who were laughing, like furiously laughing. And I looked over this is on the airplane, and they were watching Frasier. I have a feeling Timothy McVeigh would be like, I don't like comedy, but Frasier, he gets me every time.
But the other sketch was of a heavy-set man in a Carolina Panthers cap with olive skin. That man, to this day, is still known as John Doe number 2.
Okay.
Who we'll get into on the next episode. Either way, the sketches were taken from door to door in Junction City until finally a woman who worked at a local motel called Dreamland recognized sketch number 1. You look like you want to say something about Dreamland.
Dreamland? No, it's just like, we got rooms. You can rent them by the hour, or you can rent them by the half hour. That's
This
it.
is some kind of
Like, it's just
Dreamland.
it's obviously not a place. Like, they must have been stunned. He's like, I'll spend the night. The night, sir? We've never had someone spend the night here at Dreamland.
Wait a second, are you a millionaire? Or do you just have nothing to lose?
When they checked the register, they found the name Timothy McVeigh. They also found
But
that
a fucking idiot.
Well-
He used his real name. He's just the idea that he could do anything alone. We'll talk about this. But it's just, he's so fucking square-headed and stupid. And, ooh.
I literally think he ran out of creative juices. And he's like, well, what's an alias? I already did Robert Kling. Timothy McVeigh. That's my name.
Richard Clang, Richard Clunk, Richard Crink.
What about Timothy McVeigh? Oh, that's my name. Dang it.
I never understand people having a hard time coming up with fake names. I could come up with fake names all day long.
Go.
Jim Anderson, Jim Sanderson, Jim Randerson, John Randerson, John Anderson. You just keep coming up with names.
Robert Bimbo.
Marcus Parks. Mr. Robert Bing Bong.
My name is Horatio Fernandez. Hi, hello. My name is Horatio Fernandez. And so immediately I just jump into character. But that's because I'm a character comedian.
Yes, that's true. Yes, I don't think that Timothy McVeigh had the improv or the sketch abilities.
No.
So
No, he would have really not done well at Just for Laughs in Montreal.
No, definitely not.
They also found that McVeigh had listed his address as a farm in Michigan, which belonged to the brother of Terry Nichols, McVeigh's possible lone conspirator in the official version of the events. Now, while agents went to check out the farm, a computer check was run on the name Timothy McVeigh and his recent arrest in Oklahoma less than an hour and a half after the bombing the previous Wednesday showed up. Lucky for them, the judge who was meant to see McVeigh that Thursday had a full schedule, and so McVeigh's bail hearing was pushed to Friday. Had that not happened, McVeigh would have been set free, and who knows how long it would have taken to find him or what McVeigh would have done in the meantime.
Well, it would have been another Ruby Ridge situation. You know, it would have been a Waco-esque standoff that would have led to horrible, horrific events with God knows, like you just said, how many other people would have died.
Unless he had a place to go and it was set up and he was supposed to go and meet up with a network of people that were supposed to hide him, which is a theory that they've done that before. They took criminals. There was a whole criminal underground that we're going to get into in the next episode.
We'll get into it.
But thankfully, McVeigh was arrested again and charged with the bombing. So now we've got some questions to answer. Number one, who was Timothy McVeigh?
A fuckface. A shithead.
No, those are the quick answers.
Bad dresser. Bad speaker. Bad lover. Maybe a good friend.
Maybe. I don't think he was a good friend. I think he was a very pushy, mean friend. But.
He was a very bad lover. He did not do well with the ladies at all. The best that he ever did.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
I know. This is stunning revelations from last podcast on the left. Timothy McVeigh, bad in bed.
Do you think that he maybe was bad at cunnilingus?
I think he was bad about everything.
The best he ever did was after the Gulf War, right after he got back, he tried a line on a girl, walked up to a girl in a bar and said, "Hey, do you need a special license to wear that outfit?"
I'm going to go talk to another man, not you. You freak. Why are you here?
Kill all the women. Kill all the women. They don't get my charm. I'm the most charming man in the world. And him and Elliot Rogers start hanging out.
Exactly.
Number two, how did he get to this point?
He's an idiot, gullible. He had no skills. He was destroyed by the war. We'll get to this.
Short answers again.
I'm enjoying Henry's quick hot takes on it.
And number three, who else was involved?
Yes.
I tell you what, I certainly hope it's not Big Bird from Sesame Street, because that was the last honest thing. That was like the last good thing. It's like him and Mr. Rogers. If Mr. Rogers shows up somewhere in this investigation, I'm going to be very upset.
Absolutely. No, those are great questions, and we're going to answer those in the next episode, because, I mean, that's how we find, that's how we avoid these future acts, going forward here. We have to find the root problem, and that's what we talked about on Top Hat as well in this last episode. It's so contentious right now, and it is social media driven, and it's interesting to see these people.
Or we just continue doing what we've always done and what we will continue to do, which is ignore the problem, let it grow like a cancer in our bellies until it destroys the entire country, which I think at this point it's like, I mean, it's going to happen. So let's just have fun with that.
Well, let's not. Let's try to avoid it. At all costs, we can all try to avoid this.
Well, we can see with Oklahoma City and the kind of gun show culture that was going on in the 90s and in the 80s, with these, you can trace a line from what's going on now with both sides way back to the 80s and 90s.
Totally.
Like, when people say like, how did the country get so divided all of a sudden?
All of a sudden. Yeah.
All of a sudden, are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
This is shit that has been bubbling for decades.
Yep.
And Timothy McVeigh is right in the middle of all of it.
And I think one thing that could save us, honestly, is that if, quote unquote, right now, if it's true, the Patriot Movement technically has their president. They have it now. You got a couple of real white supremacists that are in the White House, they're a part of making policy, and so they're watching them kind of fun, because I think it's going to take the steam out of their fucking ship a little bit, realizing now you guys got the job and you're not doing it right.
They love what they're doing, so that's kind of the sad truth.
Yeah, they're
different perspectives, Henry. There are more than one.
Yeah. They're actually extremely happy with what's going on right now. They have never been happier in their entire lives.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that's episode 1, Oklahoma City. We got a lot more to get to, a lot to cover with this story. It's an intense one, and I think more relevant than ever, really, with our current times. And let's take a look at these domestic terrorists, and we got to nip it in the bud before we have another act like this.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
If you meet anybody that gives you the Turner Diaries, you got to run. They are not your friends. They're not your friend.
It's not about Tina Turner. It's not fun.
I'm going to say we've been called a problematic fave. I'm going to call the Turner Diaries a problematic fave because it is, it is a doozy.
Yeah, I actually don't really want you reading the Turner Diaries, to be fair. 'Cause you've sort of adopted some Scientology lingo, and you do kind of absorb everything.
This is different. I'm reading the Turner Diaries on my computer and look up in the mirror and see me dressed as Gary, literally as the White Devil, reading this book, and controversial.
All right, and check out Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell, of course.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for listening. Let's see, we got to do Patreon. Thank everyone so much for donating to the Patreon. You're the only reason that we can do this and travel all around and do the live shows. I want to thank everybody in Indianapolis. We had an incredible time at CrimeCon.
Oh, CrimeCon was great.
So fun. So we'll definitely, whenever we're invited, we will be there for CrimeCon,
Also,
I hope, anyway.
It was fun to see that CrimeCon, we were surprised that it was sponsored by Oxygen, and I thought it was great. And also, most of CrimeCon was the little ladies from the Keepers.
Oh, yes.
Like tiny old ladies.
There was one adorable old lady who came, because we were selling T-shirts, and one adorable old lady who's like, I don't know what you boys do, but are you interested in a cold case?
It really was trippy.
Yeah, please. And she pulls out, good, and pulls out her little folder and gives me this one sheet that has all of the information about her pet cold case on it. She's
I found this knife in the gut of a dead girl. Ma'am?
I don't know, ma'am. Did you kill her, ma'am? Yes. No, that was unbelievable. What a fun group of people.
Yeah.
And everyone could come together and not feel weird. And, that's always so great.
And great to meet a lot of our fellow podcasters out there.
Yep.
You guys are awesome. Yeah, it's cool to see there's like a little true crime podcast community out there.
Absolutely. And we want to thank everyone that came out to Hi-Fi the venue. It was incredible.
High Five. That was one of my favorite shows ever.
Love it.
Also, the CrimeCon had such a funny thing of like a fake chalk outline of a victim. And all these old ladies are up there taking pictures of it. And I'm like, don't you fantasize about this. You're the victim. You're always the victim.
The sad thing is I walked by it and I was like, I'm too big to be the victim. And we saw sniffer dogs, cadaver dogs, which are so cute. But I say, give them a break. Let them clock out. But they were incredible.
They were. They liked it. They bounded around when they ran.
They did. But then it's like when they do achieve like their great accomplishment, it's just a dead body they have to find. Give them a
and they're
pizza.
laughing and they're wagging their tail like it's a mutilated corpse. Also felt a bit nervous being like, I had weed. I didn't even realize it. I had weed in my pocket when we walked into the drug dog center.
Oh
my
God.
Oh, fuck.
There's just how did Henry die? Drug dogs. They took him down.
Oh, Henry, those were cadaver dogs. You were fine.
Yeah, Marcus is the one with the human thumb in his pocket.
I don't have thumb, human. I don't know. Don't have.
You don't have.
No.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for listening. Let's see, Patreon. We got to thank everyone for that.
Yeah, thanks everyone for giving to our Patreon. If you feel like we deserve a little bit of cash for what we do here, you can go and give at patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left. If you give just $1, you get advanced ticket sales to all of our upcoming shows. We've got a lot of shows that we're about to announce here in just the next couple of days. So go follow us on Twitter to see when we announce those.
That's right. And the Twitter is at LP on the left. You can find Henry on Twitter at Henry Loves You. Dr. Fantasty on Instagram. Marcus Sparks is Marcus Sparks for everything. I'm Ben Kissel and Ben Kissel1 on Instagram.
Yeah, so fucking check out your bullshit. Hail Satan and fucking cut your rage. Don't plan a terrorist attack. I say write a book. Do something else. Have fun with it. Play a song.
Play a song. Write a wonderful poem.
Make your own kind of music.
That's what I've
Even
always
if
said.
nobody else sings along.
That's the sad. That is what people do on the train on a regular basis.
Make your own kind of music.
That's not.
Sing your own special song.
And thanks for supporting all the shows here on CCR. Hail yourselves.
Hail me.
Hail Geen.
And a Magustalations. Let's do it. All right, it's time for Patreon shout-outs. Thanks, everyone who donated. Hail yourselves, Magustalations. You're all the best.
Shout-out away from Patreon.
All right. You guys are the only reason we exist, and we all love you very much. Okay, I will begin reading some names. Daniel Gorman. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thomas Barton. Pat Brown. Damon Tang. Daniel Kurzek. Kurzek? Daniel Kurzek. Sounds like a good military man. Kurzek. Get in here, Kurzek. Gosh darn it, I've done something that was...
Oh, no, I dropped the mortars.
Not good. Matt Kelly, Justin Burkard, Ryan Jones, Katie Aldal Welch, Thomas Llewellyn. I feel like I've read that one before. Thomas Llewellyn. Llewellyn. Also a very fun name. Tristan Tate, Vladimir. Oh my goodness, Marcus, this one's Russian. You have to read it. Vladimir Vojnovic. I think it's Vojnovic. Vladimir Vojnovic.
Vladimir Vojnovic.
Cool. Thank you, buddy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, dude, we have a bunch of Russians staying in the building where I'm sitting here, and it makes me very paranoid. Because I don't know if they're going to send my secrets.
They're
You're
not
taking my secrets?
If they took your secrets, they would be the dumbest people in Russia when they go back. Chase Griffin, Hanel Plotkin, Bree Howard, Thomas Edward, Ben Pulowski, Lindsay Aramo, Corin Brandenburg, Melissa Nottingham, and Honor Mayer is kind of cut off there. I believe it's Honor Mayer.
TJ Hara, Holly Hudson, Torsten Neusenberg, Frankie, Courtney Cochran, hello. Ainsley Ezra, Clinton Hallahan, Niam, who I believe is our friend in that we met in Glasgow, who is from Scotland. So hey there, it's good to see you. Good name. Brandon Rowland, Sarah McGuire.
I got Daniel Shipley.
All right.
Tina Pettis.
Okay.
Nakalar. Kellen. It's N-A-A.
Klingon?
Non-Kalar?
Nakalar. Nakalar.
Can we trust him?
Damn you, Kirk. Damn you, Kirk.
Kellen R. Adachi. Byron Carlisle. Tony Stark.
Really?
Tony Stark.
You better have given us more than $1. That billionaire.
Iron Man. It's Iron Man.
I'm a big fan of Last Podcast on the Left. I listen to it in my suit every day.
Danielle Rosler. Johannes van Velzen. Johannes van Velzen. Kiki Adoranti. Gabriel Laplace. Albie. Ellie Skipper. Andrew Turkic. I think it's Turkic.
All right, Turkic.
Alex Cantrell, Christopher Wormald, Megan DeLeon, Mitch Wheeler, Kenny Shackelford, Lindsay Dapp, Jessica, and TJ Hara.
Thank you all so much. Okay, I've got a fella. His name is Evan Bourbon, which is kind of fun. Bourbon, which I like. Evan Bourbon. Chelsea Stumpf. Anastasia Mapes. I love that name, Anastasia. If I'm saying that remotely close to right, I like that name. Okay. Kevin L. Gouge, Audrey Lewis, Mike Horanda, Jane Andraka, Ian Price, Hillary Leanne. I believe it's Hillary Leanne. Tristan Powers, Christina Lindsay, Marissa Smith, Blake Bonafide, Daniel Zach, Emil Majaris. I believe it's Emil Majaris. Laura Abraham, Preston Snow, Lo Grant, Michael Nudine, Caitlin Hadley, Nico Mora. I feel like Oprah. I want to give them all cars. You get a car.
Tori and David Micklewayne, Caitlin Usselman, Ian Palazzi, Simon Pickus, Alex Dybel, Jesse Chandler, Alexandria Scott, Michelle Opert, Treeby, Nick Morris, Jennifer Seifring, Zach Donahoe, Ryan Reynolds.
That's the Green Lantern. We've got the Green Lantern and Iron Man listening to the show.
He's better as Deadpool, so let's keep it
Deadpool.
Deadpool.
Yeah.
Deadpool.
So, yeah, Green Lantern?
That was
Green Lantern.
That's what you're
Don't you? He will always be my Green Lantern.
Ryan Reynolds, will you please come and take me out of this? Please just come and just save me. I'll do anything. I'll lick up your cum on your wife if you want to.
Yeah,
that's what I'll do. I'll be your little towel.
If you could be the chubby sidekick to Ryan Reynolds in a superhero movie, you'd be set.
Please, make it happen, Ryan Reynolds. Nick Aldridge, Jared Hoon, Ali Sante, Benjamin Weisberg, Angela Cortese, Dominic D'Agostino, Kimberly, and Angela Hauser.
I got Jameson Paulson, Brock Bender, Stuart Browning, Sergio, the French Stewart victim, the French Stewart killer, Randy Gates, Shauna Lawler, Michael Meyer, Rebecca Anderson, Jake, Savannah Wells, MJ Hall, Peter Baker, John Romero, Ash Lee.
Oh.
It's Ash
Yeah,
Lee.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Craig Allen, Ethan Swicegood.
All right.
Jonas Missing A show in Sweden, Nelson.
Oh, okay.
I guess he wants us to do a show in Sweden.
Okay, well,
I'd love to
go to Sweden.
I'd love to go to Sweden.
We would love to go to Sweden.
Please.
That's my accent of it.
Trevor Hine and Favor.com.
All right, favor.com. Thank you so much. Alex, I got Alex Alex Gutierrez, Dalton Wertman, George Lucas. I can't make this stuff up. We got George Lucas here.
Really get him too?
I don't know.
Save us.
I'm a really big
Save
fan
us.
of Last Podcast on the Left. I just have to say that all of you are, I'm big fans.
Did you make Jar Jar Binks exist?
I love him. I think he's.
You know what? I like Jar Jar Binks too. I'm just gonna say it, and I said it yesterday. It's Cody Island, and people.
Jar Jar Binks was really our way of getting a Rastafarian man as racistly as possible into the Star Wars genre. And it's been big for us.
They were like, we need to diversify this cast. We're like, we could cast an Asian person or maybe an African American. They're like, I got an idea.
What are you talking about? They did cast an Asian person. There are two Jedi here.
I'm not even.
Oh no, this is horrible.
This is.
I'm just glad he's doing it.
I know. I know.
That was the characters of the. We have betrayed the Federation.
All right, George Lucas, thank you. Lacey Schwindenhammer, Lacey, Chloe Rush, Keir Nathan, Jumbo Jet Timmons, Zane Diltz, Larissa DeMarco, Katie Fitch, UKHC, Gina Forte, James Coco Rickus, James Coco Rickus. I like that, Coco Rickus. Andrew Robinson, Aaron Thomas, Hector Trujillo. I'm just going to
Trujillo.
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 Let me see it.
Hector Trujillo? Right there.
Yeah.
Trujillo.
Hector.
Trujillo.
How do you roll the
Trujillo?
Just have anything but white in you. Literally,
I can't. I am from Wisconsin.
You just go.
That is me attempting to do anything that is not Midwestern. Hector Trujillo. Whatever. Henry Holt, Marcus, you said it. Kevin Lovett, Janine, Katie Robinson, Adam Murphy, and Sarah Blum. Thank you so much.
Now, I will say this. If you are looking for a fake name, this is a very easy way to get one. You listen to the Patreon shoutouts and just choose one. Emily Reed, Robert Jordan, Lena Weinberg. It's got an umlaut on it. Weinberg. Christina Carls, Brian Houghton, Robert John Parry IV.
Wow.
God. One of the co-conspirators with Timothy McVeigh. Danielle Pugliese, Brandon Nunez, Dan Bunyan, Chad Williford, Chance Kennedy. Hi, I'm Chance Kennedy, and this is your Action Sports. Oh, my God. Bobby Bonilla.
That is your only sports reference to this day.
Wait, Bobby Bonilla gives to our Patreon?
What? No.
Oh, that would be amazing. If we got
I'm
some
reaching
big
out to him, though.
Okay, please do.
Michael Brown, Matthew McDowell, Margaret McMillan, Alyssa Karras, Anna Cox, Parker Joseph Sestarik, Emily Fishman,
All right.
Matthew Schmidt. Thank you for your money.
I got Madison Rose, Char, Scott Ryan, Christoph Kubicki, Lucy Warman, Eric Taylor, Bailey Kalaji, Stephanie Zalza, Tyler Haas, Christopher Hubbard, Jill Citron, Margarita Sanders.
Ooh.
I like Margarita Sanders.
I love it. It's my favorite.
She's just like, she's in an intervention right now for her alcoholism. Like it was a cute name for a while. That she legally changed her name to Margarita.
Oh, I love the drink and I like the politics.
Catalina Windy Picnic.
I hope that's a real last name. We're from a long line of Windy Picnics. This is Ted Windy Picnic. I'm Robert Windy Picnic. Samantha Windy Picnic.
Deanna.
Honestly, that's a bummer. What's worse than a windy picnic? You got chips going everywhere.
Oh, that's true.
Deanna Gordon, Carl Toole, Cole Geisman, Emma Murray, Stephen Hendrickson, Diana Masoner, Victor Lopez, and Aaron Jacobson.
All right, I got one more list here. We got Patricia Jurgelette, Ursula
Juggalette?
No, Jurgelette. Jurgeleit. Jurgelette. Patricia. Ursula Sakowitz, Denise Balbay Holt, Anna Badorf, Daniel Perez, David Moore, Connor, Peter, Jeffries, Simon Dowd, Ali Kaluzny, Morgan Goads, John Rogan, Serena, Jason Aquaviva. That's amazing.
Ooh.
Jason Aquaviva. Athens Tac Tac. Amanda Thok or Toke. Daniel Ponzio. Matt Antholzner, ladies and gentlemen. Pascal Labonte Cloutier. Cloutier. Oh, this is more of a statement. Miranda, I think you guys are all sexy. Ben Kissel, I'll wet your whistle. PSLMDR. I think we lost a little bit, but that's nice there. Ken Thompson and Sonia Christensen.
To round it up, I got Alicia Durick, Kristen Crowley, Kyle Brannon, Jonathan Trumpour, Mandy Bowles, Heather Butler, Emma Cozy, Amy Braun, Amber Utley, Dee Erdine, Renee Rafat, Greg, Jamie Peterson, Allie Luttrell, Kathy Shriver, Chris Baum, BK Jenkins, Adam Storiha, Chris Lewis, Dominique Conesiali, and Joe Kleinvolterink.
Thank you all so much. You're the only reason this has been made possible, and we love you.
Give me more of your money.
Don't demand it.
Don't demand it.
Trust me with your money. I will be
No one trusts you with their money. What's the best thing that you spend money on, Henry?
The sound hood. The sound hood that I'm currently in.
That works for the show.
If I can give everyone a little bit, if I could tell them what I spend my money on, I was able to get Invisalign this week.
He did. His teeth are fucking horrible. You're going to lose that pumpkin charm, but it's going to be great. You're going to be so much less pain.
I've been waiting. I got an email from my dentist that they were doing half off Invisalign this week, and I said, you know what? The Patreon money has allowed me to do this, so I'm going to get my teeth fixed.
That's amazing.
So you're going to hear me talk about that for the next year.
Can't wait to hear you talk about teeth.
I really, honestly, I'm looking forward to you being well and being happy and being fulfilled.
That's right. Hey, as we say with all of you as well, hail yourselves.
Hail Satan.
Hail Gin.
Hail me. Oh, Magostalations, you piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Give me your money. Give it to me.
Magostalations.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Do you believe in time travel? This was the question that people on the internet faced in the year 2000 when a user by the name of Time Travel Zero began posting on forums warning everyone of the strange, bleak future from which he came. Today, we discuss the internet's most popular time traveler, John Titor. This is Red Web. Welcome back to another episode of Red Web. As always, I'm your host and mystery enthusiast, Trevor Collins, and with me, our resident, what would you say?
Just ain't about it.
Our resident ain't about it, Alfredo Diaz. Skeptic,
So wait.
I'd say.
What? What? I feel like we have reached that stage in like a video game where it's just like, you know what? Forget it. Let's just add in rocket launchers. Time travel? Like this show's gone off the rails.
You think we jumped the shark already?
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what we're getting into. It was just so crazy. Or just like, okay, this person, he like maybe robbed, on a plane, and this person, these people went hiking, and now just like time travel.
Right. Just immediately.
What are we getting into?
This one goes to 11, Alfredo. So John Titor is an internet classic. And I'm going to go ahead and address this. There's a lot of different ways that people pronounce his name. And because his name is on the internet and was rarely spoken, people say Teeter, they say Titter. I've heard Titor. There's a lot of different ways that this name has come together. Throughout this episode, I'll be using John Titor because that's what I've come to hear the most. If that bothers you, I just wanted to recognize that at the top. But yeah, this is a classic. This is a man who hit up internet forums in the early days of the internet and had a lot of really interesting stories and claims and predictions about the world that he came from, about the world that he has since gone back into, and his science that he tries to use to explain everything that's going on. It's all very fascinating.
I mean, there's got to be something that he says or shows some, that has people scratching their heads, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about this. This wouldn't be a big thing.
Right. You would think that with a time traveler, just wait a couple years and it'll just be false, or it'll be true, and we'll all freak out and realize time travel is real. But there's a couple things that he does in his explanations to me that give him a little bit of wiggle room, that leave room for interpretation, which is why I think there's so much to grab onto here. It leaves a little bit of vagueness, a little bit of complex science, a lot of buzzwords perhaps, but we'll dive into that.
Just like saying like, hey, 2020 is going to be a terrible year. And it's just like, or like 2021 is going to be a terrible year. And it's like, well, I guess if this was terrible, that was terrible. But like some people could take that as, oh my goodness, he predicted it. Like,
right. I mean, there's like the Mayan calendar saying that everything is going to end in 2012, something very specific that we all waited for, right? Or Y2K, everything's going to mess up in 2000. These are very specific claims that once that year comes and goes, that you go, well, all right, well, maybe it wasn't accurate. Right? Maybe it's not real. But you'll see over the course of this explanation, the claims he makes, and it's not like an excusable thing. It's not like he's making up excuses. There is wiggle room within his own theory, which allow people to go, well, hold on a second. I mean, maybe he's right, but because he has said something, the butterfly effect. Anyway, we're getting into the weeds. We'll dive into it and we'll kind of discuss as we go. But I also want to say at the very top here, as we like to have little disclaimers at the top, a majority of these forum posts on which Titor posted, many of them have been lost to time. They've been reconstructed chronologically as much as possible by other users on the internet, but despite their best attempts, it's very hard to pin down some of these because it's old internet forums, not a lot of archives. So some of this data is lost to time, but the things he posted, the things he claimed are still there, and we have as best of a timeline as we can construct.
So it's more so like the words that he leaves us with are intact, but it's more the timeline of it.
Yeah, when he says things and what he is saying are two different things. So we mostly have accurately what he has said, and then as accurately as possible, we have when he said it.
Ah, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go back, way back. 1998, July 29th. A radio show by the name of Coast to Coast AM. It's a late night paranormal themed radio show hosted by Art Bell. He receives a fax during one of the open timeline segments. This person who sent the fax remained anonymous, and they claimed to have time traveled from the year 2036. They further claimed that time travel was successfully invented after researchers at CERN were able to create the world's first successfully contained singularity engine. And just for those at home, there's going to be a lot of technical babble throughout this episode, and I'll do my best to kind of simplify it, but the acronym in French, translated in English to European Council for Nuclear Research. It's a several decades old research facility over in France and incorporates a lot of European countries. And to simplify what a singularity is, it's essentially a black hole. It's a point of infinitely small mass, or a size, I should say, but infinitely great of mass. So it's essentially super, super dense, infinitely dense.
Mm-hmm.
They also claim to have met a past version of themselves multiple times, even taking a younger version of themselves on, quote, a few rides. So he's joyriding through time.
Oh, so it's one of those like you avoid yourself, otherwise things can go very wrong for you.
Right. So that's what you're referring to, the grandfather paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So he actually addresses that, interestingly enough, later on. This anonymous person then continues on to say it was impossible to travel past the year 2564 with this to say, quote, please pray that we discover the reason why there is no apparent future after 2564, end quote. They went on to warn of the effects of Y2K, including a couple things. They said people freezing to death, the government would institute martial law, a power facility in Denver would be destroyed by a mob, and finally that a new government system would be born out of this unrest. And that's all of the information that they had within the facts from this particular segment on Coast to Coast AM.
Okay.
So you have some vague claims here. You have effects of Y2K, not necessarily pinning it down to a certain point or day or year. But see, now you can start to see what I'm saying, where they have like vague claims. I mean, yes, destroying a place in Denver is a very specific thing, but a new government system being born out of unrest, you start to open the realms a little bit. You know, what is unrest? At what level do we define unrest? Is unrest like right now? Maybe he was just a little early on some of these things. That's why people start to go, well, man, there's a lot of interesting claims here. People freezing to death, that just sounds like the Jake Gyllenhaal movie, The Day After Tomorrow. And
was Jake Gyllenhaal in that?
Was that who it was?
I was actually contemplating like rewatching that movie because I, for some reason, had like 15 minutes during lunch, and I was just like last week, and I was like, you know what? I'll watch this terrible movie, 2020, or whatever that was. I think it was 2020 or something like that.
There was that one.
That was so bad.
There was that one where they're driving a limousine as the world is literally falling apart.
Oh yeah, and
it was 2012.
Building, or 2012. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I was just like, this movie's terrible, but I feel like watching a terrible, like, you know, world's ending type movie.
You got to put like the world falling apart in front of you to realize, okay, it ain't that bad now.
Yeah, John Cusack was the lead.
That's who it was. You're right. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're still in July of 1998, but we don't have a specific date for this one. It obviously, if it's after the 29th, there's only a few days that it could be. But another fax was sent to Coast AM later that month, thanking Bell for reading the previous fax on air. In this second fax, they claimed that they had been in that timeline since April with plans to leave soon, with this to say, quote, typically time travelers do not purposely affect the world lines they visit. However, this mission is unusually long, and I've grown attached to some of the people that I've met here, end quote. And that's the end of these anonymous faxes that went into Coast AM, and that's where our tale begins.
Interesting that, like, so, I mean, we're getting into the sci-fi of it, but like, that tells me that it's not necessarily common, but it's not uncommon, right? In the sense of like, maybe governments have them.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, like, it's not one of those things that seems so like unheard of or maybe unknown to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, maybe it's like government level knows about it and sends people back, and they enough to the point where like they have rules.
Yes, exactly.
You know? And just like weird. Okay. All right.
The fact that they're just passively stating rules to me is like, that's that kind of lying confidence. If you're lying at all, that's that kind of confidence you need when you're just like, oh yeah, no, typically we don't do this sort of thing, but for this scenario, it's a little bit different. And it's like, okay, hold on, you're indicating that there's other things, and you just like, that seems to paint a more realistic image to me when someone's so thoroughly knowledgeable about the rules in play that they only dabble with them. Someone who's trying to construct a story would definitely go into unnecessary detail and maybe wind off into other paths, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a little drop of a nugget.
A little nugget. So that's where we're starting, and that's where this whole story gets its hooks in you. So we flash forward a few years now, November 2nd, 2000. Someone by the username timetravel_0 begins posting on the Time Travel Institute forums. I didn't know we had a Time Travel Institute, to be honest. But
that was going to be my question. What do you mean the Time Travel Institute forums?
You know,
what does that even?
The TTI. Yeah, you know.
What does that even mean? Like what is there to post there? I don't. Is it just full of time travel memes and TikToks now, or?
I'm pretty sure it's a bunch of like pseudo theorists that are like interested in the idea of time travel. You know, the internet's fresh on our minds. We just opened the World Wide Net. In this new way, that, you know, the .com bubble right now, and so communication across borders has never been this big, right? And so I think that's what is really happening here. It isn't necessarily some official government business.
I mean, if anything, it's probably just a ton of people asking each other $1 million butt questions. You know what I'm saying? Related to time travel,
right? So, with regard to these posts, they were generally based around discussing time travel, as you can imagine, and the user claimed to have successfully time traveled from the year 2036, just like the person who faxed Coast AM a few years prior. And they were, quote, on their way home from the year 1975, where they were tasked with retrieving an IBM 5100 computer. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it is one of the first portable computers. It essentially looked like a typewriter mixed with a modern keyboard, mixed with that old school computer look, right? That beige plastic case, kind of like a thick laptop is what it looked like.
Well, like, why though? Like, it's just so random to sit there and go, yeah, I traveled to this time to get a really old piece of technology. Why?
You're going from the 2030s all the way back to the 1970s, and you're like, I want that computer.
Yeah, it's just like,
maybe this is where the beginning of an AI, like a self-aware sort of situation began. Like the drippings of the early code for this AI are there, and you're like, and it's like wiping out the great-great-grandfather of this modern AI Terminator or something.
Goodness.
I don't know.
Yeah, now we see. Yeah, there we go. Now we're pulling stuff from different movies. We're thinking Terminator style now at this point.
If I know anything about time travel, it's all from movies.
I think it's very interesting that there's, that fax, and then 2 years later, another fax. Like, again, I've said this before in a previous kind of like episode, but the patience that some of these people have, if it's the same person, like, my goodness, playing the long game.
Let me actually remember which episode. Was it the Satoshi Nakamoto? There was essentially another situation very similar to this where if it was contrived, if it was a story, it was happening over the course of a decade online. And it's like, why would you need to keep up this image? No one's coming at you.
No.
But you're just kind of putting it out there.
That was Lake City Quiet Pills.
Lake City Quiet Pills. It was the first one we did.
Right, yeah. Lake City was the first one we ever did. Wow.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. But yeah, like it already we've spanned a few years and we have many years yet to cover. And so if this is a story, it makes you wonder, okay, what is their motivation? Is this a long anyway, we'll get into the theories later. But it really starts to raise some questions in your mind as to what they're after. They also posted a few vague descriptions of their time machine and had this to say, quote, "My time machine," time is in quotes for some reason, "is a stationary mass temporal displacement unit manufactured by GE, or General Electric. The unit is powered by two top-spin dual positive singularities that produce a standard offset Tipler sinusoid." Okay, let's break it down. Singularities being essentially black holes, right? And they're saying that they are contained black holes or contained singularities that produce offset energy sources or whatever. Essentially, we know that black holes can mess with the space-time, right? This fabric of space-time. They can bend light, and in that way, it's theorized that they can bend time. And so that's kind of what I wanted to pull on here, is that he's essentially trying to activate theory around black holes and singularities to say that this is the driving force behind my time machine. As far as the sinusoid stuff, that's essentially just means an up and down undulating wave pattern.
So they're looking up big words on Google now.
Yeah, this is where I start to go like, okay, I don't know theoretical physics to this extent, but I know that these are buzzwords, and I know that he's pulling on a couple of key theories.
Just toss in flux capacitor. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some Back to the Future terms.
I want to
and choose.
Put a pin in that. Put a very odd pin in that because it's going to come back around.
Okay. I swear to God, they're bringing that up.
We're just in Movie Central right now, but it's what's interesting, and I want to note, is that at this point in time, we're in the year 2000, okay? Half of the movies we've discussed have not been produced yet. And in this stage in time, a lot of theories are still up in the air, right? Stephen Hawking has yet to update his black hole theory at this point in time. So to know some of these things, or to at least try to pull on this theoretical physics, either indicates that this person is well read, indicates that this person is honest and knows what they're talking about, or indicates that we're all just a lot dumber than we think we are, and these buzzwords are just selling it for us.
Yep.
But yeah, so this individual is posting multiple times over the subsequent months, leading to the next year, a few months later, in January of 2001. Time Traveler Zero begins posting on the Art Bell forums. Again, Art Bell was the host of Coast to Coast AM, now officially using the name John Titor, due to the site requiring a full name. So this is when the name John Titor first comes onto the scene. The first post that John made on the Bell forums was an exact copy of the first post made on the Time Travel Institute forums. And then after migrating to the Bell forums, Titor only posted there. So he became exclusive to this forum, just like the Time Travel Institute forums. He posted multiple times. So at this point in time, he's migrated to a different forum and continued there. Later that month, on January 28th, 2001, Titor claimed that he was in the year 2000 for personal reasons. Again, he said earlier on in this story that he was on his way back home from 1975, and he was stopping in this year for personal reasons. And then hearkening back to the facts, he's indicating that he's grown close to some people. And so maybe he met some people in 75 that are now older, 25 years older in 2000, and maybe that's where his personal reasons are stemming from. Just trying to connect all of these loose ends here. But again, I want to say, because the exact timeline of the posts become unclear, especially at this point, I want to address a couple of claims that he's made in regards to his history, his mission, and how he executed time travel, without necessarily specific dates. So,
are they really just letting this man use a time traveling machine for personal reasons?
Yeah, this guy's like joyriding through space and time.
Yeah,
like,
I gotta
what
run an
dire
errand
event.
Also,
Yeah.
that just makes me think, like, okay, if I was to entertain the fact or theory of that this is real, that would make me believe that time traveling during the future is a little more widely known and accepted. Because if it was so like really tight lid on the whole situation, I don't feel like he'd be allowed to, one, run personal errands, and two, be able to talk about it, because then eventually, right, like, you'll hit the year that you're in and the government will know, because they'll have these traces on the internet of like, hey, this guy was time traveling and we know this person. There he is. Like,
right.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, it's interesting to leave such a big, obvious footprint, which makes you think, okay, is this a real name? Is this a fake name? How are they able to get away from this? Like, there must be some sort of laws governing this. But on the other hand, maybe there's something so dramatically wrong in the 30s that they're like, screw it, we're all done for anyway. Just get the heck back in time and try to fix whatever this is, whatever that future looks like, as long as we're here, whatever. I don't know. And all it comes down to that IBM 5100.
Right? Jeez. Yeah, I want a really old computer. That's what I need in the future.
All right. So the time machine. Couple of points. Let's take that pin out, that strange pin I said. The device was installed, this time machine device, was installed in the back of a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette and contained the following. It's in a car.
Okay.
What's weird to me also is that he clarified earlier that it's a stationary mass. And the machine that he's referring to is in fact stationary. There are diagrams of this thing, and you can look at that online or on our Twitter page at RedWebPod. We'll post that there. But within this device, there are 2 magnetic housing units for dual microsingularities. There's an electron injection manifold to alter mass and gravity microsingularities. There's a cooling and X-ray venting system. There are gravity sensors or a variable gravity lock. There are 4 main cesium clocks. And finally, there are 3 main computer units within this box. And again, I want to refer to the image that we're going to post on Twitter in the little cork boards that we always post for each episode. It looks like a device built in the Cold War. It's a big black box with thick, curly cables coming out of it, like the old school headphone cables. It has caution tape, the yellow striped, black striped tape. It very much looks like an improvised explosive device, but from the 80s. It doesn't seem to have anything particularly advanced about it. And living in the year 2020 right now, when we're recording this, I gotta be honest, I don't know if a time machine would look like this, let alone in 15 years' time. So, I don't know. But he's doing this thing in explaining what's in this device that reminds me of a man named Bob Lazar, who has close ties to Area 51, and in fact, we'll probably do a whole episode on him. I find him very interesting. But to me, there's a very similar trend here, where the individual is giving a lot of details around technology that 99% of the general public would not be familiar with. In fact, I recognize many of these words, but I wouldn't know what the purpose is of these things, or if he's just kind of using buzzwords again. Obviously, if there's a device that's messing with microgravity and singularities and stuff, I can understand on a very high theoretical level how that might play into time travel, but I don't know. It almost feels like really just blasting people with a bunch of technical babble, and then kind of like saying, okay, yeah, that's my verification. You don't know what that is. I do. I'm smarter than you, so you just trust me. You know?
I mean, most people, like myself, will look at it and go, yeah, sure. I don't know what the hell that means.
You're just like, all right.
Sounds fancy. Wow.
Ooh,
gravity shifter and
cesium clocks,
oh
right?
my goodness. Wow. Okay. A clutch. Wow. I've heard about those in cars.
Oh, this is a manual. Dang.
Again, how was this person allowed to give this detail though? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Is it just so everybody has time machines?
I don't
and
even
it's
know.
Such a chill thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't take what he says and build your own time machine with it.
Well, I don't know, man, because let me give you this now. Just to build off of that, he shared scans of a manual for a, quote, C204 time displacement unit, complete with diagrams and schematics, as well as some photographs of the machine installed in the car. Again, we'll post those on Twitter, but he put up diagrams and schematics of the thing. And to me, this is like, you're tripling down on a dense story, or you're telling the truth, you know?
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, no, wild.
I mean, to be fair, he's coming from such an advanced future that do you think we have the technology anywhere to contain a micro singularity? Well, the answer is no. I'll just go ahead and tell you that.
Right.
We theoretically can do that at CERN, which I referred to earlier, via the Large Hadron Collider. I don't know if we have done that. I didn't really look into it. But if any micro black holes that we've been able to create thus far have either been in our minds through theory, or have all been entirely unstable and have dissolved within microseconds. So I guess he's like, listen, you're so in the past that even I could just give you the instructions to time travel and you still wouldn't know what to do with it because you just can't. And that's totally fair. If I gave the diagram for a car or a combustion engine to the medieval folk, I just don't think that they would get it. They'd be like, listen, I believe you. You seem like a nice guy. I can't do that.
Yeah, because it'd have to be certain technological advancements or scientific breakthroughs, right?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of like shift and change the way we do things. And I'm assuming this is how this person feels. They feel the same way, that like, yeah, what you're saying. I'll give you all this, but there are elements that have yet to be created during your timeline, etc. Something like that. It's just like, it doesn't matter. You can't do anything with it yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then this next part I want to get into might also kind of address this. I mean, maybe he's a nihilist. Let's just dive in. Time travel. He starts to explore his theory of time travel, because there are many different ways, many different theories, I should say, as to how time travel works. And I'll quote John himself here. Quote, "The grandfather paradox is impossible. In fact, all paradox is impossible. The Everett-Wheeler-Graham or multiple world theory is correct. All possible quantum states, events, possibilities, and outcomes are real, eventual, and occurring. The chances of everything happening someplace at some time in the superverse is 100%. End quote. And if you're familiar with Rick and Morty, let's just put it simply, there is an infinite amount of parallel universes that anything can happen in all of them. To think of Schrodinger's cat, is the cat alive or dead in the box where you can't observe it? Well, it is both. And then as soon as you reveal the cat, in your universe it might be alive, and another one that just split off, it might be dead. Essentially anything that can happen will happen or has happened in one of the many infinite universes. And this is the theory that this individual subscribes to, which then to me says, well, going back in time then, okay, so let's address the grandfather paradox. That's simply about going back in time. If you were to off your grandfather before, your dad or yourself was born, you wouldn't exist, right? But in this case, he's saying you could go back in time, Everything up to the time that you went back to will be identical to your timeline at that point. However, everything after that is brand new. That's where that universe split off and made yet another one of those many infinite universes. So you go back in time, and your effects on the world are localized to that universe. And so I don't know. It seems to me like whatever they were trying to correct in the future, whatever they're trying to grab from the past, does it really matter? Because they're kind of leaving their home universe anyway. And at that point, does it even matter if he tells people from the universe he's leaving about what time travel is and how it works, because he's about to jump back to his? Like, it basically opens up the question of like, whatever, it doesn't matter what I do in this one can burn and I wouldn't matter because like there's an infinite number, you know? If time travel is real in this sense, and this person is literally joyriding through it, Rick and Morty style, you really start to get potentially a nihilist view of the world where none of your actions matter. This universe can melt. I'll go to the next one. That one can be fine. I can go to the next one. It's I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, damn, homie, leave us with something.
Yeah,
something
leave your
like
car.
Your car, or some kind of like the iPhone 40 or something. Leave us something that makes us go, oh my God.
Right. Rather than, vague predictions, some more specific than others, but we'll get into that here in just a moment. So going back into his theory on time travel, he expands upon his initial facts sent to Coast regarding CERN's discovery of time travel, claiming that they would learn how to create miniature black holes in 2001. Now again, we are in the early, at least the last time we knew that these claims were being made was early 2001. But we don't know when exactly this quote was made. So we know it was before, obviously, 2001, because it's a prediction. He's talking about what CERN is going to do down the line. And what's interesting is that CERN opened the Large Hadron Collider in France in 2008, and that is when I remember this vividly, that a lot of people were a little concerned that as soon as that was turned on, the facility would inadvertently create a bunch of micro black holes that would immediately eat the world apart. Obviously, that didn't happen, or at least not in this universe, but it's interesting that he's predicting some of it. Now we're starting to see how some of these predictions can be seen to be maybe true, maybe accurate, maybe early, but
you can start buying into it if you want to.
Right. It makes you start going, well, maybe now. Listen, I don't know. But to finish up on his theory of time travel, he described the actual process of time travel thus, quote, by using two microsingularities in close proximity to each other, it is possible to create, manipulate, and alter the Kerr fields to create a Tipler gravity sinusoid. This field can be adjusted, rotated, and moved in order to simulate the movement of mass through a donut-shaped singularity and into an alternate world line, thus safe time travel. Listen. Very complex. I think what we'll do is type up some of these key words, such as the Kerr fields and the Tipler gravity sinusoid. We'll put those words in our graphic on Twitter, and I encourage you, if you're curious, to Google some of these terms and to start researching them yourself. A lot of these terms are heavily associated with the theory of time travel, and I think that's the main thing to pull away.
We need like a baby kid's version for me with words like time and travel.
and that's it. Yeah, we need to explain it like I'm 5. So essentially what he's saying here, and this was what I was kind of asking openly earlier, was like, all right, you're using a lot of buzz terms.
Right.
What are you trying to get at? And in this little paragraph here, he's trying to explain the mechanics behind all of the devices he said were included in the device. And earlier we talked about how there was two micro singularities contained safely within this device. What he's saying is by trapping these two micro black holes and adjusting their fields, they interact with each other in a way that manipulates space-time. And very simply, that manipulation allows you to move through space and time rather than the familiar just moving through time, right? Or sorry,
Right.
just moving through space, where time is a passive factor or a relative factor. And that's kind of what he's trying to explain here. But with that covered, with that explained, you got his theory of how time travel works. You have a little bit of a description of how his time machine works. And before we go forward, this is why his theory on time travel is exactly why I think this whole topic is still on the table. Because he also goes on to talk about how anytime you go back and come forth to your current time that you left, there are going to be 1 to 2% in the way of changes in your world. And on a week scale or a month scale, that really might not amount to a whole lot. You know, it might amount to a couple things shifted around your house. It might amount to, you know, your sibling having the cold versus being healthy. You know, it might be
really
subtle
minute
changes.
things.
Yeah, but when we're talking like decades, that's where things can swing, and a lot of his claims do span the decades, and it does fit within his theory of the multiverse where everything is possible. He's coming from a timeline. He's affected us by talking to us in 2000 and whatever activity he did in 75. And so that's what's left some room for error in his predictions. We can't outright say, well, he was wrong, so he's all
Right.
wrong. You have to go, well, based on his theory and based on the things he's saying, technically his predictions could have been altered by us being informed. Technically, there is still some room, that margin for error, and what makes it even more kind of interesting is that the nature of some of these predictions can still fall true today, perhaps better today than a decade ago when he made them.
That's the thing, though. It sounds like he is completely comfortable and okay with giving us all this information, letting us know about the future and about time travel. Just like, give me something tangible, baby. Like, give me, you know what I mean? Anything at all whatsoever. There's so many different vague things. Like,
Right.
if you're coming back and giving us this information and whatnot and changing things and maybe creating alternate timelines and whatnot, I doubt, like, you know, said tangible item number one that could be, you know, discerned as really hard evidence will, like, cause this timeline to blow up to pieces.
It's like, I think the vagueness reminds me of a modern day Nostradamus, right? Where he made predictions about all sorts of things constantly. And eventually, again, in a world where anything can happen, something is going to feel accurate, right? When you read a horoscope, you read into it looking for how you can pull accuracies out of it. And so that could also be what's happening here.
Yeah, I
but
agree completely.
Yeah, but let's dive into some of the predictions and then see on the aft end how we feel about how, you know, about the nature of some of these. So, one of the predictions was that after the year of 2004, there would be no more Olympics. Obviously, that hasn't happened. However, guess what? We just missed the Olympics this year. And so people are freaking out. And so that's one of the very concrete examples of maybe he was just early. Or maybe in this timeline, things got moved. Obviously, there are plans to revisit the Olympics at this point in time, at the time of recording this. However, it makes you start to wonder. Another prediction was that the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease would become a rampant issue after spreading through beef products. Now, I don't know much about this disease in particular. It hasn't become rampant, but there was, in around this time, a small scare with regards to mad cow disease. I remember donating blood one time, and they were like, well, have you been to England? You know, because there's this outbreak of this disease, etc. Not the same disease, but transferred similarly. Another prediction was that currency would become decentralized, but credit cards would still exist, which could mean a couple different things. It could mean that that there are multiple currencies that the United States or the world goes to, or that private currencies still offer similar services to modern centralized currency. But obviously, that's something that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, no.
Another one, and this is the one that people hang their hat on the most, is that the United States would experience a civil war that would brew in 2004 after civil unrest following the presidential election, with it fully erupting in 2008, 4 years after that, with, quote, "The conflict will shortly consume everyone in the United States by 2012 and end in 2015 with a very short World War III," end quote. Now, this is something that comes around almost every election because essentially every election there's some form of unrest, right? There's some large portion of the country that is, well, that wasn't the person I voted for, and so this always enters the fray. I think now, with a very divisive political spectrum on the table in the United States, this has come up. And again, this is where people start to go, well, maybe he was just early. Or maybe because he forecasted these things, people were more privy to the issues at hand, and it pushed these concerns back a few years to a point where we might have forgotten about him again.
Yeah, I can't buy that, though, because, like, the majority of the people on this planet haven't heard about this, right? So how is it that much of an influence?
Right, because it's a, early 2000s internet. Not a very prolific time on the internet. Not a whole lot of people
Not
there.
at all.
But they went on to say within this prediction that as a result of the war, the United States would split into 5 different regions. Quote, "In 2015, Russia launches a nuclear strike against major cities in the United States, China, and Europe. The United States counterattacks. The U.S. cities are destroyed along with the AFE, which is the American Federal Empire. The European Union and China were also destroyed," end quote. So now you start getting very specific claims, right? You have years now. You have the fact that the United States is now in 5 different regions. You have the name of one of them, the American Federal Empire, and then large claims like the EU and China are fully destroyed.
And he's just throwing Russia under the bus. Russia's just like, we don't plan on doing this. What?
Yeah.
What's going on? Everyone's like, Russia, you sus as hell, but
we're gonna have to throw you into space. It's a lot of this seems to build off of the Cold War, right? And if this was an adult at this time making these claims, they probably spent their youth, or at least their young adult life, in the 80s and late 70s and everything. And Russia was the go-to point your finger at, right?
Yeah.
But they said that this launch day of the nukes going off was known as N Day, which I guess would stand for Nuclear Day. Washington, D.C. and Jacksonville, Florida were listed as locations that were being hit. And funny enough, Omaha, Nebraska was now the nation's new capital. So hey, you got that going for you, Omaha.
Yeah, who decided Omaha, Nebraska?
Listen, it's centrally located. It's the furthest away that you can probably get from a lot of nuclear powers because it's so landlocked. You'd have to have like ICBMs coming after you.
Yeah.
It might be harder. I'm just going off of theory here. It might be harder for missiles launched from the Gulf or from the oceans to try to hit it. I don't know. And it's far from the north, which is where the Russian missiles would kind of come from over the Alaska direction. But those are some of the macro level predictions. Christian, I don't know if there's any smaller level predictions that are worth mentioning, because ultimately John Titor's made quite a bit of claims over time, but these are the major ones for sure.
Yeah, like you said, he made a lot of smaller claims during the time that he was posting, but just for the sake of time, we just collected the more notable ones.
Okay.
It sounds like he's just firing off, and the time police need to come and put like some time cuffs on him or something like that, because he's just running wild at this point. He's buck wilding over here, time traveling, dropping hints.
Yeah, I don't listen. I don't know, and I don't know if this is in the outline, but it just comes to mind, and I'm just gonna chuck this out there because it makes me think. It makes me wonder. Like, are we being observed? Are they like using this particular universe, this time stream, as a what if? Just throw everything at these people. Just tell them all the truth. Tell them everything that's terrible that's going to happen. And now let's watch. Because part of his claim is also that UFOs, future humans, time traveling. What? And either maybe they're on a vacation, maybe they're just like watching. Like, listen, I don't know. It's a wild one.
They're on vacation.
Yeah, can you imagine like the Jetsons flying through? They're like, hey, let's go back to Skinwalker Ranch in the in the 90s.
Oh hell no! I already forgot about that place.
we'll conjure up some
weird story.
Hologram creatures, get people all riled up. Maybe this is the timeline where they just mess with us constantly. And everyone else is just normal and sane, and we're the ones that we're the puppets, you know?
Damn, we got the short end of the straw then. We're not the ones that can time travel. We're just the ones that are messed around with.
Yeah, we're the TV time stream. We're the one that shows up on prime time every evening. They're like, what's happening in Universe 39?
Yeah, and we're just as a game show, and we're just the primary planet that's messed with season after season.
Oh, man, and John Titor's the host. Welcome back. Okay, well, now let's get into the mission that Titor is claiming to have been on. So he's saying that he was a soldier with the Fighting Diamondbacks, a military infantry unit based in Florida, complete with military insignia. Again, I want to refer to our Twitter page where we'll post this insignia along with a bunch of other images, but it looks quite interesting. It's basically a visualized, I would say, black hole, and it looks like this is perhaps a loose visualization of what it might look like traveling down the time stream. It's basically a bunch of concentric ovals, or maybe not concentric, but a bunch of stretched out ovals and a big swoop going through the middle of them. That doesn't do it any justice, but hey.
Man, what artist did this man commission for this?
You know he had to be by himself. That or he had to, he signed some poor artist's whole life away and said, hey, you can't say nothing. This is an NDA. Sign this and never speak about my bad insignia.
Yeah.
I don't know. The problem is, and this is where there's margin for interpretation. The problem is I could see how this might make sense. I can see how this looks like a stretched, time stream or space fabric. I don't know. And then that little swoop going through is maybe them coming in and out of time. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm a victim to interpretive bias. I can see it though.
So he's got you. He's got you now.
Got me. I'm caught.
You go. You're
caught in his time
to
stream.
his
I'm
theories.
subscribed. Yeah. I'm tuning in every night. All right. So the reason for needing the IBM 5100 computer, the moment we've all been waiting for, was that it was able to run both APL and basic programming languages, which was a feature specific to that computer model only. The computer needed to, quote, debug various legacy computer programs, possibly referring to the year 2038 problem. Something similar to Y2K maybe happened in this year, and that there was an issue with the digital systems and the lack of capacity to store time beyond the 32-bit integer, which, again, if you weren't alive during Y2K or you're not familiar with what that issue was, the main crisis was that there's clocks on every operating system that's out there, right? You can look in the bottom right of your system, you can see the time, but a 32-bit integer system, and this is a whole different topic, so I'm really going to distill it, has a limit on how much data it can hold, essentially. And that once it hit the year 2000, it was supposed that this integer would no longer be able to hold that value, that data, and that it would crash, that it would cycle back onto a different year, that it would cause technical hiccups in a bunch of ongoing code in the banking system and in the economic system.
Yeah, stock
and that everything
market's going to crash. Everything.
Yeah.
The
your power's going to go out. Your
structure.
toilet's going to explode. Everything that had code associated with it, people were worried about 32-bit systems, which is why most things are 64-bit, and that will fix that issue long after we're dead. But that's a very, very distilled version of that. If you're interested in that topic, that might, again, be another issue or topic we dive into for a full episode. But going back to the IBM 5100 computer, why they needed it, again, it had the ability to use two different languages that perhaps addressed an issue similar to that at their current time in 2038. And Titor also said that he was specifically chosen for this mission because he was related to one of the people who worked on the 5100. So you can imagine going back in time, trying to convince a past self, or not even a past self, a past ancestor, would be a lot easier than going back in time and saying, Mr. John Apple, I need your first computer. And they're like, get the hell out of my office. Who the hell are you? You can imagine going back in time talking to your grandpa might be easier because there's facts in play. You can know when you were younger, you fell and hit your head and you have a scar above your eye, and that's how you got it. And you could say things that only they would know or only you would know, right?
Yeah. Also, Think about it now. Why would they just send one person at a time? If it was so important to retrieve.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have to guess that it's because of the 1967 Chevrolet Corvette that they used. Only had so much legroom.
Not big at all.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why wouldn't a team go back? And, you know, it makes me start thinking of Endgame. Why you wouldn't just send a team of spies to just sneak into the facility, yoink the thing, and leave.
Yeah, what is this long game of like, I'm your great I'm your great grandson. This is what happened. You must like send a over op team, go get it done. You know what I mean? Like,
if you went back in 1975 and you said, "This is an iPhone," touch the screen, it turns on. You run multiple calculations. You show them a video, any video on YouTube, they're gonna flip their minds. Just plop them down to an episode of Red Web. Let them listen for a minute. They'll be distracted by whatever's going on.
They'll get caught up, and then you maybe get some chills down their spine. You know?
Yeah, a couple chills, a couple thrills. You yoink their computer. Yeah, bada boom, bada bing. Easy. Maybe I'll go back in time. I don't know. Maybe I will. But that is essentially his answer to why the IBM 5100. Now we have a few notes throughout time. We're going to hit a few notes over the following years, and that will kind of wrap up the rest of this timeline. So March 24th, 2001, Titer made his final post on the Bell forums. Now, flash forward a few years into 2003, JohnTiter.com was launched, which tracked Titer's predictions and kept an archive of his posts. And then 2003, later on that year, the John Titer Foundation published the book, John Titer, A Time Traveler's Tale, which was a collection of all of his forum posts. Now I gotta wonder, who registered this website, and was it the man or woman pretending to be John Titer?
Yeah, you know.
Because now we're cashing in.
Yeah, yep.
There's your answer to the question you asked earlier, why have such a long con? This one, unlike Lake City Quiet Pills, has a potential financial angle here.
Yeah, make a little bit of money. Mm-hmm. I mean, why wouldn't someone just track that down, though? Like, who are registered, who, you know what I mean?
Christian, I wonder if, while we're going through the rest of the timeline, if maybe you're able to research that real quick and see if there's theories in play as far as who registered JohnTiter.com and if that's still going.
I believe it was registered by just like a John Titer super fan. I have his name somewhere. His name's Oliver Williams, and from what I was reading, he did it just because he was a fan of Titer and his story and just wanted to compile everything.
A likely story, Oliver. He's his own biggest fan. No one knows himself better than he.
Yeah, if anything, you just let someone walk away with your money.
Yeah, that's true, you know. But that's interesting. JohnTiter.com is live. It's still there. Still looks like a website from 2003. There's other graphics there trying to explain his theory on time travel and stuff, so you can check that out. JohnTitor.com. Not a plug, not a sponsor, but hey, whatever. Oliver, get that money. 2004. A man by the name of Martin Pullman attempted to patent Titer's schematics, which is interesting because if this turns out to be true, like a real design, Martin, another individual, trying to cash in, trying to get that patent.
Yeah, I mean, because it takes time, effort, and money to get a patent on something, so this person's investing.
So that's interesting. And then again, a few years later, 2006, Lawrence, or Larry, Haber, an entertainment lawyer based out of Florida, did an interview with George Newry, the new host of Coast to Coast AM, where he represented a woman named Kay Titer, who was supposedly Titer's mother.
What?
And this is a real lawyer, and these are real people on a real show, which is wild to me. This is a real actual lawyer in Florida, and I've noticed that Florida keeps coming up. Whether it's intentional or accidental, I don't know, but for example, one of the supposed nuke attacks was in Florida. He referenced Florida earlier on.
It was like the base, right, or something like that?
Yes, that's where his Fighting Diamondback military infantry unit was based in.
Yep.
So yeah, so maybe, it starts to say like, hell, maybe there's something here. It just, the tickling of truth is just right there, and you can't help but want to grab it because that's just human nature, right? When you're faced with the unknown, you're just like, I'm gonna grab that truth, whatever I can find. But it's also worth noting that Haber, the lawyer, an entertainment lawyer at that, is also listed as the CEO of the John Titor Foundation, which several years prior published the book on John Titor, which makes me then start to think, okay, is there a story here? Is this Kay Titor either somebody who was paid off or convinced of this story?
Yep.
Is
There's a
this
lot
a
of
real
motive here, financial motive.
Exactly. But again, if this is real, and this is a lawyer who's representing someone individually, and this is maybe his mother, why not, double dip? Protect this individual while also cashing in on their story. I don't know. Just don't know.
Again, seems like Titor's just so reckless. Now we know who the supposed mother is. Like, what's to stop someone from taking him out before Titor even knows who he is and fulfills his destiny, etc.? But then you can argue the whole it creates a different timeline or whatnot, and like
that's it.
Oh, time travel.
Yep. It wouldn't matter. It all goes back to that. If everything exists anywhere and everywhere, and all things are happening, and you see that, and your mind is open to that, I don't know. Maybe I'm just reckless, but like I struggle to see a place or a world where you don't become a nihilist after that. That nothing really matters. That everything exists and everyone's happy over there and everyone's unhappy over there. And ultimately, I don't know if that's a protection or something to worry about for this Kay Titor. But his theory on it wouldn't matter what you did to her because it doesn't matter. He still existed somewhere and still came back to somewhere. So, I don't know. But the last piece in the timeline worth mentioning is that in 2009, JohnTitorFoundation.com was registered, still up, still open. You can go check that out. It's a very blank, normal page. It has a date on it, and it also has what looks like an address. It says 177 Tempus Edax Rerum. I don't speak Latin, but that's my best attempt, and it also says good luck, signed John. I believe when I translated this, just out of interest, it translates from Latin to English to mean devouring time.
That's cool.
It's very cool. But yeah, that website's up. You can check it out. But that's John Titor. That's his timeline. Those are his claims, his predictions, his story. But obviously, there are still plenty of questions remaining unanswered, right? Such as, did Titor have any communication with others outside of the posts? Did he talk to anybody else? Are there other stories from other individuals? And there's a couple answers to that. There's a woman by the name of Pamela Moore who claimed to have multiple private conversations with Titor. She also said that she had a dream of a time traveler in 1998, 2 years before any of these online posts, and the same year as the facts, coincidentally. Titor even supposedly sent a secret song that she could use to identify any imposters, which is interesting. Because he said that he's seen multiple versions of himself, he's interacted with himself. Maybe he gave her this secret phrase or secret song that would identify him versus any other version of him. I don't know why, but it's interesting. And then
this is getting crazy.
Yeah, and then what I really love is when these mysteries step into a more modern time. In September of 2016. She received a package containing the following: a letter from Kay, Titor's supposed mother, a letter from John Titor himself, an album with a record inside, and a CD with songs on it. Quote, "I'm keeping what was on it a secret because I'm not really sure why he sent those to me." End quote. So, it's frustrating. It's frustrating that, someone's claiming that they have more evidence on the story. Someone's claiming that I still have contact with this individual, but I'm going to keep it private. It's like the president's secret book. You just want to crack that thing open just a little bit. Do UFOs exist? Is this story real? You just want to peek. But I don't know if that lends credence or takes credence away from her stories, to be honest.
What a tease. Damn it. See, this is where I'm just like, all right, the government, you just need to step in on this. Come on, figure this out. Like, I just want to know.
It makes you wonder if anybody from the FBI or CIA stepped in to take a look at this.
Yeah.
If they're taking this seriously, because they tend to. There's always these secret teams that say, listen, all right, 9 times out of 10, people's claims are hooey, but
bogus claims.
We're gonna research it just in case it's true. But so those are like the only outside communications outside of these posts and facts that we have publicly available to us at this point. Another question that we had written here is, if John Titor was from an alternate timeline, was there ever another John Titor in play? Whether in this timeline or another, I think at various points he claimed that he was born in 1998. I might be misremembering that. Actually, Christian, do you know if he indicated when he was born?
According to this, in the year 2011, he was 13 years old, which means he would have been born in 1998.
Interesting. Okay, Fredo, I also misspoke. There was a problem in 2038 that they're trying to solve. However, he is coming back in time from 2036.
Ah, okay.
Those are the two. That's the year that he says in his initial posts and in the initial faxes. So again, if John Titor was from an alternate timeline, was there ever another John Titor? I know he's indicated that he's interacted with other versions of himself, but what's interesting is that after the original Titor story became very popular, another person claiming to be Titor came forward to separate or differentiate himself from this original John Titor. He called himself John Titor II, and he did multiple interviews on both radio and TV, and he worked with Jason Quitt and Bob Mitchell to write a biography and signed a contract as Lieutenant Colonel John Titor II. Which, if this guy is faking it, that's a crime. You can't just claim to be a lieutenant colonel like that.
Yeah, that's a rule somewhere that'll get you in cuffs.
It makes you wonder, pull this guy aside. I mean, maybe he's just a super fan and knows everything about this story, but quiz this guy. Quiz him over the years, quiz him over time, see if his answers change. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, also at some points, like, the government at that point has the right to step in, you know? I mean, they could use the smallest reason to step in and really blow this thing wide open.
If you want to disappear overnight, Fredo, and this is a tutorial, go ahead and start calling yourself General John Titor III. Claim you know everything about time travel and about the enemy, and just keep tweeting that. Just tweet that a lot. At the end.
No, I'm not going to do that. I took notes and I listened just to make sure I do the opposite. So I'm going to go ahead and just not.
I'm a little bit, I'm a little self-chuffed by the fact that every episode I come up with some scheme with which to get you, I don't know, engrossed in the story, to get you
if anything,
involved.
It gets me further away. It makes me want to put my hands up in the air, step back, and go, no, I'm not touching it.
But what's here, in December of 2016, it was discovered that John Titor II was actually a man by the name of Dana Lee Stern Sr. The book deal fell through because of the fraud on the contract, and Stern attempted to extort Quitt and Mitchell for $30,000 after multiple harassing and threatening messages. So, we gave it its time in the sun, and it seems to have fallen apart. And that's fair, but we also don't really know if John Titor was the name, like a real name.
Yeah.
And that's the final question here to answer that.
When you first said that, I was like, come on, that's got to be made up.
Right.
There's no way this person's just going to give information like that.
It's a cool name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Few people have just really cool names like that out of the gate. Parents are evil like that.
Yeah, I just there's no way this person gave his real name. Granted, the more information you gave to me, the more I went, this person's just running amok.
They're just saying everything. They're saying too much.
Whatever the heck they want. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's a wild one.
Yeah.
We got some wild, like I said in the beginning, I was like, it's like it's like a video game where they're just like, all right, everything's balanced out. Everything is, you know what I mean? And then when they just reach the end of that game, they're just like, all right, here's a rocket launcher. Have fun.
Right.
Granted, we've still got so much to explore with this podcast, but
there's a lot of depth in this world.
You really took me out there.
we're really jumping out here because, especially because it's the spooky season right now. We're a little bit past Halloween, but man, this is just a fascinating story.
It really is.
But John Titor II coming forward as somebody else, having a different name, kind of raises the question in general, though, was John Titor the real name or not? Was that an alias? Because there's apparently no record of John Titor or a Titor family in general having existed. And after Titor's last forum post, all, quote, correspondences were through Haber, the lawyer. And what's interesting, and one thing I want to button this up with before we go into the theories, is that Haber had a brother by the name of John Rick Haber. And he was a computer expert who was noted to have a very similar writing style to John Titor. And to me, that says a lot. Says a lot.
Yeah.
So let's swing into the obvious segue. Theory number 1, this is just a hoax. There are inconsistencies throughout Titor's stories over the years, despite how much we want to think that there's some truth in there, that you can bend some of the predictions to match things going on today or yesterday or whatever. There's some inconsistencies in there. In the initial Bell facts, he warned of impending disaster of Y2K, but began posting in 2000, well after Y2K had come and gone. So, was the disaster diverted because he decided to say something, or was there simply no disaster in general?
Yeah.
It was a common thing. It was a common topic to play on, for sure. And then in some of the posts, he claimed to fight in the Civil War, and while in some of those posts he claimed to have hid from the war, it's clear that he doesn't have his story straight in that regard.
It's a little sloppy.
And let's go ahead and just point out the obvious. The Civil War didn't happen, right? No 2004 Civil War, 2008 Civil War. And then obviously to kind of bring the hoax situation to a close, you have the Haber brothers, you have the brother to the lawyer who is a computer expert who has a very similar writing style to Titor. You have an entertainment lawyer themselves who has a client named Kay Titor. That combined with the fact that there's no evidence of a Titor family, the fact that they are the CEO, or he is the CEO of the foundation that made the book that is selling. You know. I think you know what we're saying.
Yeah, this person was smart enough to bamboozle some people. Play a long game.
Someone has some fun with this.
And played a long game, had a little fun, made a little money.
And I don't even fault them for that. To me, this is like a really creative way. And this is
it's interesting. People have, collected money for worse.
That's very true. That's very true. And if I'm to subscribe to the hoax theory here, it's a fascinating way to tell a story. It's like an ARG meets a narrative, or meets a novel. And so it didn't materialize in the way of a game or a movie, but it did materialize in the way of a biography about an individual. And so it's really cool to think about this through that lens, rather than through the negative lens of, we were swindled and someone tried to make money off of us. Honestly, that's what every product is, so let's just be real. Think of it more as like someone got hands-on with a story and allowed a lot of people in the early days of the internet to live through this story and to engage with the main character of it. And that was what made the early internet so special, is because everything was new, everything was groundbreaking, because it was all like no one had broken the communication borders like that for forever.
Right. Yeah.
So, when it comes to a hoax, maybe that's the case, but it's not all so bad if that's the way it goes, because I think
that's a witty way of doing it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting story, and I think that's what is the real crux of this topic to this day. To keep people this engaged on a topic like this, you think of like Lord of the Rings, you think of Star Wars, you think of these giant epics. Those are the things that people continue to talk about through the decades. And then you have a man or a series of individuals on the early internet, and that's still being talked to. That's what makes this so special and so cool to me.
Yeah, it's just a different, unique way of telling a story.
Right. But then obviously the other theory, simple enough, is that it's true, and that this person is a time traveler, that their theory upholds, and that some of the ways they describe the machinations of this time travel device are maybe a bit above our heads, but work theoretically, in that, their theory of the multiverse is such that their predictions are flexible, right? And to me, that's interesting. And to me, that's what's been so fascinating about, again, people like Nostradamus, people that make predictions that people heavily subscribe to. And then looking back, you can really apply those to modern events, right? The advent of helicopters and airplanes. There's one that even predicted the rise and fall of Hitler, but I think he referred to it as Hister or Himmler or something like that. So it's something like very close.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's another topic for another day. We're cracking into a bunch of topics that we might make episodes on. Let us know if you want us to. But it's very interesting. And again, this person, whoever they are, is well versed. Or maybe it's true, and this person is just telling the truth, because this technology was supposedly based on the work of Frank Tipler, who was responsible for the Tipler cylinder, hypothetically a mode of time travel. Again, that's something I can't simply explain. If you're interested, I encourage you to look it up. It's Tipler. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, but you can do some research on that. It's also on the gianttighter.com website, where they attempt to explain it there with some graphics. But because John Titor said time travel operated off of the multiple world theory, again, this is what allows his proof to be more flexible and allows his evidence, as it were, to substantiate his story. But that is the story of John Titor, the internet's first, maybe only, but it's certainly the most famous time traveler.
I was not expecting to sit down and hear about a damn time traveler.
Every week, I'm going to blow your socks off something else.
That threw me off. I was like, all right, let's see what we're getting into.
Yeah.
And you're like, time travel. I went, okay, we went off the rails.
I love, we started with like, hitman squads. We talked about like cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
We talked about
we did.
heists on an airplane with the threat of bombs, real like concrete stuff. And now we're talking about like Skinwalker Ranch and time travel. I really want to push the bounds of what this podcast can talk about, because ultimately conspiracies and theories and the cryptids and all of these things come in many different forms. And to me, they're all so deeply fascinating. But hey, if you, in your perusings of the internet, listener, stumble across a mystery that you'd like us to uncover, or maybe you know one already, feel free to tweet us, again, at RedWebPod, or you can leave us a review on iTunes. Give us a 5-star. We greatly appreciate it, because that does a lot to help surface us to new viewers, new listeners, people who like mysteries like we do. But also, the best thing you could do is word of mouth. If you got a friend who you think would love this show, we're very grateful for all the people who have shared the show in many different ways and continue listening. But we'll see you again next Monday for another mystery. Fredo, we're going to surprise you again. We're going to blow your socks off. It's going to be great.
Just, I'm about it. It's nice that we're just getting away from things that are like grounded and going like supernatural, or like this one, time traveling. I like that back and forth.
Yeah.
Like to be on both ends of that spectrum. So sometimes
reality can be too scary. So sometimes it's nice to go into the time travel realm, the alien realm, because whether you subscribe to it or not, we're going to explore it with as little bias as possible. And sometimes that's a little less scary than what reality can offer. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right. And before we go, I want to end with a question. What would you do if you came across a time traveler? Is there one question you would ask, or one thing that you would ask of them?
Does the Fast and the Furious series really end with 11 movies?
It's an amazing question, and I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it. All right, everybody. We'll see you next week for another mystery. Thanks again for listening. Goodbye. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is the new horror thriller where silence means survival, A Quiet Place, starring Emily Blunt and John Krasinski. Lee, Evelyn, and their 2 children have survived in a post-apocalyptic world by finding ways to keep quiet and avoid summoning vicious, sound-detecting predators. But how long can this family survive in a world where any sound they make could be their last? Now, I checked out the trailer, and this does look like a pretty solid post-apocalyptic thriller, which as far as like horror movie subgenres go, I gotta say post-apocalyptic thrillers are among my favorites. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be going seeing this movie in the theaters when it comes out. And when does it come out, you may ask? A Quiet Place will be in theaters April 6th. That's A Quiet Place, starring John Krasinski and Emily Blunt, in theaters April 6th.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
I gotta say, one of my favorite things about the residual high of having eaten a bunch of edibles and you wake up still stoned is that what it's nice is that, like, nothing's real and there's no consequences, and it's like a get out of jail free card for whatever you do.
Didn't you have those edibles 48 hours ago?
No, I did it again last night. I've just been trying to sleep. But what it does is make it so, like, you sort of feel like I'm a traveling, wandering god, like a Loki, and I can tell people what to do, and I can do whatever I want, and it's like they can't see me. Or they'll laugh if they saw me doing something bad.
Well, maybe that's what happened to the character we're going to talk about today. Welcome to the Last Podcast on the Left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel with Marcus Parks. We got Henry Zabrowski over there.
Teflon Henry Zabrowski. Ain't nothing going to stick to me today because I'm not a part of your world. I'm not.
Everything sticks to you.
I'm like the Little Mermaid. I am not a part of your world.
Oh my goodness. You took a bunch of brownies last night that were full of weed. I watched the show Moonshiners, and there was a funny moment where they were wrapping this bucket in cheesecloth, and this woman said, if it was easy, everyone would do it. But I thought that was funny because it's not true. You know, like no one would do it no matter how easy it was because it's moonshining. Different nights. All right, so today's episode, this is huge, by the way. This one, people have been asking about this dude for a long time. We're finally getting to him. Rasputin.
Just say it one more time.
Rasputin. Rasputin.
Oh, we got Rasputin.
How else are you supposed to say it?
Rasputin. Rasputin. That is how it's supposed to be said. It's supposed to be said with a Russian mystery. Rasputin. Rasputin. There's a lot of different types of names in this episode.
Well, I've been listening to a lot of Alabama lately. Song of the South.
I'm glad that stop saying Song of the South. Don't ever say it ever again in a podcast.
All right, Dixieland Delight. I could name both of their songs.
Well, Grigory Rasputin, a.k.a. the Mad Monk, and Grishka to his friends, was a spiritual advisor, for lack of a better term, who wormed his way into the highest echelons of power at the end of the imperial era in Russia in the early 20th century.
Ooh, cool.
Now, a lot of myths and tall tales have been told about Rasputin over the last century or so that helped to make him the booger bear that brought down the Russian Empire.
The booger bear.
Yeah.
That's not a term.
No, it's not a term.
No.
And I can't... First of all, it makes me think of the most adorable baby Charmin bear that they nicknamed Booger Bear, because you can also use toilet paper for your nose.
This is not the first time I've mentioned Booger Bear on the show.
I would have remembered. I'm pretty certain I would have remembered. Same thing with him calling it a cuckoo clock. But the Rasputin being a Booger Bear is interesting because Booger Bear, you make it cute. But for me, I just imagine a big, shirtless, wet man that everybody calls Booger Bear because no one knows his fucking origin, and he's just covered in his own nose slime.
Right. Yeah, he's like the dog. He's like the dog from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, or the father of Honey Boo Boo.
But that's not far off from Rasputin, and these were active style choices that he made.
Well, a lot of the rumors and myths about Rasputin aren't true.
No, which is really sad because, again, it's a classic example of, like, they built up a whole mysterious world of Rasputin being this powerful wizard and doing weird dark sex magic and shit. But half the time, of course, there's going to be a middle ground.
in this story of what is real and what is fantastique.
Very common. I was talking to my friend Simano Bobby about Che Guevara. Evidently, he stunk.
Really?
Bad odor.
Oh.
Not brought up.
Well, we're going to talk about Rasputin's odor later on, or lack of, or the rumor of.
Yes.
Okay.
Speaking of which, the rumors and innuendo about Rasputin came from two places: his contemporary enemies in Imperial Russia and the Soviet Union, who used Rasputin as an example of the debaucherous evil that came before the formation of the USSR.
Okay.
But since the Russians have only fairly recently made their files on Rasputin public following the fall of the Soviet Union, the picture of Rasputin that has since formed shows somewhat of a different man. The story goes that Rasputin was responsible for the fall of the House of Romanov, a dynasty that had ruled Russia for 300 years by the time Rasputin came onto the scene. Through Rasputin's actions, Tsar Nicholas Alex were led astray by this mysterious Siberian monk whose only motivations in life were supernatural evil, chaos, and sex.
Well, let's not minimize that by saying only. Aren't those quite grand motivations?
I'd like to think so. It seems to be a life goal. If that's what you want to do every day, you wake up and I want to make sure I am sowing as much supernatural evil, chaos, and sex in your life. You'll get it, but it's going to be in a lot of La Quintas, and it's going to be after polyamory festivals or Jade festivals somewhere in Arizona.
Well, I'm not saying only in like a minimizing way.
Right.
I'm saying only as in like singular, or in this case, triangular.
Laser focus.
Laser focus, yes.
Laser focused.
Yeah, but the whole truth is actually a lot more complicated. What we're aiming to do in this series is to dispel the myths that surround one of the most mysterious figures of the 20th century, while also painting this man just as he was. A man.
But he was a fucking cool ass dude. I love this story. I mean, he's done bad things. Obviously, he's done bad things.
He did really awful shit.
But it's very metal, and a lot of this fucking. When I think of this story quite a bit, it's like a man just followed with like. As he's spinning through the fucking Russian forest, fighting demons and shit that may be a part of his mind, but he's making them real. And he's out there wrestling them, and women are falling for him, and he's drinking as much stinky vodka as he could put into his big flappy mouth.
He does seem like someone who really takes Slipknot seriously. Just like I know you're hearing the band, like, but are you listening? Are you listening?
Are you even aware of the lore of Slipknot and how the masks are a different chapter for each section of the fantasy line?
No, Rasputin was not necessarily what you would call a cult leader. He had followers, yes, but he was more of an advisor, like a worm tongue. He did not want to strictly rule. He more wanted to be around those who ruled.
Oh, like John Hornacek.
What?
Carl Malone, John Stockton.
Yeah.
Hornacek just liked to be on the team.
Utah Jazz,
mid-90s.
I'm not letting any of this fake music basketball information sully the fake shit I've already put into my mind.
Now, like a cult leader, Rasputin liked to play with people, but he didn't have that one skill that we always say is one of, if not the most important, when it comes to running a successful cult. Organization.
Or a podcast network. We could maybe use a little bit of that as well. But the truth is that cult leaders have an eye for delegating authority and structure, societal structures. And they know that what you have to do is put people to work. Rasputin, in my mind, quite a bit, because we're going to see and what we're going to show in these next couple episodes, is that Rasputin was actually also very self-conscious of his image and knew what he was building and how to attract people to it. To me, he's more of a big stinky Madonna than anything, where he hit on a style and everybody got into it, and technically is the first practitioner of what I believe is a subgenre that only Rasputin does, which is crust goth.
I think I was accidentally a crust goth when I was 12.
Trust me, it is definitely a subgenre that exists. I knew quite a few crust goths in college.
It's very easy to be one.
Now, that image that Rasputin was trying to make for himself, all that was about making him a great man. That's really all he wanted. It just didn't matter to him what kind of great man he was. I mean, don't get us wrong. This guy is a monster of history. His actions led to untold misery for millions on a macro scale and hundreds on the micro. And actually, he's one of those guys where you really wonder if the whole of 20th century history might have been different if you would have just plucked Rasputin out of it.
It's fucking true, dude. It's fucking a lot of shit's on his shoulders.
First ignorant question of the podcast. What years we talking about here?
We're talking, like World War I years here. Like, we're talking like 1900 to 1917. These are some of the most consequential years of the 20th century. It set the tone for the entire 100 years.
World War I, a war so fun we did it again.
That's a very controversial statement. Very controversial advertisement.
You know, I'm just saying, I could have been a great McNamara. I could have. You know, that's how you brand Vietnam. It's like World War II. We're doing it again.
And we're also going to be stealing a little bit from Dan Carlin's concept of the capital G great man, about how what we're going to tell is the story is that. What we also learned from Jim Jones and we've learned from other cult leaders is that laser-like focus and adherence to like personal, even fake, insane values can drive you really far in this world. And somehow this stinky, I keep using stinky because that's a lot of people constantly talk about with them. This hammered,
it's possibly a rumor.
It's true. This horny version of the World War I version of Forrest Gump managed to get crazy access to very important people, and he used it very sinisterly.
And Forrest Gump used it very positively. Who doesn't love shrimp?
Well, despite all that, Rasputin was not the supernatural beast of mysticism and magic that we've been led to believe he is. I mean, like everyone we cover, Rasputin's basically just another piece of shit. So, the two books we're using for research on this series are Rasputin, The Untold Story by Joseph T. Furman. Furman. I'm sorry.
No, it's not that. It's just I hate when books are titled The Untold Story. Is it blank?
You're telling the story.
It's the now told story. I hate the term untold.
You can't say now told.
Now telling.
The story I'm currently telling of Rasputin.
Yes.
You do that in really tiny type on top of it and just label it Rasputin.
Right.
Well, the other book is Rasputin, Faith, Power, and the Twilight of the Romanovs by Douglas Smith.
Cool.
Now, this kind of story is new ground for us as we've never really covered world history in previous episodes. It's definitely new ground. So right up top, we want to make sure everyone knows that we're not claiming to be historians here.
No, we are not. No, we're not.
Shocking revelation.
The kernel of CBD gel I still have stuck to my wisdom tooth is evidence of that.
I know there's some people out there who are huge buffs of Imperial Russian history. Like, I knew a guy in college, he turned the entire first floor of his house into like this weird kind of museum dedicated specifically to the Romanovs.
Wow, nowadays, if your roommate is doing that, you call the fucking FBI and say he's planning to kill a bunch of people. Because you don't devote a whole section of your... I guess maybe it does make you peaceful.
It's a museum. I think if they just have a corner of their room with specific candles and pictures of people that they don't like around, and they're constantly licking their gun, then you call the police.
I call that pulling a Cunanan.
Yes.
No, this is just a sweet guy who was intensely obsessed with the Romanov family.
Awesome. We went to that. What was it? Was that in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
The people who turned their entire house into the museum. Very fun.
Yeah.
Strange place to live, but fun.
Yeah, it's great stuff. But my point here is that, there are people that know this shit backwards and forwards, and so, we might get a couple of things wrong here and there. And especially when it comes to like the World War I stuff, because that is insanely complicated.
I know all about World War I.
Also, especially the names. Because reading these books, reading Rasputin, the untold story that is currently being told that you are reading, I learned that I can't pronounce the names. I don't know. They all kind of blend together sometimes, and it kind of feels like when you're deep into like book 4 of Dune, and they're just rattling off like the different house names and all the different dukes and archlords and all that shit, and you're just like, I just hope that we get back to the plot at some point and tell me where do we find out where they kept his penis, which is in the end the first driving thought of mine during the research of Rasputin is, where's his cock? I've heard they got his cock.
Oh, all right. Yeah. names. That's basically all the Bible is, too. It's just listing of names.
Hezekiah, son of Jeremiah, son of Micaiah. Yes.
And then somehow they slip in homophobia.
Yeah, we're going to fuck up some names here. There's a ton of very difficult to pronounce names and places. We're going to get some wrong here and there, but please know that we're going to do our best with everything here.
Yeah.
Like we're trying our hardest.
I do love that we try to nip mean tweets in the bud.
We have to now. I'm tired of them. We just have to.
All right, let's do this.
So with that, let's get into the life of Rasputin.
Can you handle the eyes of the dark monk himself?
So Grigory Efimovich Rasputin, known as Grishka to the townsfolk, Grishka meaning friend.
Oh.
Was born in 1869 in the desolate wasteland of Siberia in the small town of Pokrovskoye. And this being 1869, not a lot is known about his parents. His father, Ephraim, was, according to records, chunky, unkempt, and stooped.
Yeah, you mean Siberian. He's Siberian. Technically, they measure how much land you should receive from the government by how many degrees your stoop goes from the center of your back.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, his mother is hardly mentioned at all, but both of them seem to be like fairly normal Siberian peasants. Just regular salt of the earth.
Emphasis on salt.
I would assume.
The only negative thing about his father that was said, if you could even consider this a strong negative or even slightly remarkable for a Russian peasant, was that he had a taste for, quote, strong vodka.
That's totally normal.
Yes, I think so. It's very cold in Siberia. I feel like a lot of people are like strong vodka, and it'd be weird, actually, if you liked weak vodka.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the blanket, it's a liquid blanket.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I do not go to bed and look at a bottle of vodka and be like, thank you for being my blanket tonight for another night.
That definitely is not the first time you've referred to booze as a liquid blanket.
It's a liquid blanket.
No, that's a classic. No, people always, the whiskey, that's the sweater inside. You know, that's been said before.
You just shoot yourself like a big drunk canary and just pull a blanket like over your face, and then now it's time for sleep. Even in the middle of the day, you can go to sleep as long as it's dark.
Now, one of the first myths we'll tackle has to do with something as simple as Rasputin's name. Now, some have said, historians included, that Rasputin's family was so poor that they had no last name.
Wow.
Now, the name Rasputin, they said, was given to him as an adult, as calling him Grigory Rasputin was akin to calling him Grigory the Drunk. Oh. Rasputin being derived from the word Rasputnichat, which means debaucherous.
So far, so good on these names.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's 100 for 100. Also, a part of it's like, his name's Greg.
Yeah, his name's Greg.
Greg. Just imagine it's just essentially the American version name is Greg Drunk. That's what he was. If he came here, which I guess it doesn't help you come to this country.
Sounds like someone who might start Breitbart.
But in reality, the name Rasputin is an difficult designation used to describe the Rasputin family's hometown. In Russian, at least back then, a word for crossroads was Rasputin, making the name no more extraordinary than Rhodes or Strada.
Huh. His name was Greg Drunk Rhodes?
Well, essentially, what it meant, oh man, yeah, it's essentially a Greg Drunk Driving. That's his name.
That brings it to another level.
Now, another possibly more appropriate origin of the name Rasputin is the word Rasputitsa, which is a word that describes the muddy Siberian spring season that actually makes it impossible to travel by road.
Which then you can see the entomological, is that the term?
I think so.
Entomological?
No, I think entomological means, I think that's bugs. I think you mean etymological.
Entomologals. The word science, if you think about it, is that a muddy road and traveling through it is akin to being drunk, so you can see how the name slowly turned into drunk over time.
Okay.
Well, no, it never was drunk.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I just learned something. I just let something absorb.
And the myths about what happened before little Grigory was even born don't stop there. One of the myths created by Rasputin's contemporary enemies concerned the sexual habits of his parents. The paper Morning of Russia published a story that said that Rasputin's father Yefim was such a sexual deviant that he dared to have sex with his wife Anna while she was pregnant with Rasputin.
Yes.
On one occasion, when Anna refused to have sex, it said, while she was pregnant, Yefim supposedly screamed in reference to the baby inside her, quote,
"Push it out! Hurry up and push it out!"
This, they say, resulted in the childhood nickname Pushed Out Grishka.
Oh,
God.
Pushed Out Grishka.
I'm starting to think these Russians are just having fun with us.
I tell you what, a lot of these peppers I've been eating recently have been fucking up with my Pushed Out Grishka, which is really fucking with me today.
Good Lord.
It was also said in the same article that when Anna grew too large for vaginal sex, a handyman witnessed them engaging in a bit of anal, although I don't really see how that's easier.
What is this? Why are these stories? Why does this exist as a storyline?
Because at the time, people were really, people hated Rasputin, and so they were trying to smear him as scandalously as possible. And I guess anal is bad, but at the same time, I kind of think it's refreshing that his parents were still sexually active.
Yeah, this is the best parent that we've ever covered. You're the best duo here that we've covered so far.
Well, I don't know if the whole anal thing is true.
How would they know?
They do anal. I know that they do.
No, but how would what was it? Who found them?
The handyman.
First of all, we need to investigate this handyman.
Yes, hello, I am the handyman. I can tell difference between vaginal hole and butthole. The butthole, it makes the woman go, wow, 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 which is what, unfortunately, Mrs. Rasputin was a say.
But yeah, the thing was that they didn't need to exaggerate Rasputin's sexual habits. He was a hardcore sex addict who did a litany of awful things that we're going to cover. But really, why did they bring his mother's butthole into this whole thing?
Don't know.
There was no reason for that.
I've said that. Leave it alone.
I will tell you, I did miss the sentence originally when I was going over the outline that it said that they had engaged in anal sex, and all I saw was the sentence of mom's butthole. Why did they bring his mom's butthole into the whole thing? So then I Googled Rasputin mom's butthole, and I gotta say, there is some controversial stuff.
I'm sure there is.
So the land in which Rasputin was born, Siberia, could be described as a collection of middle-of-nowheres. It makes up 77% of Russia's land, but only a quarter of its population. And the population was even less in Rasputin's time. Now, it does have quite the frozen tundra wasteland reputation, and that is deserved up north. But the majority of people lived in southern Siberia, which actually has better weather than Alaska.
Really? Don't get jealous, Alaska. This is not your fault.
But that's not to say that it's not barren. It is, but at the very least, it was able to support agriculture, which was the Rasputin family trade. And the Rasputins had lived there forever, hundreds of years. And this actually tells you a lot about the Rasputins. It wasn't really until the 19th century that Russians started seriously immigrating to Siberia, and even then, those that did come were of what you'd call a desperate sort.
Yeah, how sad are you when you have to immigrate to Siberia? That's the place you want to be leaving.
They view it as a place of freedom because they have a reputation of being independent. When you go to Siberia, it's kind of like the Wild Wild West, part of America, where you go out there and it was about
now I'm
people.
thinking about a huge robotic spider.
I'm sorry.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. But you go out there essentially for Lebensraum, living space. You know that term, Kissel, because your grandfather had spray painted all over the base.
Right, thank you.
But
it's
a
the
part
world
of what they
actually
wanted.
started labor unions, but we don't.
That's true. But that's kind of a little bit of the drive to go to Siberia. But it's still, I think it probably sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a drive to go there, but it's also where Russia made people go. It's where it dumped its undesirables, even before the days of the Soviet gulags and the terrifying modern Siberian prisons that we see on Lock Up Raw today.
Okay.
This is where they sent the weirdos and the religious leaders and the political exiles. This is the place that you sent people when you just wanted them out of the way. But just like a lot of other isolated wildernesses in the world where life is short, brutal, and miserable, the people of Siberia were deeply religious. But those people also had a kind of odd relationship with the church. The major religion was Eastern Christian Orthodox, which is pretty much Catholic, not Catholic.
Catholic, not Catholic.
They're like Catholic number. They're like second Catholic. They're
Like
right
Lutherans.
behind the Catholics.
We always how we described as the Lutherans was Catholics without discipline.
Like the Eastern Orthodox, they're like in between Lutherans and Catholics.
Okay.
Yeah, they still have all like the pomp and the rituals that the Catholics have. They just don't follow the Pope.
Well, it seems like the Russian government, I tried to dip a toe into the religious history of Russia, and I will say, it is complicated. I try to understand it. Just the Greek Orthodox versus Russian Orthodox there's a lot of different differences in there. I know that my mentally handicapped cousins had a Greek Orthodox wedding, and it was 3 hours long, and there's a lot of circling each other. So I know that they draw a lot of pictures, big ornate pictures, and it seems the government was always either at odds or in cahoots with the religion, with different types of religions at different parts in Russian history. So different times the church's stock would go up and then lessen in terms of influence in the country.
It does seem like most of the research you did on this religion was at your mentally handicapped cousin's wedding.
Yes, it was like I took a master's course in how to be uncomfortable.
Now, what spoke to these people, the people of Russia, and especially the peasants of Russia, was not dogma or theology as much as it was the icons and the rituals. Only 4% of Siberia was literate at that time, so it's not like people were at home studying the Bible. And more than anything, these people just wanted something that sounded good, which made Russia at the time fertile ground for a whole host of flim-flam men that had the ears of both peasants and royalty, and Rasputin was the best flim-flam man of all.
All right.
If I were to write flim-flam next to Rasputin's name in terms of like a job title, I would use 2 capital Fs.
Wow.
And Rasputin, what's also interesting about the people of Siberia that I seem to sort of absorb is the idea of fatalism was rampant, and especially in peasant life. The idea of God gives us whatever it is that he gives us, including suffering, including being conned, including everything that's happened. So everything that happens essentially for a reason, and we're supposed to take it. Our suffering is God's will, and so we're going to be fine with it. So you have a lot of people that roll with difficult shit. So it kind of, I wouldn't say gullibility, but it definitely, it adds fire to what Rasputin just kind of like came at the right time when his shit was also perfectly absorbed by the people looking for somebody confident to listen to.
Well, they got to be knocked down for you to pick them up.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I say.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to play into shit later on, without a doubt.
Is that what you do when you just stare at horses going around Prospect Park? You just yelling at that? Yelling at people?
So the legend goes that Rasputin was born on a cold January night, and as his mother gave birth, a comet screamed across the Siberian sky above their home. And this marked Grigory as a great man to be.
Ooh.
This was, of course, not true, but according to Rasputin, the untold story, such omens were kind of the norm in rural Russia. Other omens talked about babies being born with iron teeth, dogs born with 6 legs, or snakes falling from the sky.
That's scary.
Now, all of these things were omens that pestilence and death were sure to come to the village. You know, the baby with the iron teeth, the dog born with 6 legs, the snake falling from the sky.
They're literally just creating James Bond villains.
Yes.
That's
very unlucky.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that was because all of this shit, like death and pestilence, were very common, and people needed something on which they could blame their misery. For example, the infant mortality rate in Siberia at this time was brutally high. Out of 8 kids, possibly 9, Rasputin was the only one to survive past childhood.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to be very strong to live past all the other kids, especially they all just very casually, the kids die, they throw them on top of the potato pile, and then they start fucking again, and they make another one, and then they just pop it out and be like, its face fell off. Like, oh, so does God give us this fate? And they throw it in the river, and then they fuck again and have another kid. And so by then, I imagine, it does make you a weird person watching baby after baby die, and you just stare, and they're like, we deserve this. And everyone's just sucking on vodka and lifting rocks from one place to another.
Yeah. I mean, they really just treated them more like potential workers, right?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like people just sort of accepted it. They didn't really talk about it at all. It was just once one kid left, it's like, all right, well, that's the way it goes.
All right.
You know, and this shit, you know, it produces weird people, and Rasputin was the weirdest one out of them.
Oh, wow.
Like, first of all, he was scared of shadows because he thought that all shadows were filled with ghosts waiting to jump out and get him.
You know, I can see it. I actually, I don't think that's that irrational for a child.
Technically, that is what George Norrie is like now.
Rasputin also said he never stole as a child because he could see if a person was a thief just by looking at him.
Ooh.
He said that he could even see what they had stolen, and since he assumed that everyone could do that, he never stole. But as we'll see, that was a huge goddamn lie.
You know, Sheriff Joe Arpaio said the exact same thing, but it just turns out he was racially profiled.
Oh.
Yeah.
Today also sponsored by Grasshopper. If you're an entrepreneur, a small business owner, or even if you have a side gig, let me introduce you to Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Grasshopper lets you run your business from your cell phone while keeping your business and personal life separate. Choose from their huge inventory of local, toll-free, or vanity toll-free numbers. Simply forward your new number to your mobile phone and start taking calls immediately. Whether you're in an office, in your car, or out running errands, Grasshopper's iPhone and Android apps help you stay connected to your customers. Not to mention, you can send and receive calls and texts from your business phone number, set up multiple extensions for everyone on your team, get your voicemails transcribed and emailed to you, work from anywhere with call forwarding, make and receive calls from your computer via the desktop app, and even utilize Wi-Fi calling. Better yet, Grasshopper offers an easy and instant setup and 24/7 customer support, all without any long-term contracts. That's Grasshopper. Sign up today. Go to grasshopper.com/LEFT to get $20 off your first month. That's grasshopper.com/LEFT. Now, Rasputin was also a bedwetter, which for some reason made him an outsider in a village of outsiders, as the moment the bedwetting got out, none of the other kids wanted to be around him.
How does the bedwetting stories, how do they always get out?
Because it's common, you smell like pee. You show up someplace, you smell like pee, they're like, hey, Sputin, you're smelling like a lot more like piss today than you did yesterday. He's like, because I make a soup in my pants. And they're like, oh, okay. And, you know, like he just unwittingly, because he was a weird kid. And also in Siberia, bedwetting is reserved for the parents.
But through it all, Rasputin still had a love for his homeland. He'd come back, even after he was one of the most like influential people in all of Russia. Like once a year, he'd go back and hang out in his small town.
You got to remember your roots.
It does seem a little Romeo and Michelle every time he does it, though. Like he shows up kind of in like, look at me now. Hey, more hairy, huh? The time does this to me. You fucking guys, love you. Hey, get out of here.
Yeah, that is a good point. It might just be trips to go brag.
And even as a child, Rasputin had a deep and abiding faith in God, a lot like Jim Jones. But it was around the age of 8 that Rasputin's path took a turn for the supposedly supernatural. Ooh. He and his cousin both came down with pneumonia after falling into a river, and only Rasputin survived. Now, because his cousin was apparently the only kid who'd hang out with him, Rasputin turned to horses for company, and pretty soon he said that he could communicate with them on a mental level.
Ooh.
Did you do the same thing?
No, I didn't commune with horses.
He would never communicate with horses. But you do get the feeling when Marcus said that, he's like, you don't do that. You get to know the horse power and horse wisdom. It's not meant for man. My uncle did it. He's been in a coma for 30 years.
No, you got to earn a horse's trust. Yeah. You can't just break in there.
Hey, man, you don't got to tell me.
Well, really, I mean, it seems like all of Rasputin's outward miracles when he was a kid had to do with the horse at some time or another.
Oh, he just seemed like he was good with horses.
Yeah, he was great with horses.
Chip Gaines is great with horses.
Yes, he is. Fixer-upper.
And when Rasputin was 12, he was in bed with a high fever when he heard adults talking in the other room. They were discussing a recent theft in which the poorest man of town had lost his only horse.
Oh.
Rasputin got out of bed, looked at the faces of the men in discussion, pointed at one of them, and screamed,
"He stole the horse!"
Oh, no. This is how the Salem witch trial started.
But that's what happens. He's a weird, sickly kid. He's like all covered in fever. He shuffles out going, That man is the thief there. And they're like, get out of here, you sweaty, weird little boy. And then he goes back to sleep, and then they find him later on.
Yeah, like the father apologized, but he said like, "Oh, the kid's just sick. He's talking nonsense." But the other guys are like, "Well, maybe this kid's onto something
Why
here."
wouldn't he be? Yeah.
So they followed the guy home, and they found him trying to move the horse.
Yeah, he was trying to launder the horse. And so the problem is the boy is right, and when the boy is right, that means everybody else is wrong. You know what I mean? Which is bad for the town.
Yep, he's like the Rainmaker from Looper.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the man was beaten within an inch of his life, as was the custom, and the town finally put...
How do you know when the inch is up? like what's the final hit?
Siberians know.
Okay.
Well, they do the old school wrestling thing where they lift the hand to see if it holds to give him the 3 count.
Well, after that, the town finally put little Grigori's bedwetting habit aside and gave him just the tiniest bit of respect.
Look at that.
Well, it seemed like it was also a mixture of fear because they got a weird reputation. Where it's like immediately it happened. Like he's a bed pisser. He's a very strange child. All he does is hang out with horses and whisper on them all day long. And then he comes out with this very accurate prediction, and they all immediately get nervous, being like, if he can see that we steal, then that means that we can't steal. Now what we have to do is treat this as if it's real, and we need to isolate the boy.
Okay.
Yeah, but, the reverence wouldn't last long because when Rasputin got older, he developed a taste for vodka to rival even that of his father.
All right.
He turned into a lecherous troublemaker, earning the nickname Sniveler and Snotnose.
Cool.
It's pretty sweet. It does sound like the second line of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys characters.
I was gonna say that. Yep, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, and he did actually have those nicknames. That wasn't a smear by his enemies, but his enemies...
It's freezing cold and he's trashed, of course. Let the snot roll.
But the enemies, I mean, they made him out to be pretty much this young devil, even though, he wasn't that bad by Russian peasant standards. This is what one propaganda leaflet said about him.
In his youth, Rasputin was uncommonly helpless, with a foul mouth, inarticulate speech, driveling, dirty as can be, a thief and blasphemer. He was the fright of his native village.
Siberian. He's Siberian.
Now, they followed that with accusations of vodka and horse thievery, two of the worst things you could do back in those days.
Yes.
How it cannot be easy to steal a horse.
It's pretty. I mean, you just kind of get on it and you ride off.
You hit it with the fucking hammer and then you drag it on the cart.
You can definitely only steal one at a time.
Yeah, well, unless you got a buddy. But that's the thing. Actually, you can, because what you do is you'd hop on one horse and you got the other horse like tied to a rope or something like that, and that horse will follow you if you got a rope jerking.
Or you got a dick like Apu's tail, which is what he has, and it's fucking, it's got a prehensile edge to it that can grab the vodka and stick it up your asshole like those old dirty jokes about the guy with the elephant trunk dick.
I have no idea what your father read to you as a child.
In reality, Rasputin was probably just like a snotty kid.
Sure.
Like, one of the only things on record concerning Rasputin was that he did 2 days in jail for giving, quote, a rude attitude to a local government official.
Okay.
Well, he had gothy properties, right?
Yeah.
He started off as a tiny little Dracula, and he knew instinctively as a little boy to lean into the role of being mysterious and being unpredictable, like I have been in the past. And you have to, but that's a part of what you do. He kind of immediately understands, you kind of have to cultivate your persona in this world of nobodies. It's this small town Siberia, and he immediately was like, I could be a fucking character here and get a lot of attention.
But the one thing that everyone agrees on about Rasputin was his eyes.
Ooh.
His eyes were so famous and important to his character that the book Twilight of the Romanovs dedicated an entire chapter just to Rasputin's eyeballs and how he'd use them.
It's fair to say he does not exist as Rasputin without those eyes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, him and what's her name? Scarlett Johansson, she's got tiny eyes. It's like, but his eyes are in pictures. Like, that's kind of funny. Even the old black and white pictures, you look at them and they really do stand out. And I'll look at a picture for a long time, just like staring at it while I'm reading, and I'm all of a sudden nude, just looking at his face.
Right.
and my penis is in my hands. I'm like, why am I doing this to myself in front of this man? But it's like his eyes are following me everywhere around the room while I have the book open, and I'm full of edibles, and I'm jerking it.
Sure. I feel an interest. That's what I do when I look at pictures of Frank Sinatra, although I put on a 3-piece suit without even knowing it. Classy.
Well, one person called Rasputin's eyes, quote, psychologically inexplicable.
Wow. It's a strange optometrist.
Stop flirting with me, doctor.
And others said that his eyes pierced like needles, like a metallic greenish, bluish, brownish gray. His eyes like seemed to change hues. They kind of changed color.
Wow.
And they were described as at the same time being disturbing, alarming, and alluring.
Stop it, Marcus. You're doing this to me again. I'm going to be nude again.
They said that he would stare at you without blinking, uncomfortably long, staring at you as if he was trying to set you on fire. And some said that Rasputin's eyes were the source of his power over people, either attracting them or throwing them off balance. And it wasn't just his eyes. Rasputin's whole way of communicating almost sent you into a trance, but in the strangest way possible. When he spoke, his sentences were disjointed and oddly phrased, like he'd use like fragments of subjects in this like kind of weird stream of consciousness that would go from religion to philosophy to offhanded sexual remarks.
He was probably a dyslexic with ADHD.
It's possible, but honestly, I've heard it a lot. He just sounded like an Uber driver.
Yes, you got everybody takes the 405, but nobody ever asks old Grigor if I want to take the 405. And sometimes I think the Mexican people's pants are too long. Why you got shorts if you're going to hide your knees?
And you're just like, what is that, sir? And he's just like, that would be $7.72.
There is nothing like an Uber driver in LA because they are ready to they think you might be a producer and they're ready to perform. When Brooke and I were down there, this guy was like, so what do you think about Trump? And we were like, not big fans. He's like, I have an impression, and he did it for 7 minutes. Yeah. It was great. It was so fun.
Well, Rasputin was like super herky-jerky with his arms too, and he would shuffle his feet when he spoke, and he'd constantly fidget with whatever was around. And like any of these three things taken alone, like the staring, like the weird way of talking, and all the herky-jerky, it would have been devastating to anyone else. But Rasputin, even as a teenager, was able to make it work.
Yeah. He sounds like fucking Andrew Garfield. Like, it sounds like, honestly, when I read about his behavior, it's that he is a dude that realizes, oh, if I'm super mysterious, chicks will really dig me. And so he becomes weirder and weirder as he goes, like experimenting with how weird he can be. And he's getting positive feedback of people like, oh, there's something to this Gregory. And he's like, so I'm not Gregory anymore. My name is Rasputin. Being like, oh, you guys must have made some money, bought a last name.
Did he ever go through a fat phase like Marilyn Manson?
Not really.
He died thin.
Well,
huh?
he was always kind of skinny, but he got a belly later on.
Okay, I like that part.
Yeah.
I love Marilyn Manson now.
Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Just for Men. For an enviable beard and healthy feeling skin underneath, opt for Beard Care from Just for Men, the #1 beard experts. With 25 years of men's facial hair expertise, Just for Men knows beards. And they've got a full line of supremely fine products to prove it, including face and beard wash, beard conditioner, beard oil, and beard balm. The face and beard wash helps prevent beard itch, unclogs pores, calms and moisturizes, and deep conditions. Meanwhile, the beard oil is light and non-greasy and smooths and softens without clogging pores. The beard conditioner deep conditions while calming and moisturizing skin underneath. And the beard balm offers superior hydration, fights itch and dry, flaky skin, and helps prevent ingrown hairs, all using soothing oatmeal, aloe, chamomile, and jojoba oil. So, kiss your average beard goodbye and usher in your softest, smoothest, bestest beard and skin underneath. Put your best beard forward. Visit jfmbestbeard.com and use the promo code BESTBEARD25 to get 25% off your purchase.
Well, the thing is about like his whole way of moving is like that was kind of natural to him. That's just the way he did it. But as he grew older, he learned how to cultivate it. Like he was so good at it that, I mean, this guy, he grabbed the ears of emperors eventually, like through this weird trance-like way of being. It's like his whole way of being was to put people into a trance.
And these are people who just kill folks for not having their food cooked properly.
Well, actually, the czars weren't that bad.
Not
they,
that
they
bad?
weren't that capricious.
Is
no.
that going to get us into a lot of trouble saying that the czars weren't that bad?
They were, let's just say they're also horrible.
They were they were canonized a few years ago. It's fine.
Oh, so that erases everything. I forgot. That makes them good.
So as I said earlier, God was always a presence in Rasputin's life and in the life of his family. The family would go on like regular pilgrimages together to monasteries around Siberia. So when Rasputin was 17, he got permission from his parents to make the trip on his own. Oh. And on this trip, he met a woman named Praskovia Dubrovina at the Feast of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary.
Man, that party must have been off the fucking chain, dude. Siberia, Assumption of the Virgin Mary. I've got 9 Keeklorks of vodka and my mule's horny. Woo, this is going to be a great assumption.
Praskovia was 20 years old, a spinster by the standards of the day.
Disgusting.
When did they die?
Ugh. 29 years old.
20, jeez.
Well, you got to remember, like, they have to start having kids early because you got to play an odds game there.
Oh, sure, that's right, yeah.
So within a few months, the two were married, and Rasputin brought his new wife home.
I'm married, bitches. You guys all thought that I wouldn't, but I tell you what, I throw that dick fuck down so solid, she stay with me for life, huh? High five, huh? Why everybody's not stay with me?
This is the Siberian version of Harold and Maude. 17 and 20. With that elderly woman.
So their first 3 children died of scarlet fever and whooping cough, respectively. But their 4th, 5th, and 6th actually lived well into adulthood.
Oh, nice.
But the 7th died.
3, so they got 3 out of 4.
No, they got 3 out of 7.
Right, but yeah, they're 3. And I mean, they're not winning the NBA Finals.
Yes.
But they went to 7 games, so that's pretty good.
They lose the NBA Children Finals.
However, such was life in Siberia and Russia, and a lot of peasants, as Henry said, they just kind of saw this as a manifestation of God's will. So after marriage, from the ages of 19 to 28, Rasputin seems to have just kind of done his best to be the town pain in the ass while still trying to be godly.
Okay.
Like he'd get drunk, he'd hop in his horse cart, and he'd just ride around town shouting obscenities at all the respectable folk.
There's a part of this that sounds fun.
Yes, it
where
does.
It's like, just the idea of being like, see, you don't fucking tell me where to go, what to do. I go out there, I get ripped up, I get fucking crazy. That's what Greg the drunk fucking does. Okay? You fucking going to fight him a nickname? Then you get to just slill fucking vodka all night on a horse cart. Because there's no DUIs if it's a cart, right? Just yelling at people.
Honestly, man. Yeah, every one of these, there's always a moment where it's just like, let's be friends.
Yeah, but he still also like talked about God all the time. Like Rasputin, he was kind of like that frat boy that has like the cross tattoo and the cross necklace, and he has that weird little hook on his cap that like, oh, it's about fishers of men.
He also sounds a little bit like Johnny Cash, peak drunk. And still loving the Lord.
We're going to do a gospel album.
We're going to do a gospel album.
We're doing a gospel album, and I'll tell you what, because if we don't, I'm going to shoot your fucking wife.
Most people, they wouldn't hire Rasputin for a job, and usually when something went missing in town, Rasputin was the prime suspect. And in fact, one of the myths about Rasputin is directly related to his thievery.
Oh.
Now, it was said that Rasputin's evil nature was so strong and diabolical in the true sense of the word that he had a small horn growing out of his forehead, a bump just below the surface. That, they said, was the reason behind his messy hair, because he was hiding the horn, and therefore his intentions.
God, it's like you're talking about Marilyn Manson.
I know it.
But the real story is actually much more embarrassing than that.
Uh-oh. He had a zit.
One night, a fellow villager named Kortovstev. God damn it, I've been trying to figure out this one.
Kortovstev. We're going to get in so much fucking trouble.
Let's just call him Cart.
We'll call him Cart. I like
Cart.
that.
Yeah. We'll call him Carty. Cardiff. So Cart caught Rasputin stealing his fence piece by piece.
That is
Every day I come outside, then I chop the fence. Fence belongs to me. It is outside. You mean to tell me that I cannot catch bird, make pet? I see fence, now fence, my pet. And it's the vodka that gives me permission.
For some reason, I just think it would be hilarious if they were neighbors and he was stealing his fence and moving it like 1 inch onto his lawn.
I take a look at the codes. The community codes, and your grass is 1 inch too high. I cut it with fucking sword, and you try to take it from me.
No, he was just chopping it up with an axe and like throwing it in his throwing the pieces in his car so he could like sell it for firewood later.
That's so funny.
So when the villager caught him, Rasputin he kind of threatened him with the axe. So the villager just took a stake and just bashed Rasputin right in the face with it, and then beat him as hard as he could. And the beating caused a permanent bump in Rasputin's forehead.
Oh.
Honestly, it's a very drunkard story. I see in the frame of this arc is that up until now, Rasputin has been a mess, right? He's fucking as many women as he can. He's got kids at home, but he's just the town drunk who's sort of being religious is sort of his thing. But in the end, he's just got a bad reputation and people hate him. But this hit is going to send him off into the trip that will then mark his destiny.
According to the untold story, the same neighbor that beat Rasputin would also be the man who would inadvertently send Rasputin on the journey that would be his first step towards his ultimate destiny. Ooh. A couple of Cart's horses had gone missing, and Rasputin, along with a couple of his drinking buddies, were the prime suspects. The friends were found guilty and were permanently exiled, but the evidence against Rasputin being involved wasn't as clear-cut. A temporary exile was suggested, which wouldn't have been so bad, but Rasputin had a different suggestion. He offered to take a pilgrimage to the Siberian monastery of St. Nicholas, 325 miles away. Ooh. The townsfolk accepted the proposal, maybe thinking it would do him some good, but probably just hoping that they wouldn't have to deal with this asshole for just at least a few months.
Sure, yeah, that's a long ways away.
But on the other hand, we should not just dismiss this outright as some drunk dickhead trying to get out of a punishment. Rasputin had chosen a grueling, dangerous, possibly life-threatening path when he could have easily just fucked off into the wilderness for a little while.
He hit rock bottom. I do believe that that's kind of what happened here. It's like in the style of the show Intervention, he had hit rock bottom. He didn't know what to do with his life. He had a lot of ambition. He had been meandering and talking about it to this point about how he was destined for something great. His parents were kind of hinting at that a little bit, saying that there was something special about his birth or all this bullshit, whether that's true or not. But he started to believe a little bit, being like, I can make something of myself, and if I do something impossible, if I go do this crazy thing, I'll gain some sort of esoteric knowledge from it and come back a different person, which is exactly what happened.
Cool. Mm-hmm. A journey is afoot.
Yeah, I mean, the things about Rasputin is at the end of the day, he's really he's like a late bloomer. Sure. You know, it took until 28 for him to really get his shit together. And this was the trip that would make Rasputin blossom.
Oh.
And so, in the spring of 1897, Rasputin began the long trek to St. Nicholas and became one of the Straniki. The Straniki were what the Russians called holy wanderers.
Oh, good. I thought it was someone who ran on the football field after their college football team won naked.
The Straniki.
Oh, gosh. That's fun.
That is cute.
That's fun.
I mean, they were like hobos.
They were hobos.
They were hobos that just kind of talked about God a lot.
Okay.
But this dude just went normally you put point A from where we are in Prostovia to St. Nicholas, it's like a straight line, but normally you take roads and shit to go around it, you'd follow formal things. But he's like, no, I'm going straight. So that means it's he's walking through fucking bushes.
Yeah.
He's walking through ditches. He's walking over mountains. And the whole time he's going and spinning in circles and shit. He's really going for it. And in my mind, he's also fighting fucking demons.
Yeah.
And he's out there and demons are coming at him and he's got the sacred stick of Skroshia and he's fighting him like it's a fucking kung fu movie and they're all falling all around him. He's getting the eyes. He's shooting laser out of his eyes. Yeah. That's where it jumps into fan fiction.
Absolutely. There's something very like labyrinth about it all.
Yeah, and the whole time he's like repeating the Jesus prayer. Like he keeps saying like, "Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy upon me, a sinner." Like as he's just saying it over and over and over again
Like
as
the way
he's walking.
Like the way Timothy McVeigh forced everyone to listen to Bad Company by Bad Company off the album Bad
Company. He also may have been a proto Bad Company. That's also a way that like the Hare Krishnas and different sects of different spiritualism believes that you should use your mantra. Like, basically, you say your mantra over and over and over again until it becomes a part of you. Like, you say Krishna again and again, so they say it becomes like your heartbeat, where now it's like in your brain forever and becomes a part of your body. And so he really got very serious about this.
Yeah. I mean, this was like, it was a true journey. Like, he slept outside. He begged for all of his food. He said he escaped mountains. And he said the devil tempted him on multiple occasions with, quote, unholy desires.
So he wasn't drinking.
No, he wasn't.
It was just him just looking at a tree that had bumps on it that vaguely looked like tits. It's like, stop it, God! Stop making me horny! I'm horny enough! He also met the Muppets.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
So after months of walking, Rasputin finally arrived and reconnected with the man he'd already been acquainted with, Brother Macquarie.
Ooh.
Now, Macquarie was the type of monk who wore chains to like mortify his flesh. He was one of those. He was a penitent monk, mortifying his flesh. Like he'd wear chains. It's that mortifying your flesh. It's fucking yourself up. It's like when the flagellants like whip themselves.
Yes.
He would wear chains pretty much just to hurt himself, just to punish himself constantly.
That's why I never got that. Dave Navarro does that. He just hangs on hooks. I don't get it.
People they say there's an endorphin rush in it, but you know where I get an endorphin rush? When there's a new Top Chef listed on demand on my cable.
Yes.
And that's the rush that I need. That's the rush that I crave.
Absolutely.
Well, Macquarie also believed that all society should have the unquestioning faith in God that a peasant has. And he also claimed to be a mystic, someone who speaks directly to God. So when Rasputin went to Macquarie for guidance, Rasputin believed that he was pretty much taking advice from God himself.
Now imagine this is like the old punks that existed that weren't TV ready. Macquarie was disgusting. He was covered in cuts. He was the one that also he was the Bannon for Rasputin, where he gave him all the tools he needed because the peasant being closer to God was such a good political move that helped him later on because it allowed him to speak to quote unquote the common man and say, you're the real people. You are the real people. Right. Yes, I talk to these fancy people and I wear a fancy hat, but you're real. And so he learned all this shit, but Macquarie was like the old school punks that weren't ready to be superstars, and then all of a sudden Rasputin shows up and he's Sid Vicious and he's a corporately packaged punk like pop star.
So Rasputin's brain, kind of a Karl Rove type. Did I ever tell you that story of when I saw Karl Rove outside a News Corps?
No.
He walks out of News Corps. He's just a little nerd person, like all the people we cover. You know, they get blown up, and he knocks over a delivery person's bike, and he tries to pick it up, and he can't. It was the nerdiest thing ever. And then finally the guy came out and was just like, okay, Karl Rove knocked over my bike. It was just a delivery guy. It really humanizes them when you see them for all their little nerdy flaws.
It is really nice to know that I could grab Dick Cheney in his wheelchair and flip it over, and he'd squirm around on the ground, and I could grab my jacket and just literally just mop the floor with him, and he'd be like, stop.
You just want to do what John Goodman did to the elder Lebowski.
Yes.
Well, I understand.
And so during this time at the monastery, like something changed in Rasputin. He actually found God, or at least his version of it. He found a version of God that spoke to him, but it's also possible that he just found something that he could exploit. But, you know, the truth is probably somewhere in between.
That was us with podcasts. You just discover the thing that works for you. And he got it, though, immediately. And he's like, that's one of the Rasputin's one of those stories, too, of like a guy in not even ancient times. Like this is technically modern times. It just feels ancient because it's fucking Siberia. But he was like a very modern person dropped into an old system. It's like he woke up modern. He woke up like realizing like, oh shit, like I'm going to take all this podunk version of what they're doing all gross and I'm going to sell it to the next level.
Yeah, and this was him doing all this shit by never leaving. He hasn't left Siberia at this point. Like he's just he's a small town boy does good.
Okay.
Where he has no idea of what's happening outside, but yet he still somehow, like almost cosmically, is made for this time.
Okay.
So when Rasputin returned to the village, they said he had, quote,
disheveled hair and no hat, singing and waving his arms.
He had no hat?
No hat.
No hat.
What do you mean?
No hat.
He had a hat?
He didn't. I guess he had a hat when he left and didn't have one when he came back.
That's what they noticed?
Yes.
You used to have a hat. And he traveled 700 miles at this point.
Not just noticed, but remarked.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was an alcohol-free zealot. You know, and he wanted nothing more than to talk about his conversion to anyone who would listen to it. So, in other words, he'd left his village as one kind of pain in the ass and returned as another.
Yeah, you guys think that I'm drinking now, and you're like, oh, he goes to the bar too much. Wait until I get sober. You guys are going to be like, so have you thought about having another sip?
Oh, God, because it also, nothing's worse than a baby straight edge.
Nothing.
But in many ways, he was still the same old Rasputin, just without the alcohol. In church, Rasputin would swing his arms and, quote, make grimaces during services and would sing in, quote, an improper voice.
Well, no, it just doesn't sound like it would come out of a 6'4" huge man where he just shows up and he's like, whoa, my love. And everyone's just like, whoa, we all sound like shit. I don't even know how he got that beautiful singing voice.
Was he 6'4"?
Yes.
Was he
He
really?
was 6'4".
In
Motherfucker
that
was
era,
huge.
He must have been, that's like the equivalent of 7 foot.
He walked in, because imagine it's like, honestly, it's only a couple inches shorter than you, walking into a room, waving his arms around. Everybody else is all stooped. And he had that's a part of it too, is that he had the Lyndon B. Johnson effect where he'd lean in on people and he's got those big crazy eyes. So people are giving him a lot of room.
So when people didn't really dig Rasputin's vibe, Rasputin decided that it was time to start services of his own. Rasputin's services were held in his father's root cellar with just a small group of people who liked the cut of Rasputin's jib.
I just want to know the people who look at this guy, this 6'4" person dancing like Joe Cocker on meth, and just like, I want to go to the basement. I want to hear what he has to say. Like, those people are almost more interesting to me in a weird way.
Well, it sounds like the nerdy girl who went to college, had a great spring break, and came back, and now she's hot. And they're all like looking at me and like, there's something about that Rasputin. They're all just like very interested in him. Like he's got a special verb to his step. He's different than the other boys, which is also very attractive. And he never hangs out with his wife.
Yeah, what's going on with the fam at this point?
They're just kind of there. Okay. We'll get into the family, but they're just kind of there. Well, the important thing to know about these meetings that Rasputin was having in the root cellar with his new followers was that they were secret. And this is something that Rasputin learned early on. If something was secret, it was dirty, even if sex wasn't involved. And if it was dirty, then it was powerful. So naturally, the rumors started almost immediately. And the most scandalous rumor was that during Rasputin's last pilgrimage, he had fallen in with an absolutely real Christian sect that some called the Anti-Church.
Ooh.
We could eventually do an episode on all of the weird esoteric side chapters in Christianity.
Yeah.
Because this group is very interesting.
The Anti-Church Church.
The Anti-Church. It sounds like something out of the Invisibles.
It does.
This is really strange. They were called the Clisti.
The Clisty.
The Clisty?
The Clisty.
Clisty sounds like a cute name for a clitoris.
Yeah. Like, I wanted to make a couple of jokes like, how do you find them? You know, and stuff like that. But, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Keeping it classy.
Well, the Klisti called themselves the Believers of Christ, but the establishment had given him the name Klisti because Klist was the Russian word for one of the sect's main tools used during services.
Oh.
The whip.
The whip! Oh, my God. If you're going to a church and the pastor brings out a whip, slowly back out. Get out of that church.
So a Klisti service went like this. The services were held underground in a basement, cellar, or crypt. They would all wear white robes and start each service singing strange hymns of their own devising.
Sounds like they're trying to figure out how to invade Iraq.
Jesus, help me tie my shoes today. I'm making this up as I go. I'm waiting for the free. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here goes my feet. Whoa, whoa.
That's exactly what they would do. They would sing these stupid songs, and then the leader
would whip them.
If it was a man, it would they would be called a Christ, and then if it was a woman, they would be called a Mother of God.
Okay.
And then after they would sing and like get whipped, that's when the spinning would start.
Yeah, and then they start spinning, dude.
What, just around and around. They keep singing and spinning and getting whipped, and they work themselves into this like frenzied spin drunk ecstasy.
So they're basically on like a biblical gravitron, and this is something that they're enjoying.
Yeah, they're loving it because they would spin and spin and spin. They get whipped and they're singing and they're chanting,
spinning and all stuff. And this is a lot of noise for a basement. And they're trying to keep this secret. And it has to be like you're just outside with your mule having your vodka water, and you hear just.
Good Lord.
And then when the ecstasy would reach its peak, they would all fall to the floor, crawl to the nearest warm body, and the congregational orgy would begin.
Did John Belushi yell bacon, and they all started sizzling on the ground like Animal House?
And nothing works a Russian Cleasty up to a froth than being covered in whelps. You're bleeding from the skin, and then you just slide your penis like a bookmark into whatever mailman or mule salesman is next to you, because they did gay and straight. They did whatever. It was whatever was
Whoever
open.
close, it seems like.
Yeah, whoever was closest.
But the baker? I mean, what? Like, don't you look at these people on the? I guess it's fine. Whatever. It's all. They seem to be enjoying it.
It's a part of it.
That's what I say about so much in about things I don't understand. They seem to be enjoying it, and that's all that matters.
They liked the guilt. They liked the shame. For them, that was all a part of it. Because the harder they sinned, this is what they believed. The harder they sinned, the more they could repent. And the more they could repent, then the closer they could get to God.
That doesn't seem to be very productive to have in a society that adheres to laws. Because
it makes your boner harder.
Yeah, but there's
because you know that the harder your bonus,
honestly,
it's great.
If you are a criminal, just love getting beat by the cops, and I think they'll stop.
You flip it and reverse it. If you Albert Fish it, nothing's ever a punishment, because now it's like that. Nothing. Honestly, think about how sexy that is. You at your most naughty. Ooh, your most dirty naughty is the most sweet for God to put his hands on. And you're like, oh man, thank God I'm going to get whipped today so I can say I'm sorry for everything that I've done.
When Martin Shkreli was like, I am going to raise the price of that drug so high, I can't wait to go to the basement and get whipped. This is like what CEOs think.
Well, these guys, they believe that all sex, even sex, is sin. But they believed they were sinning to drive out the sin. And in order to sin in such a sinful manner, one had to summon the, quote, dark courage to sin.
I love the way they circumvented the human primal need for sex. And they were just like, no, I think we figured it out. I think we got a path to it.
Also, saying that let's have the dark courage to sin tonight is such a good pickup line at a steampunk convention.
Yes.
No, it is very possible, if not probable, that Rasputin participated in one or two of these services. Enough, at least, to greatly influence him throughout his life. But Rasputin's early services were not of the orgy variety. His followers met in cellars and sang the weird Cleasty hymns, but Rasputin's services did not include sex during the service itself. Because Rasputin was actually smart enough to know that joining the Cleasty officially would bar him from doing pretty much anything more than just fucking in basements for the rest of his life.
Okay.
But if that's all he wanted, then he could have had it.
Yep.
But that's not what he wanted. He had ambitions. And he did the same thing that Jim Jones did, where he cherry-picked certain aspects of things he liked and smashed them all together. Because I think he really did want his fucking and his job to be separate for a while. I think that's where it ends up. That's what kicks him in the ass later on because he starts joining them together quite a bit. But at this time, he's trying to keep the two worlds separate.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rasputin, he was a leader. He wasn't a follower. Like, he wanted his own system. He wanted his own followers, people that were beholden only to him. Okay. And that was all helped along by Rasputin's first major vision. As Rasputin was working in the fields one day, he said the Virgin Mary suddenly appeared to him in the sky, hovering above him. Now, she didn't say anything, but she did point towards the horizon.
Oh. You want to go over there?
Yeah, to WrestleMania.
Now, what's important to remember is some people actually believed Rasputin when he said this shit. People.
Do you think he believed it though?
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, it's the same thing with Jim Jones. You know, you never know.
You never know.
You never know what actually goes on in these people's heads.
For Rasputin, in my mind, I think that he did believe himself. I think that they had a more spiritual connection, and he really did lose himself on his travels. When he went out, he took it very seriously. He would go into gnosis. Like, he would see shit. Like, he would really believe that he could change people's lives by inserting his presence in them, quote unquote, wink, 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 wink. And that that's what, when he developed this, of course, also, he has to create the story. He understood that I have to build an arc, and a part of my arc has to be I'm on a vision quest. People come with me.
Right. So then when other people come up and be like, I think I'm spiritual, he'd be like, have you met the Virgin Mary? Because I freaking did.
Well, these people, like, they saw visions as evidence of God's grace, that God had chosen this man to share and disperse his holiness upon Earth.
Is it true to say at the time visions were taken more seriously?
Much more. Visions were taken extremely seriously, to the point where, you know, it would be one of those things like, why would he make up that he had a vision?
Right.
Like, that is a great, grand sin to make something like that up.
Why would someone make up that the aliens have visited land? I heard it on the radio, and I heard the aliens are invading Earth. So,
and since these Russians, since they were all about miracles and visions and all that shit because of the Eastern Orthodox influence, Rasputin had a wide opening to settle into nicely.
All right.
So as far as the Virgin Mary vision went, Rasputin saw this as a sign that he should travel over the horizon to which she pointed and take another pilgrimage, his biggest one yet. In 1900, Rasputin declared that God had instructed him to go to the monastic center of the Eastern Orthodox world, Mount Athos in Greece, almost 3,000 miles away.
Sounds like a fun trip.
It doesn't. It's actually the opposite. Because it's just walking to Greece. It's walking across Russia to Greece. It's using your feet as a car and just, he just started running.
Well, the Flintstones did it.
In this pilgrimage, Rasputin took even further than the last. He went the entire trip there without changing his underwear or touching his body in any way with his hands.
Humble brag.
Humble brag. Because what he had to do is he had to chain his hands to his bed. He would wear shackles to keep himself from touching himself, which also included cleaning himself, which is then how he got the reputation for smelling like a quote-unquote goat.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, and he tried to make himself as gross as possible. Like, he'd stand motionless in swamps for days at a time, just letting the bugs eat him alive.
Oh, that's a trip, dude. That's on a fucking other trip. You're locked into something like that. I don't know what it is, and it's fucking kind of metal. It's very Hell's Angels that you wear your clothes so they fall off.
Yeah. I think also if he was an American in the 70s, we would have won Vietnam. What a soldier this guy is.
Yeah, but he's walking around. He's covered in shit and bug bites and piss.
I don't know why he's doing this to himself, but I guess these are life's many questions.
But much to Rasputin's disappointment, when he finally got to Mount Athos, he found that a lot of the monks were openly homosexual. And though you might think that Rasputin would be kind of groovy to this idea, for some reason, it completely weirded him out, so he left.
Hey, Greg, nice to meet you, man. I'm so glad. So you walked here?
Yeah, I walked here.
Yeah, you must be crazy tired, huh?
Yeah, exhausted.
Yeah.
Filthy, too.
How about... You want to suck my dick, then suck this guy's dick? And then what we'll do is, then we'll all fuck, and then maybe we can have some soup.
There was a swamp a while back. I didn't stand in it quite long enough. I'm going to go back and check it out. There was a toad that I was staring at.
Yeah, all right. Well, you're leaving a lot of dick on the table.
Bye.
So when Rasputin finally returned to Siberia, he'd been gone for 2 years.
Oh, right.
And he had a family there the whole time. He had, 3 kids and a wife that he just left, and he was like, see you later, going on a pilgrimage, deal with it.
Oh, like the meme.
But, deal with it when it comes down? Oh, yeah. The
Deal with
sunglasses
that.
came from the sky, and they landed on Rasputin's face, and Rasputin said, deal with it.
Deal with
it. There it is.
Yeah. Now, Rasputin's wife was another what you would call the long-suffering. He would leave on pilgrimages whenever he wanted, and he took as many lovers as he wanted, and Praskovya just had to accept it. Now, Rasputin actually convinced his wife that his penchant for having sex with as many women as he could, in other words, his sex addiction, was not about pleasure, but was rather, quote, his burden.
So at some point, he was just like talking himself up and being like, she is going to beat the shit out of me. She's so pissed at me. But, okay, how do I do this? It's for her. I got it. I'm doing this for her.
Yeah. I'm helping you. I'm saving you. She has
yeah.
to be like, oh, thank you, Rasputin, for fucking everybody.
Good God.
I don't want to do it, but I gotta do it. It's all part of my thing, And
Poor
that's
guy.
what it was. I mean, she was a lot like Marceline Jones. She let it slide because she believed that Rasputin was a man of God, and he convinced her, I have to do this. I have no choice but to do this. And if you believe in me as a man of God, then you have no choice but to accept all of this.
All right.
But most of the people in the village weren't so sure about all this shit. So after enduring ridicule and jeers from the local church and the townsfolk, Rasputin set off to the big city of Kazan to find more like-minded individuals.
Okay.
And that's where we'll pick back up for part 2 of Rasputin.
The big city in Kazan. If you can make it there, you can make it. You can go to other Siberian towns and kind of make it too.
No, not Kazan.
Kazan.
Not with. There's no G.
There's no G.
Kazan.
There's no G.
Kazan. I like Kazan a little bit better.
I like Kazan a lot better too.
Yeah,
but
all right,
it's
Kazan.
just Kazan.
But then you have a whole side plot where he's out there in the forest. He's the same size as one of those Chechenian centers that play for the NBA. He's just like walking around, pointing at people, fighting demons. Man, I love this fucking movie that's fake that's laying in my head when I read all this shit about Rasputin.
I think we have a similar thing going on. What a crazy journey this guy has been going on.
It only gets crazier from here. I mean, the next
All right.
episode, we're going to meet the Crow sisters. We're going to introduce, the Tsar and the Tsarina, and all manner of other weird palace intrigue.
Very cool. All right.
A lot of palace intrigue. There's a lot of palace intrigue. There's a lot of ripping open of bodices. There's a lot of weird rituals. It's a fun-ass story.
Yeah.
And I never thought that history, when I remember being in high school, that history wasn't fun. It's because they didn't teach us about Rasputin's fucking 13-inch cock. And eventually we will get into the mystery of whether or not it is, in fact, his penis in that jar somewhere in a sex museum in, I believe, Budapest.
Yeah.
As long as it's not in like a bottle of rum in the world's oldest tavern, and if you pay $100, you get to have a shot of the rum, but you got to touch the tip with your lips. I hate that.
Yeah, that is pretty good. It's in the Yukon, right?
It's a toe thing usually, or a
toe.
thumb thing. Anyway, all right, what do we want to do here? We have to thank everyone for just being awesome.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And thanks everyone for giving to our Patreon.
Yep.
We very much appreciate it. If you feel like we deserve a little bit of cash, and if you want to get a ton of bonus material, including an interview with Stanton Friedman that the two of you just did.
Oh my gosh.
You just got to go to patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left and just donate a little bit of money.
Yeah, Henry and I have had a great time interviewing folks for the Patreon. We have a cool interview coming up next week as well with a detective. And Stan Freeman was a trip.
I'm excited to learn more about people. And if you have anybody that you want us to interview, that you'd be interested to hear from, please hit us up on Twitter at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, Instagram at Dr. Fantasty, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel the number 1, or at LP on the left. At any of that bullshit, and try to give us suggestions, because we'd love to get to the heart of some people you're curious
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Pickled Gizzards. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there. Welcome to an episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, joined per usual by
Joe
and
Steve.
And we're going to talk about a mystery.
Is it really?
It's a scary mystery, too, on top of just being a mystery.
Yeah, how did we not do this in October?
Because not enough people asked for it.
Yeah, I don't think
but a lot of
anybody
people
asked for it.
have asked for it.
Oh, have
actually.
they?
Yeah.
I must miss that.
Yeah, you've been willfully ignoring it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Once again, this is examples of where Joe doesn't look at the inbox.
Yeah, he does not look at the internet stuff. So
I look at the inbox all the time. I answered a couple of emails just today.
He did, actually. I saw.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, by the way.
Anytime.
So this week we're going to be talking about the Skinwalker Ranch, or how I learned to stop worrying and accept my alien overlords.
Wow. Good title. I like that.
It's a good title.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
What, oh boy.
Oh, I can always tell we're in for a ride
when I've named
when
it
you've given subtext to the title of the episode.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be, buckle up, guys. It's a good one.
But yeah, no, this is the place, though, when the aliens finally decide to open up those time-space portals and flood through and take over the world.
Yeah.
That's going to happen here, I'm sure.
It's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm going to give in. I'm just going to turn you two in as conspirators.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be a total Quisling. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny because all they have to do is listen to our backlog and they'll know who their true ally is.
Uh-huh.
It's me.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Nope, obviously not.
Yeah,
You've
it
been
is.
faking the whole time.
Oh.
You can tell by your sarcasm.
Aliens won't know what sarcasm is, let's be fair.
See right there, that's why she's going to get vaporized first.
Okay, we're already off track. All right,
Okay.
Restart.
Okay.
Today we're going to talk about what's widely accepted as the weirdest place in America, although I have been to the Oregon Vortex, so I say no, that's the weirdest spot.
That is a weird place, I hear. I had not been there, actually.
You've never been to my family's house. It's actually a pretty weird place, too. So I'll put that on the list.
Okay, that's fair, yeah. Anyway, Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. Since its creation almost 50 years ago, I guess.
I don't know when it was created.
I think that's when it became all of it was consolidated.
Bought and ranchified,
yeah.
something like that.
All of the acreage was brought under one kind of umbrella.
I think the house is actually built in 1926.
Yeah, but all of the land surrounding it is now Skinwalker Ranch, I think wasn't all a part of the same thing until.
So the footprint was established in 50 years ago?
That's a good way to say it.
Yeah, close enough.
Strange things have been afoot there since then, including hundreds of UFO sightings, animal mutilations, and sightings of strange animals. And there are 15 distinct phenomenons that have... Phenomena that have been recorded. So we're going to go ahead and just start there. No, we're not going to talk about all 15.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about almost all of the 15, but not all 15.
Yeah, these these started, I believe, in the mid 1990s. Am I correct?
Yes, that's when they started being cataloged, I guess. Yeah, and a few of them have backup in that somebody who owned the property before mentioned. There are some articles from the 70s. The 60s and 70s that mention weird lights in the sky or things like that. So that's a little backup for some of these, but they weren't started being cataloged until the 90s. Yeah.
That's weird lights in the skies at this ranch, or just in the general area.
General area. I read some of those newspapers. Thankfully Google's got all that cataloged. And I found a bunch of stuff from the area from about the 60s and 70s, late 60s forward, and read a number of them. And mostly it's weird stuff in the sky. It's not so much what we're about to go through, but it's catalogs of odd events.
Yeah. Also, right off the bat, before we go too far into this, I should note that a lot of these stories about Skinwalker Ranch are contained solely in one of 4 separate books, all of which were authored by a guy named Ryan Skinner, who I guess is one of the lead investigators in the area.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not sure. It's not totally clear. He definitely bills himself as having some really strong connection to Skinwalker Ranch, but... And I don't know. I didn't see.
Well, there's Skinner, and then there's George. What's the reporter's name?
Oh yeah, George Knapp.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of I would say legwork maybe, but he's another one of the sources that you'll find reference besides Walker.
No,
Skinner.
Yeah.
Got him switched.
I had a 50-50 shot at
you
that.
You sure did.
But I think the actual first mention of was it the Deseret News in like 1995 or 6?
Ballpark, yeah.
Local paper. They published an article about the ranch and about the current owners who were the Shermans.
Yeah.
Terry and Gwen.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But.
And that was not George Knapp.
No, it was some other guy.
Let's talk about the weird kookiness here.
Yeah,
come on, we're beating around the bush.
Yeah.
People want to know about the strange things.
They want to know about all of these things, so we're just gonna direct from the website. This is where I pulled this list from.
They have a really interesting website.
It's not in bullet format.
It's not in bullet format. That's true. I'm branching out, and it is. It's very interesting. So we're gonna go through the list, and then we'll come back and address some of these things.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. So 15th on the list. Oh, and
is that the 14th runner-up?
Yes. You finally learned it. Okay. No, one of the things that I'm going to mention is that on this list, it's kind of like a little bit of a spreadsheet, and it has like the name and like a little bit of a description, and then like some other information, and then the percent chance you have of seeing this thing if you visit Skinwalker Ranch. So I'm going to include the percentages because I think it's important.
Can I just tell you that somebody figured out how to use Excel, and that's the only reason these things are in there?
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Some of these percentages are weird, so I don't know how they're calculating
Oh, I didn't say they learned how to use it right.
Yeah.
They just learned how to use it.
Anyway, this phenomena, you have a 2% chance of seeing it, and it's called the portal. This is a window into another dimension that opens on the property, above the property. They're either orange or blue. There have been no reports of explosive lemons, however, so we are safe from GLaDOS for now.
What is GLaDOS?
Just, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't.
Well,
is this a Fallout joke?
No, it's definitely not a Fallout joke. The portals open up for about 10 seconds, and they're about 500 to 1,000 feet in the air. The orange ones allow living creatures through, and the blue one is for vehicles.
So what happens to a vehicle when it comes through the portal and it drops 1,000 feet?
Halo joke?
No idea. No. Oh my God! Stop trying to figure it out. No, I don't know. I think it's like flying vehicles. It's not like terrestrial. Like it's not like a tank just falls from the sky.
Oh, okay.
No. It's
see.
like flying craft.
Yeah, flying saucers.
Yeah,
okay,
things like that.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I was just picturing it like a Chevy Impala. You know?
I know. When I first read it, I was too. I was thinking like, a tank just falling out of the sky, and I was like, that sounds dangerous.
For if you happen to be sitting around down below.
Especially, yeah. So you got to run real fast.
No wonder these people lost so many cows.
Yeah. 14 is the sentient mist. You also have a 2% chance of seeing this. And the mist is a dark smoke-like entity that may be just a transitional phase for something else. It's often seen taking the form of a humanoid with tentacles for arms, so it's possible it's just Taranga Munda. I'm really sorry there are so many nerd references today. It's just...
Yeah, another one.
Is that a tentacle monster?
No, it doesn't matter. Anyways, the mist uses its tentacles to toxify victims by inserting the tentacles in the mouth and using a burning dust to suffocate them. The victims are immediately transported to the, quote, spirit world. I'm not totally sure how we know this.
So it kills. It kills you.
Yes, by those reports, but I don't totally know how it is that we know that you go to the spirit world.
That's
presumably somebody doesn't come back to life. But
hey, how many people? So I take it that they've seen this thing a fair number of times, and it kills people every time.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
This is like kind of a tough one to buy into.
We're going to talk about that in a minute. Next up is the Cthulhu slug.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's number 11 on that list, but there's no information about it, not even how likely we are to see it if we went to Skinwalker Ranch. And it looks a whole lot like a really big leech, I think.
Ugh.
But literally, the information on it is like, it's called the Cthulhu slug. It's a slug. It's big. It hurts people.
It's a big deadly slug.
That's all.
Okay.
Next up is water babies.
Oh, these are scary.
This is an actual thing that has been described by the local native communities in their myths. They were called Pawkapiks.
Pawkapiks?
Pawkapiks, thank you.
Yeah.
They're found in the water near Skinwalker Ranch, and they're known for their vocalizations, which sounds like crying babies. The creatures, in fact, resemble a small human with black hair. If you are fooled by the crying, the water baby will drag you into the water with all its might and drown you. No word on what happens to you at that point.
Do you go to the spirit world?
I guess. I don't know. But
Oh.
you have a 6% chance that they'll do it. And they'll cry for an hour.
So I don't think we said this before, but this whole thing takes place in Utah.
Yeah, where there's not a lot of water.
Well, my question was, I don't really know Utah to be a mecca for pot use.
Yeah.
And yet this really sounds like what a bunch of stoners would talk about.
Oh, no, not stoners, but like
Yeah.
some hallucinogens.
Yeah. I think
Okay,
they
yeah,
have-
guys on mushrooms.
Yeah, they have like peyote and stuff like that down there too.
Oh, true.
So yeah, that's probably
Okay,
what it is.
all right.
This might be born
Let's
of
keep
peyote.
on. I now know
some
what's the
maca.
cause. Got it.
Some maca.
So anyway, if you're in Utah and you see a crying baby in the water, don't try to rescue it.
Don't.
Yeah.
Solid advice.
Yeah.
Number 9, you've got a 30% chance of seeing
Ooh,
this.
much better.
It's the firefly sprites. Firefly sprites. These creatures are just really small balls of bluish light that float from the ground up to the sky. Just totally natural phenomena. I don't know why they have it on the list. Phenomena, but hey, call me crazy.
But these things,
They had to get to 15 on that list because nobody believes the top 14.
That's fair.
yeah, but the sprites aren't going to kill you at least.
No, they don't do anything. They don't interact. They just float up to the air.
No.
Number 7 is the dark one, and this is kind of where things start to get interesting. You have a 0.03% chance of seeing this thing.
So a 3% chance.
Yes.
No.
No.
3% of 3%.
3% of 1%.
Of 1%.
3% of 1%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What am
Yeah.
I saying here? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
You know math.
Yeah,
tiny.
no, I'm bad at this.
So I mean, yeah, the odds of seeing the dark one are better. It's still better than winning the lottery.
They are, but it's interesting that the odds of seeing it are so low, but it has been reported, the sightings of the dark one have been reported by both the previous owners of the ranch and a lot of the investigators that go out there. So it's just weird that there are like actually so many reports of this thing when they're like, but it's really, really rare that you might see it. Anyway.
It might be that they just the percentages they just pull them out of thin air, and it's just kind of a joke.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
I think that would require having a sense of humor about the whole thing, which I don't think they do.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't know.
I went out to the website and I of course browsed it and looked at a bunch of different stuff, but I didn't actually thoroughly investigate it from top to bottom. I didn't look at every nook and cranny of the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's fair. Nor should you have.
Yeah.
Okay, so the phenomenon is like a vision, basically, or you see a man standing alone, and he appears to be dressed as a primitive Native American, but also maybe like a Native Southern American, like an Aztec or Pueblo or Central American sort of thing. He doesn't speak, and it kind of appears that he's just experiencing a time slip. Because we've talked about what time slips are before, right? People know what time slips are. When you're just existing in your own time and you slip into a different time for a second and then slip back into your own time. It's not that.
So this guy is not physically in this world then?
No, he's not. He's seen through a portal, and his surroundings are visibly different than the surroundings that you view him in. So it's like seeing him through a window
So
or
you're like
something.
looking through a doorway.
Yeah, and he's always surprised that he's there and surprised that you're there. He doesn't speak, and there's some theory that he was maybe the person who opened the first portal on the land, and he's like trapped there, which is what keeps the portal alive.
Ooh, it sucks for him.
He's just seen for a minute or two, and like I said, the environment's different around him than where you are. Like if you're standing in the forest, it's like he's standing in a desert sort of thing. I don't know if it's that pronounced, but
I now know where the entire concept of haven came from. Okay.
yeah. Another anomaly. This is
this-
Joe's favorite.
Which one? Oh, yeah, the bulletproof wolf.
Yeah, you're 15% likely to see the bulletproof wolf. And this bulletproof wolf appears to be almost a like dire wolf size, really large and imposing, and of course black.
Right, actually unnaturally large. according to the
That's
reports.
what they say, unnaturally large. The owners of the ranch feel that it's a physical manifestation of whatever, quote, whatever intelligence is on the ranch, unquote. And it sounds like there's a lot of intelligences on the ranch, so I don't know which intelligence we're talking about. Like if it's the native component or the alien component or...
I'm sure the whole ranch was built on top of an Indian burial ground.
Oh,
That's
absolutely it
probably
was.
what it is,
But
yeah.
all of Utah was built over Indian burial ground, so like,
Yeah, that's true.
let's be fair here. Apparently, it looks like a normal wolf, but is bigger. But quote doesn't act like one, unquote.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
Joe,
Well, you heard the story, that when it was like right after they moved into the ranch. This wolf.
the Shermans.
Yeah, the Shermans.
Yeah.
Terry and Gwen Sherman moved in, and then this wolf shows up, and he's not being aggressive or anything like that, but comes over to them and sort of like says hi, and then goes over and started trying to like pull a calf out of a pen. And,
Yeah.
And so they got a gun and they shot it, and it just didn't phase it at all. And they shot it again, and some guy got his high-powered 30-06 and shot it, and that took a little bit of patch of fur off of it, but other than that, didn't phase it at all. So
Yeah.
they shot it like 4 times.
Yeah, and then it just like wandered away.
Or it could also be it's not bulletproof, and they were shooting at it and they were missing.
Yeah.
There's always that.
Sounds
No.
like it's possible.
No. They're the good guys.
Yeah, right.
The good guys never miss.
Never miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flash drones are number 2 on the list. There's a 1 in 4 chance that you'll see a flash drone if you visit Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, I thought this was a rave thing.
It's just a light. I mean, really, it's just a light. Apparently, however, they have intelligence behind them.
How's that exactly?
They are curious. They're described as curious.
Playful, even.
Yeah, that they'll like approach humans and stuff like that.
Shine the light on them.
Yeah, I don't totally know. And actually, on the website, this is the anomaly that's written about the most. But apparently, they can mess with the electronics, these lights, specifically the electronics of the house. They hover silently, and they, like I said, they're kind of curious. And apparently, they will approach people, and they are influenced by meditation. Yeah, so if you meditate near them, they'll react in a way that's
Yeah, one more reason not to meditate.
Yeah.
You got to close your eyes to meditate, right?
Mhm.
I'm not closing my eyes around those things.
Me neither.
Yeah.
And because I can't leave out the most frequently cited thing, we have the spotlight. You have a 46% chance of seeing this. I'm going to go ahead and briefly mention the fact that there is not a single phenomena on the list that you are more than 50% likely to see at any given time.
Mhm.
Some nice
So they have
plausible deniability there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you go out there and have a look around, then,
Uh-huh.
hey,
Well, I don't know. It's flip of a coin. You got a bad night. Sorry,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like a motorcycle, the spotlight. Apparently, it's like a motorcycle driving anywhere between 10 and 40 miles per hour, which is like actually a huge variance, but okay. About 8 feet off the ground.
It's a hover bike.
Sirius. Yeah, Sirius Black. Pretty sure. Yeah.
and the spotlight can read minds.
Yeah, apparently it can read minds.
It's also got a tail light.
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes,
That's
but
why.
not always. Sometimes it has a tail light, sometimes it doesn't, but it can read
A
minds.
red tail light.
Yeah.
Is it
Very
a red
specific.
taillight? Huh.
Very
Red taillight,
specific.
yeah. Sometimes, but not always. Sometimes.
Okay.
So, yeah. You guys want to talk about
Which ones of those do you like? What's your favorite?
None of them.
Yeah.
Let's talk about all of them.
Oh,
So, Skinwalker Ranch is near Fort
Duchesne.
Thank you. Which is like 40 or 50 miles from the border of Colorado.
Right about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to the
Yeah, it's
west
up in
of-
that. It's that weird northeastern notch
Yeah.
of the state.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's at Fort Duchesne's a little white spot in the road, about 600 people, I think.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and the ranch
Yeah.
is just south of it.
Yeah, and as far as we can tell on Google Maps, even though this ranch isn't actually, you have to like kind of guess. Where when you search the the address of the ranch house, it's like, that place doesn't exist.
If I found I think one of the websites, it might be one you gave us, or I found it had the coordinates.
Yeah.
And if you put in the coordinates,
That works.
the only thing that I ever found that mentions Skinwalker Ranch is a photo that somebody put up that's titled Skinwalker Ranch Entrance.
Mhm.
That's the only way you find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out and looked on Google Maps, and then I just called. I think it's pronounced Uintah County. I called their assessor's office and got the guy to look at the plat map for the area, and also to look in Google. And he gave me the parcel number for that particular spot, and I was able to look it up, and that is indeed owned by Bigelow Utah LLC.
This guy.
Using a phone.
Yeah, calling
This is like
people.
the third time in 3 months he's used a phone.
I don't like it. If I can't find it on Google, it does not exist in the world.
Yeah.
Is there somebody I could have just texted?
Yeah.
Man, okay.
Well, and as an aside, when I had this guy from the county on the phone, I said, "Hey, I do a podcast about unsolved mysteries." And I said, "Have you heard of the Skinwalker Ranch?" And he goes, "Oh yeah." And I said, "So apparently lots of people have seen all kinds of strange things." And he says, "Yeah, that's what I hear." And I said, "Well, have you ever seen anything?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Do you know anybody who's ever seen anything?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Do you know anybody who knows anybody who's ever seen anything?" And he said, "No."
Yeah,
I
which is
assume-
actually really good information, because when you read about this online, you'll hear like, this county, there's like so much phenomena, like everybody in the county has seen something.
Yeah,
You will
no.
literally read like almost verbatim that thing. It's like, it's such a weird place that everybody who lives in that town has seen something. And obviously that's not true.
No, it's not. I also called, there's a local newspaper in Vernal, Utah, which is a town about, 10 or 15 miles northeast of Fort Duchesne. They have a little newspaper there called the Vernal Express, and so I got on their website, and I called one of their reporters, a woman named Liberty Best, and had a little chat with her, and I said, well, about the Skinwalker Ranch thing, you've heard of it? She says, "Oh, yeah." And asked her the same set of questions I asked the guy at the county. And it was always no. She doesn't know anybody who knows anybody who's seen anything. And I asked her if she'd ever talked to the Shermans. She never had. And then I called the Uintah County, I think it's Uintah County. I slightly mispronounced it, sorry. Sheriff's office. I talked to somebody there because I wanted to find out, well, there are lots of reports of UFOs or mutilated cattle. Not really, no.
Cops are like, no, not really.
The person I talked to is like, she was very nice, and she said she'd never seen anything. She said her parents did see some weird stuff years ago, but she didn't say exactly what it was. That's about it. I mean, that's not exactly a comprehensive survey of the people of the area.
But it's not. I mean, if there's only like 1,000 people who live in the area, right? I mean,
you think somebody would know somebody?
One of those 3 people should know somebody who knows somebody who, And I guess if the woman's mom and dad saw something, like, then okay, there's a sample there. But
yeah, but I've seen weird things in my life.
Yeah, and if there's this amount, if as reported, as much stuff is happening as is reported, they should be seeing stuff left and right. I mean, realistically,
absolutely. And and there's lots of surrounding properties near the ranch and with houses on them. People are living there, and so
it's not as if it's desolate.
No, there's plenty of people living in the area.
Also, as a fun little note to remind everyone, phenomena like this doesn't necessarily respect parcel boundaries.
Yeah, why would they stay on the ranch?
Wait, what?
Right. No, I mean, that's something that I think people like. It's very easy to get swept up in forgetting, like, oh, this stuff is happening on this ranch, but like, why is it not happening around the ranch too?
You would think it would.
There's no good reason.
No spillover.
No, there's no spillover. It's happening in these 400 acres alone, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Back to debunking some of these things. 3 calls weren't enough.
They're not conclusive. But
I did Google.
He's going to charge us for those phone calls, by the way.
Oh, I know he is. Yeah.
He's going to submit the receipt.
Long distance, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I did do a search because, my first inclination whenever we hear UFO, like weird lights, stuff like that, is like, well, obviously there must be an Air Force base around there, right?
Yeah, there really
there's
isn't.
Actually not.
They're
it's
not anywhere close
suspiciously
by.
barren of any military installation.
That is suspicious.
It is. No, it's like equidistant between like 4 different ones. So that in itself, maybe that's suspicious. I don't know. It is because it's almost exactly in the middle between Camp Williams and the F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, like almost equidistant. That's not.
I think it's closer to Camp Williams myself, but
It's like I said, almost equidistant. So maybe they've been like testing back and forth. I don't know.
Special, like, reverse engineered, like, American made flying saucers that we.
Yeah. Although I will take this moment to mention, we've mentioned briefly that Terry and Gwen Sherman were the owners of this property from the early 90s until.
Yeah, they bought it in 94 and I think sold it in 96.
Yeah, they were only like 2 or 3 years.
Only 2 or 3 years. So in 1996, this guy, Bigelow.
Robert Bigelow.
He's the millionaire owner of...
billionaire.
Billionaire owner of Budget Suites of America, and also the founder of Bigelow Aerospace. He owns almost the entirety of Skinwalker Ranch now.
He owns the whole thing.
He owns the whole thing?
Yeah.
I thought there was like a little bit that he didn't own.
There's
like a very small acreage, but no. I mean, I trust you on this stuff more than I trust myself.
Yeah, I did. You can actually search the county assessor site by owner name, and I searched for the Shermans, and the only parcel that they own is in Jensen, Utah. So, and all 7 parcels that are the ranch are owned by Bigelow Utah LLC.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a little interesting because you may have missed the fact that I said that he is the founder of Bigelow Aerospace. Excuse me, Aerospace.
He's putting a hotel into space. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea.
It's an inflatable.
It's a big inflatable structure. They're gonna put it up into orbit, and then they're gonna have one of those little
CO2 cartridges.
CO2 cartridges, and that's gonna blow the whole thing up.
But this is like fun discussion. But he has actually put
2 of
things into space.
Right, he's got 2 of them in space.
He's got 2 things in space.
One of
right
them's
now.
been up there for a couple of years.
So maybe he was actually using the ranch as testing, and he just wasn't telling anybody.
Could be. They do seem to want to.
That's a total D move right there. And I can
yeah. Okay, so we're getting off track again. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. So the things like slugs, I think we can dismiss that. I can't find any information about what they look like, how often we see these things, how we even know about them. So I'm going to go ahead and dismiss that phenomenon.
Well, we can defend ourselves from them very easily.
They're slugs.
Stomp on them.
Salt. Just carrying a shaker of salt when you go to the ranch.
Yeah, I think either they're slugs or they're leeches. They might just be bigger, or they're just totally made up.
Who knows? Maybe there's some sort of slug that's native to Utah that's the size of your arm.
Maybe.
You never know.
Yeah, maybe they're like the Mongolian death
it's like
worms.
tremors or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Firefly sprites and the Flash drones, I think, are probably the same thing. And I think that they are a thing that we've actually, I think we talked about this before, briefly in another episode. It's a pretty well-known phenomenon called will-o'-the-wisps. I think we talked about it in the Montauk? No.
Well, we talked about this earlier, and I was trying to remember, and I thought that it was either the Who Put Bella in the Witch Elm, or the other one that I think it might have been was the Forest. Rendlesham Forest.
Yeah, I can't remember because I swear it was an episode that you did. I did actually go through. I can't listen to all of our episodes. I actually couldn't even go through all of our
the 120 something that are out right now.
No, yeah,
you don't have time for that.
Weird, right? But I do remember at one point we talked about this natural phenomena with the lights that shoot out of the water. Do you remember this,
Swamp gas
Joe?
kind of thing. Yeah.
Swamp gas sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So scientists.
There's no swamps near the ranch, though, right?
No, but it's not only seen around swamps. It's seen around any kind of body of water, and not even exclusively around bodies of water, but anywhere where there might be gas releases.
It is a naturally occurring phenomena.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, So scientists aren't 100% sure what causes it, but they are 100% sure that it's a natural phenomena. Yeah, and we see it all over the place, all over the world.
Yeah, and there's other phenomena too, like floating lights are not uncommon, like the Marfa lights in Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
And those have pretty much been proven to just be car headlights passing through what's called a Fata Morgana mirage, which is what's called a superior mirage because it makes things on the. on the ground appear to be up in the air. It makes them appear to be higher than they are.
Well, that's the same thing that it's currently going around on the day we're recording. This will be several weeks past, but there is the floating Chinese skyscrapers. Have you guys seen this?
No. Yeah.
There's clouds in the sky, and there are skyscrapers in the clouds.
That's awesome.
And it's the exact same phenomenon that's causing that.
And actually, I guess we bring up at this point, likely it's the exact same phenomena that's causing a motorcycle to be 8 feet in the air.
That's entirely possible, too, yeah.
But no, there are a lot of different, totally provable natural phenomena that these lights could be.
Yeah. Oh,
easily.
right.
Including fireflies.
Yeah, I don't know if they have those
throw
in
that
Utah.
out there.
But,
I don't know if they do either, but it could be a thing.
Or maybe somebody lit some flies on fire.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's cruel.
Yeah, it is.
The bulletproof wolf, I'm 99.95% sure it's just a real wolf.
Joe and I were talking about this before you got here today. Is the descriptions of the size of this wolf. One of the things that cracked me up is, I think it was the wife said that they saw the wolf and it was the size of her car, and she was driving a Chevy Chevette.
Yeah, no.
Guess who owned a Chevy Chevette at one time?
Yeah.
This kid right here. And I can tell you that a Chevy Chevette, I'm normal height, 5'9", 10, whatever, and it's about mid-chest height on me.
Yeah.
Been around really big dogs like Great Danes and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
little bigger than hip height.
Yeah.
So this is bigger than that.
Well, one of the things I wanted to say is that I have actually had the pleasure of interacting with real live wolves in real life. And I think that people don't realize how stinking big they are.
They are big.
You know, especially if you're a rancher and you've like seen them in the distance, or you just like see
You think
coyotes.
they're dogs.
You think they're just like the size of a lab or something like that. Those things are giant. Their paws are as big as my hand. Like, they are big animals.
But they're not that big.
But they're not.
Not as big as a car.
No, certainly not. But they are big, and I can imagine that if you were suddenly approached by a big dog, you know, even if it wasn't that big, your mind is going to go, oh my God, that's a huge thing.
Yeah,
right?
Oh, sure.
You're
Yeah.
going to inflate that it's bigger, especially if it's acting a way that you're not used to it acting. And I also am not willing to say that it's like so unusual. I'm not willing to say that like a wolf is always going to walk up to you. But if you are on a ranch and that wolf and its family is living on that ranch.
That territory.
That's its territory, and also it hasn't been threatened.
Well, that's it. The ranch was.
It was abandoned.
It was
for
abandoned
a really long
for at least
time.
7 years.
And
I
you're
think.
not like yelling at it and trying to get it away.
Yeah.
It's not. It's probably not. I am not willing to say it like saddled up to them and like was friendly. But for a wild animal, it may have been friendly. I don't have a hard time believing that it's a real wolf.
Yeah, like I said, it happened right after they moved in.
Yeah.
And so the wolf would probably had the run of the place for years, and now suddenly they show up, and he's like curious about them and everything. But as far as the shooting goes, I don't even know how well documented the shooting was.
I don't
think there ever was a bulletproof
One
wolf.
of the things they talk a lot about with this wolf is that they say it like wasn't aggressive, but it'll stare at you with like really intimidating stare, which is not uncommon for an alpha wolf to do. If it's big and you're not like actively threatening it, it'll look at you like it's angry at you,
but
it won't. It's not going to attack you unless you attack it.
Yeah, the one thing I think, one bit of advice is if the alpha wolf is staring at you, don't stare him down.
No,
Don't
back
do that.
away.
Yeah.
Like, be smart about it. But I'm just saying that like, the behavior that's described for this bulletproof wolf, I have a really hard time thinking it's anything other than
just a wolf.
Just a wolf. And one of the other things that I think is really interesting, actually, is that one of the other phenomena they describe a lot is these things called the controllers, which just sounds like two men talking back and forth. And have you guys ever heard wolves howl in the distance? Not the like...
The close ones, but far away when it gets broken up by
and it's not the high pitch one,
geography.
it's the lower pitch one. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you heard
do.
those?
Yeah.
It sounds kind of like two dudes talking in the distance.
Yeah, you know what's really really cool to hear too is coyotes off in the distance at night.
Yeah,
that's a really cool sound.
Actually, I want to talk about coyotes.
Can we, before we get to the coyote thing,
you want to talk about wolves some more?
There's one thing about this. They call it the dire wolf, right? the dire wolf.
Or the
and
bulletproof wolf.
The giant, I was going to call it something else, the giant wolf. Here's the one thing that if this wolf is that big, there's one thing that I would imagine people would have noticed that is never talked about, and I know I've brought us back to this subject before, scat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If a dog is an animal the size of the car is gonna make
really big
large amounts of excrement.
Yeah.
I mean, it's it's gonna be.
Maybe that's what's causing the lights.
The point is, you would think that there would be reports of these random giant turds on the ranch.
Yeah.
Of course, ranches always have lots of turds on them already.
It's true, but that was the one thing I don't know why, but I was like, you'd think that they would have found that kind of evidence.
One of the other things, while we're on the subject of wolves and like cattle, because the Shermans were ranchers and they bought the land to have their cow ranch on, right?
Yeah.
To raise their cattle. And then there were all these reports of like, cattle are getting mutilated. Okay. Or wolves are getting them.
So I looked up into the wolf populations, and in the 80s and then into the 90s, there was these big pushes for reestablishing packs.
Yeah.
Because humans had hunted them nearly into extinction.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There actually wasn't that large of a wolf population in the country in general.
Yeah.
So this area to have that would be extremely unusual. Even today where the packs are bigger than they've been in 80 or 90 years, that would still be a very strange concentration because those animals are very nomadic.
They are, though.
They have huge ranges.
They absolutely do. That's true. There's that nice little stretch up through Utah, up kind of through the rest of the country.
Colorado, heading on up into Canada.
Pretty wooded. It's not like solidly wooded, but the thing that didn't really start happening until the late 90s, early 2000s was actual wolf tracking. Like they pretty much tried to round up every single alpha, male and female, and tag them. And they like put collars on them so they can track them. That's where we get OR7, for instance, the only wolf in Oregon. But we didn't never start tracking that. So while it is unlikely that there was a quote unquote concentration, it's not bizarre to think there was a small pack or even just an alpha, right, with no mate, because they can go a long time without having mates. That just was undocumented.
But my problem is that they range over huge areas.
Absolutely.
And this story implies that it lived on this half-mile square chunk of ground.
I don't know if
for a fair amount of time in the course of a year.
That it like spent some time there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know that it like lived.
Well,
there.
I'm just saying it implies that it was very very localized when that's not the way those creatures.
Sure.
Yeah.
But in fairness,
we're all on the same page.
With
here.
a 15% sighting rate, it's possible that you only see it 15% of the year. I mean,
beats me with the math every time.
Possible it's a different wolf every time too.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible a lot of these cattle deaths are being caused by coyotes and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Oh, are we going to talk about that?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it now?
I think we should.
Yeah. So the cattle death. You have a lot of stuff you want to talk about.
Well, I do, because one of the things that you see this in rural UFO stories, and you see a lot in this one, is the cattle mutilation.
Yeah, and there's a number that's thrown around with Terry Sherman's herd. Right?
Well, yeah, we're going to talk about that in a bit.
Talk about
that. The point is, people say, well, and it was a half hour ago I saw that cow, and now it's dead and completely mutilated.
It's
There's
almost
no blood on the
always
ground.
Nightkin, so yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't remember what kind of cow he had, but it seems to me there's spotted cows and there's uniform color cows. And it seems like his cattle were uniform colored, so that's really hard for me to buy, because from a distance you can't read their tag. So you don't know if it's the same cow.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I was confused about that train of thought for a second. What you're saying is that, like, you wouldn't be able to tell from a distance what cow he was looking
Was that cow 75 or was that cow 15?
Got it. Okay.
You don't know.
Okay, yeah.
From a distance, to read the tag, I mean, those tags are big, but...
I see what you're saying. I was just confused about why it mattered what kind of cow he had.
Okay, yeah, but people say, I saw that cow half an hour ago, and now it's completely mutilated. There's no blood. Well, Utah's very cold in the winter, and so the blood isn't going to blow everywhere when a cow dies, unless, it gets shot. The other thing is, if you look up what kind of natural predators in the area, well, there's big cats.
Yep.
And there's wolves.
Yep.
Okay, well, those guys are going to do huge amounts of damage to an animal when they get a hold of it.
Well, hell yeah.
But if something dies and smaller things get to it, like coyotes, raccoons, possums, skunks, they know an easy meal, and that's called a dead animal. And what do they go for? They go for the softest tissue, and
which is unfortunately,
it's going to be the anus, it's going to be the genitals, it's going to be the udder, it's going to be the lips or the mouth, and the eyes, and sometimes maybe the ears, which are all the areas that you always hear called out as these strange areas that were surgically removed. But if you look at all these animals, they have very small, sharp teeth. And they cut in kind of a clean line because this is a terrible thing to imagine, but start at the back and burrow your way in. You're going to leave a pretty clean hole as you work your way through the soft tissue.
Oh, sure.
Because you're not going to be able to eat the tougher tissue easily.
I really would like to counsel these animals and just say, look, if you take the trouble to go through the cowhide on the haunches of the thing, and there's some really awesome steaks there. I mean, it's much better. You're eating the gross
much
parts.
Better, yeah.
But that's the soft and easy meal.
Oh,
well, there are also, I guess it's worth mentioning, a fair amount of venomous snakes in Utah.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be insane to think, well, maybe they didn't die of natural causes. Maybe that cow was dumb and stepped on that snake and it got bit with venom. And
cows are stupid. Cows run into things that are solid.
Yep.
I don't know if you've ever seen a cow run headlong into like a flat wall. Not you can see through slats. I'm talking like brick wall, stone. They'll just head on run right into it.
Yeah, it's kind of too bad. I've heard that the original wild cows were a lot smarter, but humans have pretty much bred every.
We've done that to most domesticated animals.
Yeah, they are completely.
We're good at
stupid
making
now.
things dumb.
Yeah, we are.
So
did you have more that you wanted to talk about with that?
Well, no, we'll talk. We're going to talk about it's Terry, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about Terry later on a little bit more, I believe.
A little, yeah.
We'll save it till then.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're done talking about the wolf.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
no more wolf.
Okay, because we are still talking about animals.
Yes.
And have either of you ever heard a fox scream?
Yeah. You ever heard a fox make the scare noises, the fear noises?
Yeah, they call it
They're
vixen scream. The vixen scream. Do you know what I'm talking about, Joe?
I'd never heard it, although it might be that I've heard it and I just thought it was a human being screaming.
I'm going to pause real quick and we'll listen to it. So hold on, everybody, for a second. Okay, we're back. Now Joe's heard it, too.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't heard it, go out and just Google fox screaming. You'll hear it. They sound a whole lot like humans screaming.
Yeah.
And if you've
it's
ever
a weird
heard,
noise.
I don't know if you've heard the pups making that noise, but they sound like babies. Like they sound like babies crying. Not like wah wah wah, but like a baby
screaming
crying.
child. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what else sounds like babies crying? Fishers, mongoose, peacocks, bobcats. A whole mess of other animals. Granted, on that list, most of those animals don't exist in Utah.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
I'm sure mongoose don't exist.
No.
Is it mongoose or mongooses?
I don't know. I'm going to call them mongoose.
Mongai, okay.
But peacocks do actually really, really sound like babies crying. I don't know if... I know there are a lot of places in America where people have peacocks on their farms.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
We had 'em.
know... I don't know if there are any in that area or not. There's really no way to know except for to go there. Or I guess Joe could call them again or something.
Yeah, I'll call them. Anybody got any peacocks down there? Do you know anybody knows peacocks?
Fishers are all, they're in North America, but they're kind of more like our area and then
The
up
Northwest.
in the Northeast and in Canada. Bobcats, they definitely have bobcats down there though.
Yeah. There are cats.
So for me, it would not be a hard stretch to hear a fox like screaming in the middle of the night and mistake that for a baby crying. And then, as we know, people don't usually recover from like seeing the babies. So it's pretty easy for somebody to say like, "Oh, do you hear that baby crying? Yeah, don't ever. This is what happens." So
the water babies are foxes dressed up in little suits and making noises, and then when you go down there to pull them out, they grab you and they pull you under and they tear your throat out.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah. Or they're just foxes making noises and somebody's elaborated on what happens.
Somebody's telling BS stories about how, that water baby's going to murder you.
Yeah. The spotlight, as we kind of talked about, Joe just said what the phenomenon was, and I can't even...
What, the mirages?
Yeah, the mirage thing.
The Fata Morgana mirages.
Yeah, so I think that's totally possible. It's also possible as, like, low-flying airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only things that really fall into the category are like the portal and the sentient mist. I'm willing to say the mist is probably just some freaking mist.
I think these are both.
The portal, I don't know about. I don't think that's a real thing. I don't think anybody's seen it. I think somebody played the game Portal and was like, "Oh, that's a good idea."
I think these are brown bottle visions.
Or like the mushrooms that grow on cow pies.
Yeah. By the way, people never eat mushrooms. I think I've given you this warning before. Just don't do it. It's way
or
safer.
Do it in the safety of your own home with a babysitter. And then don't start telling people about stuff.
No, just eat the mushrooms that are at the salad bar. Those ones are deemed safe. All the other ones, stay away from them. Don't do it.
I don't think somebody hallucinated this stuff. I think that somebody took what was probably a somewhat, what's the word I'm thinking, apocryphal story that was printed in the mid-'90s in the Deseret News, and then decided, I'm going to graft so much crap onto this. I'm going to make up so much outrageous stuff and just see what I can get away with. Just see how much outrageous stuff I can get people to
do. Sounds like something Joe would do, actually.
Yeah, I know. I think I will do that.
Yeah. And then the last is the dark one. I kind of fall either side of this. Either somebody totally made it up, or, they are really close to the Ute reservation.
Yeah, they're right next door.
It's possible that somebody actually saw an actual Native American man and was just like, well, that's weird. I wonder how I can twist this into a paranormal story.
Mm-hmm.
I just keep thinking of that. Did you guys watch the new episodes of Arrested Development, the ones on Netflix?
No, I haven't seen those.
There's a part where one of the characters like thinks he sees a vision, but it's like kind of obscured by the sun, and it's like just a guy in like a peacock suit just being a jerk. Like that's where I always go to with things like this is like it's like I don't know what the situation was. Was the sun in your eyes? Were you like drunk? What's going on there?
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. So, but I guess I'm not entirely willing to say it's all 100% made up. I guess the original owners of the land and house, you'll see either they like abandoned the property for a really, really, really long time, or they died.
They died in like 1987.
And then it
elderly
just
couple
was abandoned for a couple years.
Abandoned for like 7 years, I heard.
Before the Shermans bought it. So either of those, I as with all things real estate, I tend to trust Joe, given that he's called for like actual sources and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But the Shermans, Gwen and Terry, you'll see their names be almost everything under the sun. Something Sherman,
it's like
John, Joe,
Terry Gilman.
Yeah, no, it's Terry and Gwen Sherman. Those are the actual names of the actual owners of the property. They bought the house and the property because Terry's cattle business was kind of taking off.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
From this point forward, what you're about to go over, are the Shermans the source, or is Mr. Walker the guy who did all the writing? Skinner. Damn it! Is he the source of all of this?
As far as I can tell, they are the source of all of it.
Okay. Well,
it's purported that they reported this.
So he is the one who provided it in writing as their voice.
I don't know if you got that from them or if you got it from subsequent people, because obviously they left in 96.
I just want to ask because I just, this all is so amazing.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that glossy coat on it, that I wanted to know where it came from.
Well, it is said that they reported all this stuff. Whether that's true or not, I don't know that we'll ever know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that they reported at least cattle mutilations and a few other odd things happening. They reported seeing lights. They reported seeing UFOs. Actual, not just lights, but actual spaceships.
And the reason they gave for leaving the house was that they just couldn't sleep well, and that. Right? Wasn't that... I thought that was authenticated.
Yeah, there were things that were keeping them up at night and
that
banging
they,
around the house. And
No, I just heard that they had a hard time sleeping, and when they finally did get to sleep, they would have nightmares. And then, like, the fantastical code of that was, like...
shared nightmares.
Yeah, but I don't believe that. I do believe that probably they... I mean, you know, it's totally legit to say, like, possibly they were, but also possibly some billionaire came and was like, here's a bunch of money for your property.
Exactly.
And they were like, no problem.
Yeah, I think they
My
might
cattle
have.
business is doing really bad.
Really poorly, so okay,
Awesome.
I'll take all that money.
Well, exactly, and I think they got out of the cattle business because the parcel that they moved to was only 3.25 acres.
Yeah, so it's not really enough.
Not enough to do anything like that,
No.
and so they probably just sold off their remaining cattle that hadn't been eviscerated by aliens, and moved off to Jensen to their new smaller parcel.
Yeah. So when reportedly, from who knows where, when the Shermans bought the property, they got to the house. I guess they bought it sight unseen. I don't know why they didn't see this stuff before.
I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
I don't know either, but...
By the way, we know where they moved from.
It was in the area, I thought.
Yeah, Gwen is actually from the area. She's from very close by. Terry was originally from Arizona.
And I saw allusions to the fact that he was in the cattle business before they moved there.
He was, and it was...
But
somebody in the description that I read, it was like, oh, in his striving cattle business, which I didn't understand what that meant.
So wait, is this he worked on a ranch and had 4 cows of his own and decided he was going to branch out? Because I don't know if you guys have ever heard this, but there's among my dad's generation this idea of retiring and becoming the gentleman farmer or the gentleman rancher. Have you ever heard this?
Yeah.
I'm just going to get out of the race, and all I'm going to do is live on the land and raise animals.
And they'll call me Pap.
And they'll call me whatever, and I'll sit on the porch, and I will order my ranch minions around, and they will do the work, and I will be brilliant at it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I got the idea this guy might have been, but I didn't know if it was true or not.
The report that I read was like very interesting. It was that he had a quote-unquote striving cattle business. Again, I don't understand what that means, but that he had some very unusual and like potentially lucrative cattle breeding process
that part too.
That he had. I don't know what that means. That's the deepest I ever have seen it gone into.
I think I know.
What do you know?
IVF.
Oh.
Fertilization.
Yeah, I guess at that time that would
IVF
have been new.
really was getting big in the 90s in all manner of livestock because the technology had finally come along far enough that it was cheap and viable. And I remember in the 90s, suddenly they were talking about the fact that the bull was no longer going to exist because instead you had a cooler. Yeah. And that was where you got everything for all your heifers.
That's pretty handy. But, interestingly speaking of that, but according to one story that I read about the Shermans, they had 4 bulls.
Yes,
supposedly.
Yes, I saw that too.
Have you heard that story?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Oh, that's a great one. It's like one day they were headed off to town, and they walked past this shed where they had these 4 bulls penned up, and Terry said to Gwen, he said, "Well, and they'd lost some cattle already." He says to Gwen, he says, "Well, I sure hope nothing happens to our bulls because that would really do us in." And then when they got back from town, they looked in that same pen. The bulls were gone.
Yep.
But guess where they found them?
In a trailer.
All 4 crammed into a trailer.
A horse trailer.
A horse trailer, yeah. Just all 4 had been stuffed into a trailer.
That seems really paranormal.
That seems rather paranormal, yeah.
Yeah.
Stuffing 4 bulls into a trailer.
Yeah. So, okay, so the house.
Oh, yeah, the house. Back to the house. Yeah.
Back to the house. They bought, again, who knows, sight unseen, maybe not. But apparently when they arrived, they found that there were deadbolts everywhere.
And so is this
like everywhere?
And I've heard this too. Now, are you talking deadbolts or are you just talking bolts?
I've
I
always
think
seen
bolts.
it
I
as
think bolts,
deadbolts.
too.
Oh no, I think a bolt, as in a sliding bolt lock, not a deadbolt like you have a key deadbolt in your door.
Okay, I like bolts better. It makes more sense.
Yeah.
But apparently, like everywhere, like on every single door, interior and exterior, including kitchen cabinet doors. And
drawers and everything.
And drawers and everything like that. And also on both sides of the doors, not only were they trying to sometimes keep things out, but also sometimes they were trying to keep things in.
Uh-huh.
Which is weird.
And there's a thing about the big stakes that was.
Yeah, the giant iron stakes that they found on either side of the house that were connected to giant metal chains that were connected to the house.
They had Gozer as a pet.
Oh.
You remember Gozer from
Yeah.
Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
That's totally what it was.
Maybe. That or like lots of
Gozer's,
hurricanes.
what were the dogs from that movie? That's who they had.
Okay, yeah. So, but, I mean, that's weird. If that was real, it's weird. I don't think it's real, but if it was real, it was weird.
Yeah, well, no, again, that article that they were interviewed for, and again, I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know if it's pronounced Deseret or Deseret News, but whatever. But that was, I think, in '96, and they interviewed the Shermans for that article, and they talked about all the weird stuff that was going on. And they also talked about when they bought the house and how they had to do a little bit of remodeling and renovating before they moved in. They didn't mention a word about any of that.
No, although I don't know that I would.
I don't know, but if you're talking about how weird your life is on this weird ranch, and you're seeing weird phenomena and lights and UFOs and dead cattle and everything like that, you would think you would bring up the fact that there were bolts, everywhere in your house, and it's kind of a weird thing.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I think somebody might have tacked this one onto the mystery.
Yeah. So as we previously mentioned, Bigelow, Utah LLC does own the property now. They bought it in 1996. And publicly, Bigelow, Utah LLC is known as the National Institute for Discovery Science. It's also owned by Mr. Bigelow. And he bought it because he was very interested, and still is, I guess, very interested in bringing science to the investigation of paranormal activity. Basically, he wants to prove scientifically that paranormal stuff happens. So he had heard about the stuff that was going on at the ranch and thought, I will buy that for myself, thank you.
Yeah, why not?
And now he owns it, and like 4 people, I think, are allowed really on Skinwalker Ranch. It's the
I thought the whole thing was basically shuttered at this point.
Yeah, I think it is. They
I just mean like there are investigators that he's hired for the National Institute.
Oh, the select few are on site.
Yeah,
at any one
and
time.
they installed cameras everywhere, and they said, night 1 of camera installation, they saw stuff, and I've seen pictures of this, and I don't see anything.
Yeah,
but okay.
From what little I've been able to find out about their findings, apparently they were on that site for years with cameras and everything, and there were, I guess there was still cattle left there. I think there's a caretaker living on the ranch, and so there was more cattle deaths, and also some strange floating lights, and that's the only thing that those guys observed in all those years of observation.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there, and welcome back to Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Steve.
I'm Devin.
I'm Joe.
And we, as always, are going to get into a story that doesn't quite have an answer and try and figure it out. because Joe loves to solve them.
Oh yeah, we'll solve this one for sure.
Okay, all right, good.
Yeah.
Well, let's hop right into the story. I'm not going to tell you what it is quite yet. I want to set the stage. So it's 1950, and we're in Germany.
I better stop talking then, huh?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
And it's a nice sunny day. It's May. And wait, do you hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
That is a U.S. airplane flying over the field that we're standing in.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because we're in Germany in the 1950s, which means that it is now an occupied territory.
Yeah, pretty normal.
Yeah, pretty normal, which makes sense. Well, there's a problem, though, with this. And that is what happens supposedly within days of this particular plane or any plane flying over this field. And that is the appearance of the potato beetle.
Not just any potato beetle. The
Colorado.
Colorado.
The Colorado potato beetle. You are absolutely correct, sir.
Yeah.
So here's what the story is, ladies and gentlemen. According to the accounts, and this is one specifically, it was the 23rd of May, 1950, and a farmer by the name of Max Troger had noticed American planes flying over his fields. He's in East Germany. And the next morning, according again to his account, he was shocked to discover that his fields of potatoes were full of potato beetles.
Not just any potato beetle.
The Colorado potato beetle. Which, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know anything about the beetle, and we'll get into some details on it, but it's pretty devastating for potato crops.
So this is like the German-Irish potato famine.
Essentially, yes. If you actually try and put that in, the Irish potato famine always comes up.
Of course.
Which makes this difficult unless you know what to look for.
Right.
So here's what's going on is after these planes go by and all these farmers are reporting that there's Colorado potato beetles all over their fields, the East German press goes nuts with it. The politicians are making speeches. They are accusing the U.S. of having dropped all of these potato beetles on their crops. And I'm guessing that this propaganda campaign that came from it is that they're saying, well, the Americans are trying to cut down our food supply and therefore take us over, those imperialists.
Yeah, I'm sure the people of East Germany were really, really scared about the possibility that, we'd boot the Russians out.
In hindsight, not such a problem. Well, like I said, there was a giant propaganda campaign that came up from this. There were posters, little leaflets, bits on the radio, speeches, as I said. They were going crazy talking about this sudden infestation and how it was the fault of the Americans. They actually nicknamed the Colorado potato beetle Amakoffer, which I understand translated is Yankee beetle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So what happens is children are, at the end of their school days, not allowed to just go home. They actually have to go out to the fields and go through the crops and try and pick up as many potato beetles as possible.
That's the real tragedy from this, right? Is that the kids were losing homework time.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
I'm sure they were really thrilled to be out there.
It was the long game of Americans, right? We were trying to make the Germans stupid by just taking out all of the homework time for young Germans.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
There are accounts that these children, some didn't really care, some believed it. Girls evidently were really squeamish about touching these beetles, and from the accounts, they would get 20 to 25 beetles an afternoon each and then put them into glass bottles and they'd be shipped off to be destroyed.
I read one account. It was an interview with a boy who had been going out to the fields and he said, I don't really believe that the Americans are dropping these, but we have to pick them off anyways.
Yeah,
Mom and Dad said to do it, so I got to do it.
It's like, if you're living in a country that doesn't have any pesticides to speak of, then you got to do something if you want to eat.
Yeah.
Can't be having your crops destroyed.
No, because you gotta understand the potato evidently was a main crop for the German people. That was a main food source.
Mm-hmm.
Well, especially right after World War II.
Exactly. Exactly. Again, you got to remember what the era is. There's things have been destroyed.
Still kind of hard times for a lot of people.
Hard times. You're trying to get back on your feet. You grow whatever food you can.
And potatoes grow, and they are hearty.
They are a hearty little thing.
And you can make vodka out of them, too.
This isn't Russia, Joe.
Yeah. That might be one reason why there was such a scarcity of potatoes, because there's a quote here from somebody who recalls sharing a single potato between herself and her mom and dad for breakfast. So it probably wasn't just a potato beetle. It probably was the Soviets carting away half the potato crop to make vodka back in the homeland.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, what comes out of this is that nearly half of the crops in 1950 were destroyed in East Germany by the Colorado potato beetle.
That's substantial.
Yeah, that's a huge reduction in available food crops.
Yeah.
Which is not a good thing.
Especially if it's a staple.
Yes. Yeah, it's one of those main staples. So like I said in the beginning, the Germans were blaming the US for dropping the beetles on them. The US of course was saying, "No, we didn't do it. It wasn't us." And we're going to get into the theories about what's going on and, why is this invasive species suddenly there?
It actually had been in Europe before.
Yeah, and we're going to go there, but I do want to talk about the beetle a little bit. Because, we hear about this beetle, you don't really have a lot of context, so I just want to give some background on this particular little bug. So the Colorado potato beetle is very prolific. A female can lay about 800 eggs in a season.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yeah.
Insect birth things freak me out. As a woman, I just have to say.
So their eggs are only about 1 millimeter. They're really small. They lay them in, bunches of 20 to 30 at a time on the bottom of leaves. So they're not easy to spot. Because if you've ever seen a potato leaf, they have lots. They're just